beginners maybe aren't ready for yet. And I was disconnected in that sense. And so having that survey, especially as I've scaled up, especially as I've grown, was one of the key ways for me to get back in touch and like understand what was it like again to be someone who's starting out.
Are you ready to grow your YouTube channel this year? If the answer to that is yes, then I want to help you actually go straight to the source. That is doing customer surveys. In today's episode, we're going to be talking all about the value of surveying your audience to be able to know what type of video content you should make, know what's working and what's not working, and get an insight into how you're actually helping your audience move forward. My name is Heather Torres. I'm the host of this Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit YouTube channel. And if you're brand new to the podcast, we want to welcome you to the Think fam. We love to see every single week your comments and your reviews on the podcast. So if you're brand new, I want to say welcome. Introduce yourself down in the comments below if you're watching on YouTube, or if you like this type of content, you can leave a review over on Apple Podcasts. Well, before we jump into today's episode, I do want to tell you about an amazing sponsor that we have for this podcast. And that is a way for you to be able to conduct your own video podcast just like this. Recording your video podcast with anyone from around the world has never been easier. You can send a link for up to 9 people, and they can immediately start recording using their own computers. No extra equipment or downloads required. With each of your guests, they actually are recording locally, and it's studio quality tracks where editing becomes a breeze. You can split, trim, fade, and arrange each of the tracks to your heart's content. And then you can use Podcastle's AI-powered Magic Dust tool to automatically sweeten and equalize the mix. Make it sound really good and look really great. You can invite, record, edit, and polish all using Podcastle. And if you want to get started today for free, you can go to podcastwiththink.com. Now, we are diving back into a 3-part series that we did with fellow YouTuber and entrepreneur Vanessa Lau. During the first part of the conversation, we talked all about how she broke her YouTube channel, what she learned from it, and what steps she's taken to move forward. In the second part of the interview, we talked about the 5 analytics that can help you grow not just your YouTube channel, but your online business. And then in today's episode, we're diving into how she used customer surveys to really start to understand who her audience was and how she could help them more. So we're going to jump into the middle of the conversation that Sean and Vanessa Lau had about surveying her audience. And then afterwards, I have 5 tips for you for getting started with your first survey.
Let's unpack that a little bit because, one of the things we encourage Think Media Podcast listeners to do is to really understand their audience's problems and ambitions. That's a never-ending journey. And you mentioned this survey. I'm curious, the technical side, how did you share it? How did you host it? Did you keep it simple? And is there any other ways you try to stay in touch with your community that our listeners could do to get a better pulse on maybe what kind of content they should be creating, whether or not they're even making an impact or they're completely out of touch? And so unpack that a little bit for us.
Yeah, I actually want to take a step back. I love how you said out of touch, because that's how I felt with my channel. And I think that's how like a good portion of my audience might have felt too, is like you get so consumed in creating content. And especially if you've done it for a while, you kind of assume you know everything. You're like, I know what they want. This is what they want. Or maybe you outgrow like the initial audience that you might have attracted. So for example, for me, when I started my business, and I still create content, it's very beginner friendly. It's really for people who are starting from scratch. But for me personally, I really started growing my business and I started scaling up, and I started, really talking more about more advanced strategies or things that beginners maybe aren't ready for yet. And I was disconnected in that sense. And so having that survey, especially as I've scaled up, especially as I've grown, was one of the key ways for me to get back in touch and like understand what was it like again to be someone who's starting out. What are the questions that they have? Because I might think that it's an elementary question. And I'm like, no one's everyone knows this answer. Everyone knows this. But no, I know this. But the people that watch my channel don't know this. And sometimes as a content creator, especially if you've done so much content, you forget about it because you've repeated yourself so many times. and you feel like, okay, well, I've already talked like about how to get your first 1,000 followers on Instagram. So now I'm going to talk about how to get 200,000 followers on Instagram because that's where I'm at right now. But like, come on, 90% of my audience does not have 200,000 followers. They just want their first 1,000. And I need to keep repeating that and share that, like, and really focus on that. And so that's one thing that prompted me to do that survey. And so logistically, how I did it was it was really easy. Like I just came up with a few questions to ask, and then I put it in a Google Doc, kind of got my team to review it. And then afterwards, we put it on a type form. So a type form is basically a software that you can use. It's like you can use SurveyMonkey, you can use anything. I use Typeform. You can use a Google questionnaire form as well, just any type of form. And then I just shared it with my audience. I posted it on Instagram and I said, hey guys, like I really want to know more about what you guys want from me. And obviously, in exchange for your time, if you fill out the survey at the end, you're going to get a special link to an exclusive training that I have about like Instagram stories or something. So I gave people something in return. And I think that's what led to me getting a lot of responses. And I think this is important advice, especially if you maybe have a smaller audience or you're just starting out, is asking someone to fill out a survey, especially if it's a comprehensive one, like maybe it's one that has more than 10 questions, is time consuming. And if you want your survey to be successful and if you want a higher response rate, you got to exchange value for it. And if you're already creating content anyways, just like give them an exclusive piece of content so that at the end of it, they get rewarded for that. And so that was how logistically we did it. And we also wanted to keep the survey anonymous. So you might be wondering, well, how did you actually give them the training if it was anonymous and all of that? What we did was we told everyone was anonymous so that they could be honest with me because I wanted that honesty. And then at the end, when they're done the survey, there was a thank you page that would pop up and the thank you page would have the secret link to the private training. And that was that. And then they were able to access the training from there. And the survey was kept anonymous. I got all the results I needed. It was a win-win for everyone. And that's kind of how I did it. Now, if you don't want to go the avenue of having a survey, I still think you should, to be honest. But you don't have to have a survey every single month. I think it's maybe like once every 2 quarters type of thing, because having too much feedback sometimes can also be a bit overwhelming as a content creator. But just like simple things, paying attention to your comment section, looking at your DMs. If you have a team and you've outsourced that a lot, then maybe get your team to fill you in, or maybe at some point in your business, you kind of hop in yourself and look at the comments or whatever else. Like there's a lot of clues. Your audience does try to tell you stuff. You just have to pay attention to it.
Taxes was tax. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Circle Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
Play, blink, relief, work, play, blink, relief, work, play, blink, relief, work, play, blink, relief.
The only 3-in-1 extended relief formula for dry eyes. To help your eyes keep going.
Blink.
Relief with every blink.
Man, the creator who understands the viewer best wins, and it could be so easy. You really drop some powerful insights there. I think our action item of the week is survey your audience. I mean, get in touch and ask yourself and self-reflect, are you maybe out of touch? What's interesting is here at Think Media, I suppose the first video was ever uploaded on the channel in 2010. So 11, 12 years into this thing, I think the wrong conclusion would be, oh, I get it now. Oh, I know now, or I understand where people are at, just like you said. But we try to always remind ourselves and try to be kind of forever students and forever beginners in our own mind of understanding who's watching, how can we help, what are their pain points, what words are they using, you know. And one of the biggest bombs you just dropped was where you are might not be where your audience is. In fact, it probably isn't. And chances are, if you're listening to this podcast, you might be growing a lot faster even than those that you're helping. And so you feel like if you've progressed in the last 3 to 6 months, you read 6 books, listened to this podcast every week, attended a conference, and you're like, oh yeah, I assume they're probably, in step with me or similar to what I'm doing. Not necessarily, maybe it depends on the niche, depends on what you're doing, but actually chances are you might be growing at a lot faster rate. You map that out over a couple of years, because we've discovered the same. We start wanting to talk about the latest things we've learned and the latest things that we're so excited about, when in fact those topics might not actually be the most relevant topics for the core individuals that we're helping at the highest levels. Or we get so niche into intermediate, maybe advanced content, and your views could go down. Maybe that's okay if that was a strategic decision, because it's always going to be a smaller audience that's intermediate or advanced. However, if you're just doing that because you just assume your audience is coming along with you, man, assumptions could be one of the biggest enemies that could cause us to, have our views drop or start getting, as you said, out of touch. And so I hope we can all implement a survey. I've heard of mentors I follow, they try to do an annual listener or reader or viewer survey, at least an annual one. They kind of make a big deal, maybe give away some gift cards or, to 3 people at the end. Or I love the training idea. I imagine we'll be doing that in the next 4 weeks. That will all be launched and out, because that's a great, and we were already kind of had it in our queue to do one, but I think we'll give away a free training at the end of that.
Oh, it worked super well. I was like, I don't even know if I'm going to get like 100 people. We ended up I think we set the max, okay, once we get 100, we're going to shut down the survey. Within less than, 6 hours, it was in the thousands, because everyone wanted that training. So definitely recommend that. I also want to add into something when it comes to beginner and advanced. Sometimes I also find that you have to, this is where social media platforms come into play. And it might not be what I'm saying might not be 100% accurate, but I also find that, at least in my experience, it almost feels like the more advanced content that you do, sometimes YouTube may not be the best platform to share that, because you have to think okay, let's say if I'm sharing advice to help someone in the 7-figure level, I'm not 100% sure if someone at the 7-figure level is using YouTube to find content for them to grow their 7-figure business. Maybe they're actually looking into podcasts, or maybe they're looking into a blog, Googling something or something else. And so I think it's also sometimes important to understand, especially in your survey, where your audience is hanging out and how they get their source of information and what level they're at in their knowledge. And you're able to kind of gauge and separate, advanced content from beginner content, figure out what platforms for what purpose and who you're trying to attract with a certain platform. That's at least what I've noticed so far for me.
Those are some very nuanced insights and some considerations. Vanessa, as we land the plane today, let's kind of future cast a little bit, especially along this subject of we're all now making plans. We're making plans of what can we change if we feel like our YouTube channel is broken, what maybe is some external factors. We need to just give ourselves some grace and put things in perspective. But then, of course, we also need to always be evolving. The reality of this industry is it is highly competitive. In a way, you say, what is it though? I mean, it's in a way life and business is evolving, the market is evolving, consumer interest is evolving. And so I'm curious, with a couple final questions, what do you personally do to spot trends in business and social media? Do you have routines? Do you have a particular things? What do you listen to? What do you read? How do you, are you even concerned with maybe spotting trends, or do you find that the fundamentals are the most important things? How important being on the bleeding edge or cutting edge of business or social media is it to it? I'm just curious, the Vanessa Lau secrets to stay on the cutting edge.
Yeah, I don't necessarily go into trends that much, to be honest, until my audience, until I start hearing the questions pour in. So for example, yes, let's say TikTok was trending, but at the time I didn't hear anyone in my audience ask me personally my opinion on it. And so I'm okay, well, that's not something that maybe I might dive into. Versus eventually more and more people started DMing me about it. There was a demand. I think that's what's important, is like I really pay attention to what my audience demands are, and I kind of gauge if that makes sense for me to talk about it or to step into it. And the reason why I'm saying if that makes sense for me is because I think that it's a bit dangerous if your growth strategy is to hop on trends, because there are going to be some trends that come and go. And at the same time too, there's also trends that, yeah, sure, are trendy, but you might not you might not want to be known for that trend. Like what if, like I always think about, like I always kind of think of a scenario where like, okay, let's say the topic of cows are trending right now. And I create a video about cows. If that video goes viral, do I want to be known as the cowgirl? I don't think so. So probably not for me. Or like a good example that I can bring up that was very specific to me, because I was debating, like, should I talk about it? Should I not talk about it? Was Clubhouse. Clubhouse was a platform that was popping off, during the pandemic. And I was like, oh, wow. And I did see people asking me about it. But at the heart of it, I wasn't even using Clubhouse. And I personally am a very like video person. I'm not very good at like auditory stuff. Like I'm not a very good listener. I need to see someone. That's why like for Zoom meetings, if someone's camera's off, it's actually very challenging for me to process the information. And so just as a person, I was like, oh, I personally don't think I would be using Clubhouse myself as much. And so I thought about it. And then I also asked myself, okay, if I do talk about Clubhouse and that video takes off, or like if people want more of that, would I actually be happy with that? Or like, would I want to be known to pivot that way? Probably not. And so I didn't talk about it, or I didn't like promote it as much. And lo and behold, I don't think Clubhouse is as popular as before. And so I'm really glad I followed my intuition on that one. And so I kind of pick and choose, but definitely I look at a mix of demand and a mix of, does this fit with like what I genuinely am interested in sharing and talking about?
Brilliant. Now, as we approach 2022 and are even in a new year, what is on your mind in response to your video? I messed up my YouTube channel, in response to maybe some of the changes you've made, and maybe just what are some of the details of your personal YouTube game plan. This is another chance to, of course, let our community know about what you're doing, and so they can follow you. I did see that, similar to Think Media, you launched a podcast channel. You moved your content to a podcast channel. We are in love with video podcasting. To your point, I'm similar. YouTube is my favorite platform to consume. As a YouTube premium user, I love it when podcasts are on YouTube, because I'll listen to them just in audio sometimes. I could be in my pocket, or then I pull my phone out. Now I'm standing in line at the bank or something, and I'm able to look at my phone. And so, yeah, what is your kind of cadence? What's a little bit of your YouTube game plan? And what are some of the places people can follow you to stay connected with what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I think right now I'm focusing more on YouTube. We did have a good run with the podcast, but I have since learned, I personally don't think, at least like where my company is at and where my time is spent and the infrastructure and the offers that we have and the people that we're trying to target, that it's a good time, at least in this season, to like go all in on my podcast. Because I had the same problem where when I launched my podcast, I think it was like the second time I launched it, and I still felt like burnt out. And that's kind of when I realized I haven't mastered my workflow for YouTube yet, to be honest. Like if I'm adding on this extra platform and it's adding this much more pressure, it tells me that something in the workflow needs some trimming down. It needs some more streamlining. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before with batching, is like still trying, like 3 years in, and I'm still trying to find my secret sauce when it comes to a workflow that works for me, that allows me to be consistent, allows me to not lose my mind with video for YouTube. And so for me personally, especially with the survey that we got, and it was just so clear to me that YouTube is our bread and butter, I'm going to be spending more time on that. Another thing too, in terms of like maybe trend or strategy or whatever else, is focusing a little bit more on shorter form content is what I'm doing personally, because, I don't know if you saw in the news or whatever else, but TikTok has overtaken YouTube in some sense of people spending more time on that platform. And to me, that doesn't tell me to like not do YouTube anymore. I think that's a huge, I think YouTube has its own place, but it tells me that people do like shorter form content. And I think it's kind of getting in that direction, especially, you know, as people are hanging out, like people just love that micro content pieces. And so what I'm focusing on is maybe trimming down some of my YouTube content and experimenting with that. I think the word experiment is key. So everything I say here, at least in this answer, it's me experimenting. Because what I noticed is a lot of my videos are 20 minutes long. Some of them are 30 minutes long. And when I look at the data, the average view duration is like people aren't watching half of the, like they're not even watching over half of the video. And so what I'm personally focusing on is trying to be more concise in my videos and try to get it more, get the information there in a more snappy way, not feel like I need to over elaborate or over explain all the time, really focusing on how can I make sure that people are getting the information in the least, not the least amount of time possible, but in a very efficient way. That's kind of what I'm experimenting with right now on my channel.
Big Tropic Bowl fan, are we? Lucky you, Acai just got an upgrade at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 2 words, Nutella drizzle. Trust me, that hazelnut berry combo, chef's kiss. And the exotic new dragon fruit bowl is as tropical as it gets. Topped with mango, goji berries, and fresh pineapple. Need I say more? Dive spoon first into our refreshing new Tropic Bowl flavors at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic time now.
Transform your hair in one use. Première concentrée by Kerastase. With glycine and citric acid. Removes calcium buildup. Repairs hair bonds. Visibly reverses hair damage. Première by Kerastase.
Some really powerful insights that I think we can apply to let our listeners know about that study. An app analytics firm discovered that Americans spend more time on TikTok. As of June 2021, they're watching an average of 24 hours of content per month on TikTok versus only 22 hours and 40 minutes a month on YouTube. Statistics only account for Android users in the United States. And the total watch time, of course, is dramatically higher on YouTube because there's still more users, but nevertheless, that is a massive data point that signals to us that TikTok being short form, and I think YouTube's answer or counter, or one of the things they're doing in response to that is TikTok has TikTok and Instagram has Reels, and now YouTube has Shorts. And short form content is something that would be, I think, irresponsible for us to ignore as or unwise for us to ignore in terms of where things are going. And I love how you said that is influencing your full-length YouTube videos as well. It's a lot. We do the same. We do a lot of deeper trainings. We could go 30 minutes. We could go 40. I have 45, 55-minute YouTube videos. Even cutting that in half is so significant in a world where a lot of people are enjoying 15 to 30-second short-form content as well. Think Media listeners, if you happen to be on YouTube, I would be curious about what your strategy is for 2022. Are you leaning into short form? Leave us a comment. And what is your thoughts on short form overtaking long form content? No matter where you're listening to this, if you've been getting value out of the podcast, please rate and review on Apple Podcasts. We appreciate it. And then Vanessa, YouTube, your main channel, that's where we can follow you to get some value. And then on Instagram, where are you at?
Yeah, you can just type in vanessalau.co. I'm sure if you type in Vanessa Lau, it'll be the first one that shows up.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming on to the podcast today and adding so much value to our community.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure having all these strategy chats with you.
Well, I hope that part of the conversation that Sean and Vanessa had brought you value. And I want to jump into 5 tips for you as you are creating your first survey. You know, here at Think Media, if you've been a part of our family for a while, you've probably seen one of our surveys. We try to intentionally do this at least once a year inside of our courses and also to our wider community, our YouTube audience and our social media audience. And there's a couple things that we've learned over the years when it comes to actually setting up a good survey. So tip number 1 is you want to actually have a goal in mind. What are you actually trying to accomplish with this survey? I loved how Vanessa said in hers that she was really wanted to figure out what video ideas should she be doing? What is making people want to come and how did they come to her content? What's keeping them there, right? Having a goal in mind is really important. What are you trying to get out of the audience? What information are you trying to source from them? I also like the goal that Vanessa had of actually how many surveys was she trying to get? What sample size was she looking for? And you know, she said that within just a few hours, they had exceeded their goal. So set realistic goals for yourself based on your audience size, but really be thinking about that. Do you want 50 responses? Are you looking for 1,000? Are you looking for 10,000? And then figuring out how are you going to get that response is really important. So that's tip number 1. Number 2 is you want to actually ask the right questions. So here at Think Media, we like to do what are called leading questions, open-ended questions. So rather than someone answering with a yes or a no, actually give them space to fill in the content for you. What does this mean? It means something like, tell me about where you're struggling on YouTube. And when they tell you about that, they're actually going to be using the words that you can then speak back to them in your videos. So if someone were to fill that out for us here at Think Media, tell me about where you're struggling with YouTube, it could be something like, I just don't feel like I have enough time to make YouTube happen. I don't really know how YouTube works. I'm really trying to figure out what my thing is. Right? And instead of saying things like, I want to improve my time management skills, or I don't really know what my niche is, they're actually using words that a normal person would use, not a marketer like we are. So actually understanding what your audience is saying, where their pain points are, is really key. Number 3 is you want to maybe have some nice to knows. Now, the most important things are the actual answers to the questions, but maybe some nice to knows are, how long have you been following me? Or what is your name? If you want it to be anonymous like Vanessa did, maybe you're not asking that. But if you do want to know what their name is, maybe you're asking for their phone number as well. If you want to put them on a text message list, you decide what the nice to know content is that you want. But instead of just getting the answers from them, also maybe think about how can I get to know them more? So maybe a nice to know for you could be, what is your email address so I can send you that private link like Vanessa did. The 4th tip for you would be to encourage them to take action. Vanessa did this so well when she asked them for their survey in exchange for limited content or exclusive content to what she was doing. This is something we've done here at Think Media before. You can enter in the survey and enter to win something, like for us, a YouTube studio. But I think one of the first surveys we did here at Think Media, when it was just Sean, Heather, and Omar, and we were just trying to figure this whole thing out, I think we did a $20 Amazon gift card. I mean, it wasn't crazy, but it was something that was able to give back to the audience. Or maybe it could be something like $100 Starbucks gift card. You decide what it is and what works best for you. If you already have something that you could give away, maybe it's a low-end course or a module to something, or maybe it's a download that they could have. You decide what that is, but you're going to want to encourage someone to take action. Why? Because people are bombarded with a lot of things all day long. So you need to incentivize them to be giving something back to you. You are asking something big of them. You're asking for their time. And so in exchange, you want to give them something in return so that they will give you their time, you can get the answers you need, and you can help them in the future. And tip number 5 is that you want to use this data. Please do not take a survey of your audience and then not actually read it. This is where you want to set aside time to dig through the answers, maybe even print them out and get a highlighter and highlight words that you're seeing over and over again. Highlight struggles that that you're seeing over and over again. Really use the data. Maybe you thought that your audience was actually more advanced than they were, like Vanessa's. She was moving fast, but her audience was actually still at the beginning stage. So maybe it's actually a check on you to figure out, wow, I'm moving faster than my audience is. Or like she said, I'm maybe not even putting the right content on the right platforms. So use the data wisely. And I would just say that, when it comes to surveying your audience, there is no better gold than going right to the source. If you know who you want to help and you know how you can help them, you are in the right place if you are asking people questions that will help you get to those two things. Who do you help? And how do you help them? Well, I hope you enjoyed the conversation with Vanessa, and let us know if you're watching on YouTube, what other content creators would you like us to bring here on the podcast? I always love to see who you're following and whose brain you'd like us to pick. So let us know if you're watching on YouTube, and I'd love to maybe bring that content creator on. Now, if you are already subscribed here on the podcast, I want to say thank you so much for being a part of the family. Again, it means so much to us that you tune in every single Tuesday for the Think Media podcast. That hashtag Tuesday ritual is so important to us. And I love to highlight different people who have been leaving reviews and rating the podcast over on Apple Podcasts. It means the world to us that you are there leaving those reviews to help other people learn if this is the right place for them. And today's review comes from Alan. Alan says, I'm starting a podcast. Awesome, Alan. This week, I have listened to you guys for about 4 days and I've gotten so much out of it. I've been going between YouTube and the podcast. I had already had some prep work going for my podcast, but listening to you guys tells me I'm going to start it. It launches on Friday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, Alan, I'm reading this and it looks like you left that review on February 1st. So I want to congratulate you for starting your podcast. It's such a fun way to get to go deeper with your audience. And Alan, I want to just say thank you for being a part of what we're doing here. We appreciate you so much, and I am so excited for your future on YouTube and in your podcast world. Well, I want to say thank you for listening to today's episode. You can catch all of our latest episodes on Apple Podcasts or on our YouTube channel, Spotify, wherever you listen to your audio at. We are there, and I cannot wait to bring you all of the content we have scheduled for this year. We'll catch you in the next episode.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Dots, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough, so they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you build an all-pretzel pantry with a biometric security system. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
So how do you stand out in a crowded niche or topic on YouTube? You know, the reality is that pretty much every, not just YouTube channel category, but pretty much every industry is oversaturated. Does that mean that it's too late to start or that it's impossible to break through? The answer is no, if you have this key, and that is branding and positioning. And in this episode, you're going to be learning about the power of branding and positioning that will result in building a raving fan base faster than most can, how to actually position yourself so people come to you and you don't have to be chasing after after subscribers or followers or customers, how to actually be memorable where most people are creating content that is forgettable, how to attract A players when you're ready to build a team, and how to actually create a business and a YouTube channel that markets itself without you having to sustain the momentum. I know that seemed like a lot of promises, but that is all possible when you really dial in your branding and your positioning, and that's what we're covering today on the Think Media Podcast.
Are you ready to start your video podcast this year? Well, I am so excited then to tell you about today's episode sponsor, Riverside FM. Riverside is the leading podcast and video recording platform you can use to conduct your video podcast or interviews. Gary Vee and Mark Zuckerberg recently used Riverside to conduct their interview, and it looked so good because it's a web-based software that records your files locally on each device and then uploads them automatically to the cloud. Using something like Zoom, no matter the mic or the camera you use, it's gonna reduce the quality. But what's so cool about Riverside is that it maintains the high audio and video recording quality because the files are uncompressed and independent of internet connection. There's definitely a reason why over 70,000 people use Riverside. And if you wanna try Riverside FM for free, you can go to recordwiththink.com.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. My name is Sean Cannell, and I'm super excited whether you're listening for the first time or whether you have been hanging out with us for weeks or months. Today's episode is super packed, and it's going to be very worth your time. Now, today we have a guest. He's been on the show before. His name is Peter Voog, and he is an incredible friend. I love him because he's world-class in business, but also world-class in family, as a father, and just has a real passion for helping people get results. He wrote a book called 6 Months to Six Figures that has sold over 500,000 copies. That's gnarly. You know, our book, YouTube Secrets, has done well. It's around 80,000 copies, which is remarkable. They say if you write a book that sells 5,000 copies, you've broke most records. And so I'm like, 80 is pretty good. 500,000? Peter, what the heck, bro? And he recently just released a new book called 7 Rules to Seven Figures. He's been recognized by Entrepreneur.com, Forbes, and he's crushed it in a lot of different industries. Rental properties, got over 20 rental properties. He's rose to the top of the industry in direct selling. And today he's really helping people on stages. He speaks on all kinds of stages around the world. He's got an academy, and of course through books, through his mixtapes, through his podcast, he does a lot of different things, YouTube as well. And so Peter is just a great person to be learning from. And today he's going to be breaking down some of his branding secrets that will absolutely help you get more results when it comes to actually taking your YouTube channel brand, your overall business brand, and your overall positioning to the next level. Secrets for breaking through a crowded industry. We're back with Peter Voog, the author of 7 Rules to Seven Figures. And we're going to be talking about, man, how do you stand out as almost every industry, every niche on YouTube, every topic, every category is so crowded? Is it possible to really get an edge? And some powerful tips on how you can personally stand out, some questions you should be asking, and why it's so important to build raving fans. But Peter, welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you for having me, man. I'm excited to be here, as always.
Man, I'm so fired up to have you back on. And there's a huge question to start out, because I think people throw out, you know, what's your brand? Or I need to brand my YouTube channel. I need to brand my business. I need to build a personal brand. And then there's this idea of positioning. What's really the difference between branding and positioning?
Yeah, they're talked about simultaneously, where they're kind of the same, but they're not. Branding, and we'll kind of dive in, but branding kind of tells the customer what you do, what to buy, right? And positioning tells the customer why you should buy. And what's different about your business, and makes them fall in love with the business and the mission and the movement, not just the product. So you need both to thrive. But I've done both wrong when I was first coming up in entrepreneurship. And I feel like when I nailed those two, there's nothing that made a bigger difference on my overall success is branding and positioning. So that's the difference, simply put.
And how'd you do them wrong when you were coming up?
Well, first, so when I first transitioned to entrepreneurship, I wanted to be a speaker, and I wanted to get on people's podcasts. I wanted to get featured. I wanted to build my name, and I wanted to grow my following. I would reach out to everybody. I'd reach out to all the big publications. I'd reach out to all the big podcasts. I would literally, Sean, tell people I'll speak for free. I'd say I'll speak for free if you give me a chance. Crickets. I could not get booked anywhere. Once I started positioning myself, got results in the industry, and did some of the things I talk about in there, I couldn't keep people from wanting to book me to speak. So it went, Forbes reached out, Entrepreneur Magazine reached out. I got paid to speak everywhere. I went to Dubai, Tokyo. So the difference between not understanding positioning and understanding it is an absolute game changer. So my mistake was I wasn't positioned. I didn't think positioning mattered. I just thought because I wanted to be an entrepreneur and I had some content, people would reach out to me and book me on their podcast. And if I reached out, they'd say yes. But that's not the case. So you have to be well positioned. You have to understand that the number one thing is mastering your craft. You got to be good at what you do.
Yeah, that's so powerful. Reading from the book here, it says branding is primarily about the image of a business, whereas positioning is responsible for the perception of the brand experience. It involves appealing to a target demographic on an emotional level and claiming a reputation or position within its respective market. So expound on that. This is really about planting your flag, maybe identifying who else is in the market, and then huge key, like Sally Hogshead says, different is better than better. So you're knowing who else is in the market, and then how is it that you are different, right?
It's making your business about something, understanding at the deepest level who your target audience is, what your target audience thinks about when they're laying in bed at night, finishing the conversation in their head and positioning your business around that, and being polarizing in a sense where it makes your target audience love you even more and pushes away people that are not for your brand. A lot of people don't know how to do that. It's like you have to be a little bit polarizing where you're so good at what you do and you know exactly who your client is, where the person that's not your client is going to not want to do business with you in a good way.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not for me. Perfect. Thank you.
That's interesting. I think about in maybe personal development, business. I think about, Grant Cardone. People really love him or hate him. I think about Dave Ramsey. People love him or hate him. His views on whether it's his values or even just his views on don't use credit cards. I think about a lot of the people that break through the noise. Gary Vaynerchuk, how he speaks turns a lot of people off.
There's no one big that's not polarizing. There's no one big that pleases everybody. So if you're getting into branding and positioning and you're trying to please everybody, you'll please nobody. And especially you won't please yourself. And that was me at the beginning. I wanted to please everybody and I wanted everyone to promote me. So I'd reach out. But once again, no one responded. So once I position myself, so we could talk about a couple ways, but one, you have to have results. And you have to understand the purpose of business. So one of the biggest breakthroughs, I was at a $10,000 event in 2011 or 12, and they spent 3 days talking about this one thing, and I'll save you the 10 grand. They talked about the purpose of business. And I took it a step further to realize kind of what that meant for me and for building my business. But the whole purpose of business, most don't understand, is to create raving fans. The more raving fans you have, the better positioned you are. The more you use the raving fans as leverage and as testimonials, the better positioned you are. So whoever has the most raving fans usually wins. And how you get raving fans is not creating followers or supporters. Because I know a lot of people on IG and YouTube that have millions of followers, but they literally aren't making any money and they're broke. So you have to understand how to turn the followers into supporters, into believers. Believers are people that know you're the real deal, love what you do, but they still won't buy anything or maybe support you until you turn them into raving fans. So turning them into supporters to believers, the only way to turn someone into a raving fan is to get them a result. That's it. So they lost 5 pounds because of you. They built 100 new subscribers on their YouTube because of your video. The reason you have so many raving fans, I'll tell you from experience and I tell you from knowing you and watching your channel, the main reason you guys have millions of people that follow you is you get people actual results. That's it. So people are just confused, like, how do I position myself? Well, you just got in the industry, you haven't mastered your craft, you have no raving fans, and you're already asking that. Go get some raving fans. That's where you start. Get really good at what you do, master your craft, and get people results. and then leverage those results as positioning. That way people come to you versus you chasing people. And there's many ways to do it, but that's kind of it explained.
Yeah.
People can kind of conceptualize.
Well, and of course, as we get more into branding and positioning, we could talk about websites and colors, and logos. But what you're saying,
not even
you
as
just
important.
cut to the heart,
Yeah, it's not
saying
important.
that you got to master your craft, be able to really move the needle for people and get them results. That's going to supersede whether you have a good website or anything
When
like
you use
that.
red or blue or orange.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
That's the harder work. But if you're able to get people results, work on mastering your craft. Now, you told some stories here of how we can learn about branding and positioning from brands like McDonald's, Louis Vuitton, and Domino's. What's an example? You said you want to ask, what do you sell? Is this what the customers want? And what do you really sell? Which I thought was a really powerful question. What can we learn from McDonald's?
So when you ask what does McDonald's sell, I'd love to get some comments. What does McDonald's sell? And most people, they're like fast food.
Yeah.
They sell food.
Hamburgers.
And some people that think they're slick, they sell real estate because they buy the building, they say real estate. And although, yes, that's kind of accurate, they do sell food. But what they really sell is convenience, right? That's what they really sell.
Strong.
So here's an example. Super Size Me came out. It bashed
Yeah.
McDonald's for how bad it was for you. Anyone know what happened the year after? Record sales.
Crazy.
So the documentary affected sales 0.
Yeah.
So people are like, how is that possible? Because people aren't going to McDonald's for the health.
Yeah.
Why would it affect sales?
Yeah.
They're not there for health. If you had a documentary about how it wasn't convenient, and they turned that convenience in at longer lines and took way more effort to get it, maybe they'd lose sales. But if they understand they sell convenience, which the CEO and the marketing team understands that, when that documentary came out, they're like, whatever. It doesn't matter. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
people don't know what they really sell. If you understood what you really sell and experience, that's a huge key. So Louis Vuitton, same thing. What do they sell? Belts. No, they don't. Backpacks? They don't sell backpacks. What Louis Vuitton really sells is an emotional state. When I heard many times from sources, from articles, that Louis Vuitton material
Yeah.
is the exact same as like Guess or Coach.
Sure.
Just 40 times more expensive, right? I've heard that.
Yeah.
So it's like people aren't buying because the material's better.
Yep.
They have an emotional state. They feel different when they walk around with Louis Vuitton. It's a fashion symbol. It's a statement in Hollywood, in Beverly Hills, in Malibu, right? So that's what they sell is an emotional state. That's literally the only thing they focus on. So if people understood what they sold, they can market to that demographic because it's easier to sell a $50,000 Rolex to the right customer than a $5 watch to the wrong customer. And most people in the marketplace right now, because it's so crowded, they're not selling to the right people. Or they're undercharging because they're focused on the wrong people. And if you understand your target audience and exactly what they want, you can be at the premium of your market.
Wow, that's so deep because Think Media Podcast, what do you really sell? Or what are people really watching your videos for? What are people really consuming your content for? It's crazy to think that, again, critics would say it's just a belt, but they haven't built that company. They're not reaching that market. And I remember I spoke at an event here in Vegas called Millionaire School, and the founder of the event was talking about, she goes, Louis Vuitton makes me feel different. Putting it on, you wouldn't even. And I was like, I actually personally don't. I'm not one of their customers.
Sure,
I don't
me
really
either,
care.
mine.
But I actually like seeing someone that's like, man, this matters, and this is a brand that there's affinity there, and she's willing to, really invest in that brand, and they're reaching a market and they're crushing it. In fact, I think I just saw that they broke records. They've been breaking records through very hard financial
their
times.
sales, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if their belt is 400 and they make it 900, their meaning of their product is an emotional state.
Yeah.
It's not the price or the cost. And their market is so high dollar that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't matter if their belt's 450 or 650, it's still gonna sell the same.
What do you really sell? I like that you mentioned Domino's. You sell. They built $1 billion pizza empire on the back of a powerful USP, a unique selling proposition. And again, where people would say, well, Domino's doesn't have the best pizza. Domino's, I could make better pizza. Well, I want to start a business that has better pizza, but you don't understand what they really sell. And here's the USP. Fresh, hot pizza delivered in 30 minutes or less, guaranteed. What a sentence. That if you thought about, I'm trying to stand out on YouTube, and what if you delivered the same result another channel delivers, but your videos were always under 5 minutes to save people time? And you made a guarantee that I'm never going to waste your time, or that I'm always going to, then that becomes a USP on maybe the same thing. Pizza. How many pizza places are there? Unlimited. Right? And everyone's trying to compete, but that is a very fresh,
And
unique.
then they put the Domino's next to college campuses on top of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So kids are doing what they do, and they're like, "Oh, we need pizza. We need it fast.
And we need it fast.
You want the best? Of course not.
No.
Yeah. So it's like
I
they
need
know
it
what
now.
they sell.
I need cheese. I need grease, but I need it now.
I think the most powerful question you can ask as a business is like, what makes you different? So the number one question that I used to think about and obsess over that I think people should really understand is, why should I do business with you versus any and every other option I have out there? Why should I coach with you? Why should I take your school? Why should I watch your stuff? There's 4 billion pieces of content out there. Why should I watch yours? And you have to be able to answer that tactically and results focused, not be like, well, we're ethical. Yeah. USP should not include things you already should be doing.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So just knowing why you're different, you know what I mean? We know exactly why our academy is one of the top academies in the world for entrepreneurs because of our networking. We know why it's different. You know what I mean? I thought about what makes the book different. I thought about all these things before doing anything. So I think if people understood, okay, I have a marketing agency, what's going to make our marketing agency different? And why should people do business with us versus these 80 marketing agencies that are more expensive and cheaper than us? And then it's surveying the customer, asking them. They'll tell you. Customers are marketing geniuses. You're not.
Smart.
The likelihood of someone responding because you think they want something is obsolete in 2021 and 2022. So it's like, ask your customers. Almost everything we do, we ask our customers what they want and we deliver. And people are like, how are you selling out of your stuff? You're doing this and this. We just deliver what they say they want. A lot of people just don't want to do the due diligence, I think. It's just because it's not easy.
That's super smart. And, you know, you might be watching this and say, well, I don't have customers yet. And if you do, you already have subscribers, you already have viewers, you already have an email list. Survey. It's time to do a survey. Ask them what they want. We're about to do, or we probably by this time have already sent out our annual survey. But the other option you have to do, you can go read other people's comments because most of your competitors are not even actually probably looking at their comments. You go on their channel, their videos, and see what is the unmet pain point that person's saying. You took too long to get to the point. I wish you would cover this product versus this product next and tell me insight about this. Oh, this is the video you should make next. They might not get around to making that. You are able to survey actual market demand, even with people commenting on your competitors' videos if you're just starting. Well, there's a lot. I want to get into just a couple of tactical things as we land the plane. And one of them is this. If I've mastered my craft and I'm ready to start building my brand and I want to get into building my website, figuring out the specific branding and positioning details, you recommend a strategy of doing your due diligence and kind of this idea of like success leaves clues. Like, why go reinvent the wheel when you could go look at maybe some of the other people in your industry? Expand on that.
Yeah, well, I even give people scripts on how to reach out to people and get advice from them what they could do better. So I'm just a big fan of not doing, like, not reinventing the wheel, but more like what's already working in your industry. Look at your competitors and make things even better. The drive-through for McDonald's came from a bank. One of the managers went to a bank and they're like, oh, the bank's so convenient with the drive-through. Let's use this at McDonald's. It's the number one reason why they succeed now is the drive-through. I rarely ever go to a McDonald's and it's not a full drive-through. I don't need that myself, but people love it because the drive-through. So they got their idea from an outside perspective of another industry. So if you're thinking about what to do, think about what other industries are doing that are relevant that could make something easier for your customers. If you reduce pain, if you reduce suffering, if you make someone feel better, if you solve a problem they care about, it's the start of everything. So more than those questions, Sean, about like how they should start a website, if they just obsess about solving the customer's problem, everything else is secondary. Because I've seen websites that aren't amazing, but they're doing millions in sales, and I've seen perfect websites that they spend 50 grand on a website and they have no traffic.
Yeah.
So I think it's a mix of both. Understanding your brand, making it about something, looking at other industries and other people in your field that are crushing it and taking some things you like, connecting with them, asking them what they do differently. Most people are actually willing to help.
Yeah.
And then mixing that with becoming obsessed with what the customer wants. Mixing those two together. So it'll work itself out if you focus on the raving fans.
So you could do some research and say who are the top 5 to 10 successful people in your industry, maybe in an adjacent industry. So it might not be a YouTube channel, but maybe it's somebody like, I remember, Nerd Fitness is an interesting brand. They're not really crushing it on YouTube, but they're crushing it as a movement. And the idea was geeks, gamers, and people that are kind of in that getting in shape. And it's actually kind of a community of people that are sometimes out of shape. And so they, like Spider-Man workouts, Superman's workouts, different. And they built this whole, and even the brand, Nerd Fitness, really strong brand. But they weren't on YouTube really, but nevertheless, I was like, oh man, this name, this positioning, what they're doing. And that was one of the brands I studied as we were doing our brand research. So it doesn't even have to necessarily be a YouTube channel that you're getting the insights from. And so tactically, go out and look at some businesses, some brands, some YouTube channels, pull elements. But at the end of the day, you want to bring it back to solving problems. And you're saying if you master your craft, you get people a result, then the movement's going to take on a life of its own. And specifically, you wrote down this crazy list that says if you can help 1 million people, so here's a test for you for your YouTube channel. Can you help 1 million people, or even 1,000 true fans? Can you help 1,000 raving fans? Can you help people feel better when they watch your videos? You wrote, number 2, can you help if you solve a problem? What's a problem you're solving on your YouTube channel? Number 3, if they get educated, are they learning something from your YouTube channel? Number 4, look better. This is huge on YouTube. Health, nutrition, clothing, makeup. Does your YouTube channel fall in that category? Number 5, feel secure. Housing, safety, health, preppers, preparedness. Number 5, feel positive, love, happiness, laughter, self-confidence. Number 7, satisfy their appetites, food. Food's a massive niche on YouTube cooking channels. Mukbang, you know what mukbang is, Peter? Dude, mukbang's this whole niche of people that watch other people eat food. And like massive amounts of food. It's kind of crazy too. Like it'll be like sometimes like a skinny female eats 40 Taco Bell meals. This is, you got to look it up later.
I can see people wanting to be entertained by that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a whole thing. And they just listen to them chew. It'd be like 45 minutes. They just watch them eat through this huge thing of spaghetti.
Oh my
I'm not saying you should start that. I don't know if that's a good thing we should perpetuate, but that's a real deal.
I'm not watching that.
Satisfy their appetites. But number 8, make something easier. Can you take something complex, make it easier? Number 9, enhance their dreams and inspire hope. And you're guaranteed, man, if you can do one of those things, and if you can do it for 1,000 people, 10,000 people, then I guarantee you're going to be worth millions. I think it's inevitable.
100%.
That if you're solving real problems and
it's not even solving problems. I want before I forget this thought, I think it can help people. It's solving problems, but then it's displaying the results to other people to inspire them. I remember talking to Tony Horton, the P90X founder, and they were struggling. They couldn't get off the ground. They had all these DVDs. They had all these products, all these services. No one was buying. So they were going to shut their doors. And maybe people can relate. I've been there where I create something. I create a summit or like an amazing program. And I'm like, I spend hours and months and so much time and love and support and passion on this. I launch it. No one buys. I'm like, what the heck? Right? That was before I understood business and understood marketing of the business is the key. So Tony told me, I was at his house in Santa Monica, amazing house. And it's, by the way, it's now the #1 fitness selling DVD of all time.
Wow.
All time. No one's even close to their fitness DVDs. And everyone's now has heard of P90X. I go, what changed? What changed? And he said, one thing changed that made everything blow up. A picture before and after. They were the first ever fitness company to do before and after pics. He goes, we did one before and after pic. That's it. And it blew up. That's a result. That's a positioning tool.
And you see transformation. You see
it.
Start. And
people want it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how they started everything. So if your business is crushing it, if we went to your channel, how many testimonials do we see of people talking about you? You could talk about yourself perfectly for 10 hours. Someone could talk about you for 5 minutes about you.
Sure.
That's more impactful. someone else. So that's why we've really been focused on testimonials. We have a lot now, which we're proud of, but that's just such a great positioning tool. If you aren't sure where to go with your business, just start helping people get results and put them online. People will reach out to you. That's more important than just the branding. So that's kind of why I want to share that, because people can relate. Because I've done that where I've created something and I had crickets. Now I realize I have to get results, you know what I mean, and share people's experience with our product.
Speaking of testimonials, the book is 7 Rules to 7 Figures, and it's been endorsed by Grant Cardone, Patrick Bet-David from Valuetainment, who I actually believe, I think he's got the best entrepreneur channel on YouTube.
Besides yours.
Yeah. I mean,
he's one of my favorites too.
Yeah, like I mean, so he's a little bit bigger, and he focuses way more on business.
And he's interviewing mobsters, and you're not.
Yeah, I know. We don't have the mobsters yet, but yeah, he said what makes Peter special is that he's won at a young age, and he will openly share his strategies with the world. Entrepreneur Magazine, Robert Kiyosaki, Forbes Magazine, and the book's already impacting a lot of people and making waves. So highly recommend checking out the book. There's more. There's a whole execution plan at the end of every chapter, and the branding and positioning chapter goes even deeper. Hopefully got some nuggets out of this episode, but the whole book is packed with value. So check out the book. Of course, show notes and links in all the descriptions or on Apple and Spotify show notes. And then, of course, connect with Peter on the socials as well. Peter Voog.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
It's book your next hotel.
If you don't book, it's a shame.
So it's resort.
Sweet vacation home for your next great stay.
New Chips Ahoy, Big Chewy.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready to level up my branding and my positioning. And here's what we need to do next on the Think Media podcast today. First, I highly recommend checking out Peter's book. What I love about it is there's no fluff and there's execution plans at the end of every chapter. So if you want to dig deeper on some nuanced tactics of not just leveling up your branding and your positioning, but so much valuable content that will help you build a high profit business. I understand this new book is 7 Rules to 7 Figures, and you may just be getting started on your side hustle. You may be, 5 figures. You may be trying to get to 6 or multiple 6. Of course, when you start thinking like a millionaire or start thinking like a multi-million-dollar business and applying those principles, it'll help you grow faster. You know what I mean? That's one of the things I learned from Peter. It's like if you study billionaires and you learn some of their lessons, it'll help you get to your next financial target faster. Peter's built multiple different businesses and he's built teams. And so I think you'll love the contents of this book and it'll help you move the needle, especially in this one topic of branding. So check out the show notes and you can pick up a copy of that. Now, today's comment of the week comes from Create Blue Skies, and it says this: love the compassion to help others. The Think Media team really comes across as everyday people with genuine dedication to help others grow in the YouTube space and really so much beyond that. Hey, I really appreciate those kind words. And actually, that really does summarize my heart and our team's heart. We want you to win. Look, of course, on the other side of the camera or your headphones or speakers, you could say, what are they trying to do at Think Media? Well, of course, we're building a business. We have books. We have an online course. We have YouTube videos that we get ads for. Like, of course, we make money, right? Of course, we have things that can take you and help you at a deeper level. But our mission really is to help you win. And here's from my heart: if all you do is hang out with us on this podcast, that's free. That's what makes me happy is when you apply the information you're learning and you get results. I think that Peter's book's going to help you win. But if you don't want to buy the book, don't buy the book. Friend, take freaking action. Legitimately. Because here's my big agenda. If you want me to just put it out here, my agenda is to guilt you into doing business with us someday. That someday you would say, man, I did what Heather told me to do on the podcast. I applied some of the videos and tips from Omar on the Think Media channel. I've been applying the Think Media episode content and my channel's growing and I'm making money. And now I feel guilty that I haven't done business with Sean and with Think Media. Listen, and even if you don't, that's still cool with me. You may or may not trust me on that, but literally, friend, that's our agenda. Listen, we're good. Like Think Media is because we've learned that the amount of income you make is correlated to the amount of value you give to the marketplace. I just feel blessed by how much we've given out. Our business is incredibly healthy. And so at whatever level you want to engage with us, I just want to encourage you. We want you to win. That's the mission of our company, to help 10,000 purpose-driven people to create a full-time living, doing what they love while making a difference in the world with online video. We want to help you win. And we have multiple different levels you can engage with us at a free level, at a book level, at our online course and academy level. Come to our event, Grow with Video Live 2022 in Las Vegas with Gary Vaynerchuk speaking and other people speaking. There's so many different things that you can do. But even if we just hang out and you only listen to this podcast, then that's great. And even if you never listen to this podcast again, but you apply what you learned today and you go put it into action, maybe someday, this is my goal, maybe someday you'll see me at the airport, at an event, and maybe we can shake hands. You just say, hey, listen, I got that one tactic and I applied it. I got that one tactic and I put it into action. That is my legit mission. And as we end every podcast, we are hashtag action takers. It's time to take action. What do you need to do next? Not what did you learn, but what are you about to implement so that you can go grow your channel, so you can grow your business, so you can launch your next innovative campaign, so you can redo your brand, redo your positioning, whatever it is. Friend, I hope you're getting value, and I can't wait to see the actions you're taking to move the needle in your life and business. And until next time, I'll see you soon on the Think Media podcast.
Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Hi, how are you? Happy birthday. Who's bringing the champagne? I'm on it. Boy, it's Sean Don.
Don't realize that productivity is not about working more hours. It's about what you put in the hours. So, and what's crazy is part of the book talks about you can't get to 7 figures doing more of what got you 6 figures.
Recording remote interviews for your podcast has never been easier with Podcastle. Share your link with up to 9 different guests, and they can immediately start recording using their own computers with no additional equipment or downloads required. With each guest on their own locally recorded studio quality track, editing is a breeze too. You can split, trim, fade, and arrange each track to your heart's content. Then use Podcastle's AI-powered Magic Dust tool to automatically sweeten and equalize the mix. You can invite, record, edit, and polish. It's all in a day's work with Podcastle. Start recording your podcast for free at podcastwiththink.com.
What is up? Sean Cannell here. And let me ask you a question. Are you ready to double the results you're getting on YouTube and in your online business? I know that's a crazy, almost sensational claim, but the truth is when you apply the right principles and levers to your YouTube channel, to your business, to your activities, everything can change. I know it because it personally happened to me with the content that you're going to be learning in this episode. And today we have a guest, and his name is Peter Voog, and he's been on a couple Think Media podcast episodes. In fact, if you've loved having Peter on and you're watching on YouTube, drop a comment if you've been getting value out of any of these. If you haven't reviewed the podcast, that would mean the world to me. Whether it's this episode or others, you've been getting value. Today's the day, friend. friend. You're like, man, I've been listening. I've heard Heather say, review the podcast. I've heard Sean say it. Today's the day. Let us know what you think on Apple Podcasts. But if you're just meeting Peter, he's been recognized by Entrepreneur.com as the world's leading authority for millennials and entrepreneurs. He wrote a book called 6 Months to Six Figures, and it sold over 500,000 copies, which is just crazy. And his new book, 7 Rules to Seven Figures, has been crushing it. Its subtitle is The Entrepreneur's Playbook to Freedom, Family, and Fortune. And my favorite F in there actually is the family F that he had there. Beyond the different things Peter's built, he's built up 7 figures in real estate, direct selling, in education, and a lot of different industries. But he's done it by having family as one of his highest values. We share a similar value that we want to experience success without losing our soul, with values intact, with family intact, with faith intact. So let's get into it. Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. We have Peter Voog back on the show, and I'm super excited about this episode because we're going to be talking about how to double your YouTube and online business growth guaranteed. Now, before you jump off, you might say, how can you possibly guarantee that? But the truth is, it's possible. And if you're ready to actually double your results and make sure that you're spending your time on the right things, Peter's going to be sharing some powerful principles that will boost your views, boost subscribers, boost sales, boost revenue if you apply them. And it's all about profit maximizers and the 80-20 rule. And so, Peter, let's dive into it. But, you know, some people, the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, is maybe something that not everyone's familiar with. So let's start there. What is that?
So it is the principle that the majority of things that you do actually don't move the needle in your life and business. And they've done countless studies, like years and years of studies and science. And I've seen it true for my business, where if there's 10 activities you're doing, 2 of those activities yield results more than 80% over the other 8 activities. So I'm always 80-20 and sometimes 90-10ing things, where if I have 10 things I'm doing, usually 1 or 2 yield higher results than all the other ones. So the goal is figuring out what the 80-20 is in your business and what's actually moving the needle and getting results. It even goes in every area of life. Like usually the amount of people that you connect with, there's like 20% of the people you talk to are causing 80% of your unhappiness and frustration and toxicity. So it goes from people, business, success, finances, wealth, action steps, results, YouTube. It's never been proven wrong. So that's why it's so important.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard it said, like in a city, 20% of the traffic or 80% of the traffic drives on 20% of the roads, which makes sense because that's all the traffic's on those main highways. And then there's the back streets and no one's on those streets. And so you define it here, the 80-20 rule is 20% of all your activities account for 80% of your income. So if you apply just that, that means that actually there's a lot of things you need to stop doing. And if you identify the things that are winning in your life, your business, your YouTube channel, double down on those, you're going to start getting more leverage. Now, I want to talk about profit maximizers in just a second, but I like how you define productivity here. I haven't read anything like this anywhere before, but you redefine productivity. And so here's how you define productivity: getting the result that you want. Peter, I think some people think that productivity maybe isn't even about results, it's about busyness. Have you seen that?
Oh, for sure. I think a lot of businesses hide behind the mask of like busyness and doing things more time, that takes more time, and spending all their time working, and they don't realize that productivity is not about working more hours. It's about what you put in the hours. So, and what's crazy is part of the book talks about you can't get to 7 figures doing more of what got you 6 figures. So sometimes if you want to double your subscribers, you can't just do more of what got you your other subscribers. It's a different way of thinking and a different mentality. So it's really just understanding productivity is about getting the result you want. And I'll tell you, Sean, I work less hours now than I was making 6 figures. It's not about the hours you work. And people are so obsessed with activity. Like Henry Thoreau says, it's like, you're busy, but so are the ants. The question is, busy doing what?
Yeah.
And now that I have kids, I have 202, I can't be busy being busy. because I'm killing my family time. So now I take it personal where it's like, if I'm busy being busy, my family suffers. So instead of working all the time, I told myself, I will be disciplined instead of working all the time. That's productivity.
Man, that's so powerful. And one of the biggest concepts that I want to get into is, this idea of IPAs, income producing activities. You call them profit maximizers, having a results ritual. And, one of the things that actually really shifted my life, especially over the last couple of years, was listening to your mixtapes. So I listen to them on Spotify. You've got, these motivational and even just tactical. And I would hear you, maybe I listened to this track a couple times and you would always say, like, are you focusing on your IPAs? Not the beer, right? It's not the Indian Pale Ale, but on your income producing activities. And that just started to shift my thinking to evaluate myself to say, am I getting up and just spending extra long editing a video a couple years ago, or just researching by looking at swiping on Instagram when I don't need to research more, studying the competition when really I'm just avoiding the hard work I need to do? Or am I actually doing the things that move the needle? Furthermore, am I doing something that moves the needle to earn a few dollars through affiliate marketing? Or am I doing the hard work of creating a book or creating a course that can, instead of making 4% from Amazon affiliate marketing, I can make 98% in an online course that I create, that I own? Harder decisions that actually produce income. And Peter, that affected us so profoundly here at Think Media that actually on our team meetings now in Slack, we have meetings 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, where we get on Zoom. But every single day at 9 a.m. or about 8:45, myself or Heather or Mel, we post the question, hey, good morning, Think Team, post your IPAs. Every single day, your IP, and that doesn't mean what do you have, because there's other things you have to do.
Yep.
Some things you have to do just for maintenance to keep things going.
But those should be delegated.
If that's, let's get into that. But IPAs would be like, what are we actually doing that's producing income? And if it's not, then why are we even doing it?
Yep.
Because, and you have to be unashamed about this in business, right? Because cash flow is oxygen to a business. Mm-hmm. You need money for the mission. So are you doing things that actually generate results? On YouTube, am I actually making the right video? 2 of your 10 videos are actually, you could probably know ahead of, you do YouTube videos long enough, you know which ones are actually going to do well. Why are you even making the other 8? Mm-hmm. Focus on the topics that actually produce the biggest results. And so this is Profit Maximizers. I want you to expound on this, but you said this powerful sentence: the amount of stress you have in your life is in direct correlation to the lack of results and systems you have in place.
Yep. I mean, first of all, avoidance is addictive. So I study entrepreneur businesses. We have an academy where I help people's businesses, and me and my business partner are always diving in and trying to figure out what the difference is between these businesses thriving and the ones struggling. And almost always, it's never who works more hours, which is weird. It's always the people who are doing the most that are avoiding the hard things that actually get them results. Usually, if you have 40 hours of work or 50 hours of work to do, the work that you're avoiding or that you don't feel like doing is usually the one that moves the needle, that we have to attack first, and almost do that first when you have the most willpower in the morning. So I did the same thing with my team, Sean, where I had them always give me what's their most important moving the needle activities, no edits, that actually get them results. And the reality is they didn't usually do those things. So I think that's the important, is shift from complexity to simplicity. There's 10 or 20% of things that get you the biggest results, and your job as a CEO or an entrepreneur is to figure out what those are. And once you figure those out, you almost have an unfair advantage in business. So that's why I brought that up, is people that don't have systems in place or don't have result focused activities, they're always just churning their wheels, and eventually they get burnt out and they start resenting things they're good at, and they eventually quit. That's why this is so powerful. So it's like, there's many ways to figure it out. You can look back in the last year of your business. Where did most of your customers come from?
Yeah.
Right? You can focus on one of the biggest profit producers is understanding marketing is the game, where there's producing, there's creating, then there's marketing of the doing. So a lot of people spend 80, 90% on producing, of the actual doing. They're like, oh, I got a course. It's the best course. I got this. I got this. I got the title. I got the cover, the course, all the materials. They're focused on the actual thing. They don't focus on the marketing of the thing. So they'll have a perfect course that has no customers. So I would recommend spending 80 or 90% of your time on the marketing of the doing, marketing of the course.
Yeah.
That's one of your top profit maximizers, because when you have marketing, more people know about your product, they buy.
Yep.
So I see people nowadays, there's some even people that I know that are in the academy that I've helped, they create like so many videos. They do 2 videos a week. One has 1 view, one has 3 views, one has 6 views. It's like, dude, push that. Don't just keep producing without marketing the production of what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's an 80-20 thing. So it's just understanding what moves the needle, what gets results in your industry, and then going all in on that. And then another thing I talk about too is growth activities versus maintenance activities. Whereas as a CEO or as someone that is the visionary of the company, or you're starting out, even if you're a little bit newer, you shouldn't be doing too much of the maintenance of the things that have to happen every week regardless. You should be focused on the growth activities that push the business forward, the results activities, and everything else should be delegated and handled and systemized. So I feel like a lot of people still try and do everything themselves, and that's going to kill their productivity. Imagine if you did every single thing in your business.
Sure.
You'd be overwhelmed and you wouldn't be at your best in anything.
Sure.
That's what people are doing.
And if you're not growing, you are dying.
100%.
Because if you're not on offense taking ground, you'd be losing ground. And so you have to be disciplined and diligent to delegate those things. So
duplicate yourself.
Here's some ideas on some profit producing activities. And this is what I've learned. It's funny you bring up that we're sometimes afraid of doing the harder things. You know, of course, we're here to help you build your YouTube channel, which is a good investment of your time, because it's the marketing. It gives you eventually like dig your well before you're thirsty, a raving fans, a fan base, a channel for all your future, whatever it is you want to market, your services, your book, a course, one-on-one. We have so many real estate agents. You want more clients, you want more leads. So your YouTube channel could be that. However, if you're doing free organic content, you also know it's going to take time. So sometimes there's the hard things you need to do today to actually keep income flowing while you're potentially digging your well for tomorrow, which could be your YouTube channel. And in our Inner Circle program, I was talking to somebody and they were kind of struggling on their channel. It just wasn't growing that fast or leading to clients yet. And I said, okay, fair enough. But I said, how many clients do you need a month? And he goes, well, I need about 2. I need 2 clients a month. And I was like, 2 clients a month?
It's like 10, 15 phone calls.
Yeah, I was like, well, how about you just get on the phone? Like, just get somebody, put a story on your Instagram. We'll only have a couple hundred Instagram followers. That's enough. Just say, hey, would you like to work together? Set, click yes or no or whatever in the survey there, or tap into your LinkedIn audience.
But that's harder. That takes rejection. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's why they don't do it.
That's right. And he was like, shoot. He was like, I kind of like shooting these videos and editing these videos and just lobbing them out there and hoping something happens. That's good too, but you need to do your IPAs first.
Yep.
Because once you're paid, now you have fuel to keep going. And so here's some ideas here you give. Making sales calls.
Yeah.
Get on the phone, inviting someone to be on the phone. DMing somebody not in a spammy way, but really working with, tap into LinkedIn or Instagram or somewhere else. Talking to your salespeople. Writing and creating content. Reaching out to companies or developing partnerships. That's huge, right? They're creating the course. If they built some relationships with a couple JVs, joint venture partners, already you could lead to tons of sales, but you're just sitting there waiting for people to come to you, they're probably never going to come to you. Making appointments or even going door to door when necessary. Well, that's scary. Sending emails to your contact list. Peter, I can't tell you how many times we actually have so many success students. They get their YouTube channel going. They create something really valuable. They're giving it away. Their email list is growing. We then say, how often do you email them? I don't. I just got so much to do. I haven't emailed. We're like, well, what's the point of the list?
Yeah. And that's probably one of their highest value activities is emailing them.
Because those are the people who've actually gone to that level of depth to trust you with their contact information, to join you there, who've also your free gift has polarized that audience. You know exactly why they signed up because they want more information about that. And you could be emailing
But
them.
here's the lesson. This is a great point. You don't have to be emailing them. You can hire a copywriter. One of the biggest breakthroughs I had from 6 to 7 figures is when I think about something I have to do, it's like, who can I hire or who can do this? That this is their expertise, they love this, and it's not my strength. Versus like, what stops a lot of people, Sean, is they don't think they're good at that. So if you want to get to the 7-figure mark, even the 6-figure mark, you have to start thinking in terms of hiring and training and developing people versus you doing everything. You should only be doing your 5% genius. And whatever you do the best with the least amount of effort is your gift. If you can work in your gift, life is so much more enjoyable and you grow exponentially. That's when you start doubling and tripling your subscribers, your sales, your success.
IPAs, man. A couple others: creating persuasive copy, working on your delivery to sell more from stage. That could also be working on or practicing your delivery of a web class or something you're doing. Creating your marketing messaging. Messaging in general, you teach a lot on that. Like, just if you dial in your messaging so that it cuts through the noise, your branding and positioning. You can check out the episode we did with Peter on that. Definitely check out the show notes. And creating a referral system for your business. Sheesh, that's its whole own thing. You start getting referrals activated. So the big idea of today's episode are, what are your IPAs? What are the profit maximizers in your business? What are the top performing videos, top performing social media pieces of content? If you haven't been studying your data, Instagram shows us in our insights. It tells you what your top posts are. You want to double down and constantly be, I like that you said it, it's not just the 80-20 rule once, it's then the 80-20 of the 80-20 of the 80-20. That's a lifestyle of continuous optimization to the highest performing products, highest performing email subject lines, highest performing YouTube videos. And so what are your IPAs? Wherever if you're on YouTube, definitely drop us a comment of what you would say today. What is your biggest income generating activity that you could double down on? And if you have been listening to any of these episodes with Peter, we've had him on the podcast a couple times now, talking about some content from his new book, 7 Rules to 7 Figures. We'd love it if you would leave a review on Apple Podcasts and let us know if you're getting value out of the Think Media podcast, and even maybe one of the game-changing, mindset-shifting insights that you've taken out of this series. But income-producing activities, man, focus on what moves the needle. Peter, where can people get the book, and how can people connect with you?
Thank you so much. 7rulesbook.com. I'm all over social media, Instagram, YouTube. They can follow me there. And if they hear about me from this interview, definitely reach out, and I'll be happy to help in any way I can. We also dive into my favorite 6 or 7 profit maximizers and like actual productivity, profit, I guess value adds that you can do to add value to your customers and clients. So I think that's one of my favorite parts of the book too, if they check it out, is like those actual tactics of what they can do to become more valuable, not just make more money, but understand how to 80-20 everything they do. It's just, now that I have kids, man, my time is everything. So being able to produce more, have a better business, more fulfillment, happier, more exciting life, and work less, it's just like, it almost feels like I've hacked the system, but it's just from this chapter.
Man, I love it. Thank you so much, Peter, for coming on again and adding so much value. Check out the book, check out Peter's channels, and we'll see you on the next episode.
Thanks, guys.
Of the Think Media Podcast.
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Reese's.
Okay, before you do anything, I want you to kind of sit down, maybe pull your car over, tell Fufu to sit if you're walking your dog, open up the Notes app on your phone, and let's actually put some of these tactics into practice. What are the 20% of videos on your YouTube channel that are getting 80% of the views, that are generating 80% of the subscribers? What are those videos? What are the topics about? What are the titles? What are the commonalities between their thumbnails, between the aspects of those videos that you can double down on? The truth is, like, you're going to make 10 new YouTube videos over the next 10 weeks, aren't you? Now, wouldn't it be powerful if instead of just making 10 videos and 8 of them do okay, if you really focus in on the ones that are driving results? Now, even more important, what is actually coming into your bank account this month? Where does the money come from in your business? Maybe you're just starting, so maybe it's still a paycheck or a W-2, but where is, even if it's a trickle, even if it's just the money from affiliate marketing or it's some money from brand deals or whatever it is, identify the 20% and stop focusing on the 80% and double down. I hope you got value out of this episode. And I recommend, if you want, even more levers like this, Peter is so obsessed. This is why we vibe. This is why we jive, is because we love optimizing things. We want to work on things that move the needle. We want to say, hey, if I only got 8 hours in a day, how can I use those 8 hours the most strategically? And inside of his new book, you'll be able to get tons of tactics and tools to help you do that. For the cost of a book, $15 or $8 for the ebook or whatever, it's really a no-brainer. And so definitely recommend you check that out. We'll link that up in the show notes below, which brings us to the comment of the week. And hey, thank you so much for, I should say review, for leaving reviews. It does help get the word out about the podcast. If you ever have it in your heart, man, I love this podcast, it adds a lot of value to my life, think about who you could share this with, but also consider leaving a review. And this one comes from Baxter Vision, and he says, has it all. I appreciate that. Fun and inspirational content that speaks to mind, body, and soul for both your business and your personal lifestyle goals. So yeah, it basically has it all. Man, I appreciate that. And that is our goal here. We hope that you learn something every week. We hope that you get some motivation and some inspiration. Like this is like a cup of coffee for your online business and your YouTube goals every week. And yes, we also hope that you feel this in your soul. Our vision is to help 10,000 purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with online video and experience that success without losing their soul. I really believe that if I build the biggest business or the biggest YouTube channel, but I blow up my marriage in the process, that I failed. That if at the end of my life, I've built accolades and I've got a big bank account, but all the relationships around me are destroyed, and that the people closest to me don't love and respect me, then I believe I've failed. And I actually believe that if I get applause from the crowds, but I don't have that love and respect for my children, man, to me, that would mean that I missed it and I didn't have my priorities straight. And so we also don't go to the extreme of thinking that wealth or building a business or that success is something to be avoided. It's just something that should never be at the cost of the things that matter most in life. And so, hey, we hope that you keep getting fuel for going after your goals, but for also keeping your values and your priorities in alignment. I'm so grateful that you would actually spend some of your week listening to the Think Media podcast. And I just want you to know I appreciate you. I respect you. The fact that you'd invest in something like this, in personal development and personal growth and leveling up and learning when you could just be watching Squid Game, which is also remarkable and very a little violent though. I don't know if, but sure enough, a very compelling show, and you had to know what all the buzz was about. And so when you could be just binging the latest Netflix show, but instead you're working on your future, your business plan, your goals, your YouTube channel, I just want you to know I respect that. And I'm grateful for you. Now's the time to go get it. Now's the time to take action. Don't stop the episode now and just see, oh, cool, my brain was tickled. It's time to actually put some calendar blocks on your calendar, shoot that next video, press record, take some action, and really move the needle. Because, friend, together, we're going to be in the future with businesses that are making a difference. But it's on the other side of taking massive action. I can't wait to see you in the next episode of the Think Media podcast. And until then, take care and we'll talk soon.
Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
that grows on trees, huh? Can I get an orange mango?
Hold on a second.
But soda doesn't grow on trees.
It sure tastes like it does.
Went all in. Why?
Because it was fun. Truthfully, honestly, like, hand to God, it was the most fun. Like, every single day I wake up and I'm like, what are we talking about today? What am I doing today? People are like, oh, how do you post consistently on Instagram? I'm like the things you're talking about. It's hard to then not to. It's hard to then not to connect with your community. How do you stay consistent on YouTube? Because I want to talk to my community. I want to talk about what's happening. I find myself pulling back to take breaks is much harder than pulling me towards making content. And once I found that leaning in towards content was exactly my happy place, I was like, I am all in. I will figure it out.
Going full-time on YouTube and building your channel to over 100,000 subscribers. Today, I'm going to interview Emily Baker, a YouTube content creator and lawyer, and we're going to be talking about the 3 ways that she was able to build her YouTube channel, going live, and building her community. My name is Heather Torres, and I am the host of the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your YouTube channel and then turn that YouTube channel into a high profit and a high impact online business. And each and every episode, we love to bring you some of our favorite brands who are partnering with us here on our podcast and on our main channel. And today I want to talk to you about Podcastle. If you're going to start a podcast this year and you want to be able to conduct interviews, Podcastle might be the right solution for you. You can share a link with up to 9 guests and they can immediately start recording using their own computers. There's no extra equipment or downloads required. With each guest and their own locally recorded studio quality tracks, editing is a breeze. You can split, trim, fade, and arrange each track to your heart's content. Then you can use Podcastle's AI-powered Magic Desk tool to automatically sweeten and equalize the mix so it sounds amazing. You can invite, record, edit, and polish all in a day's work with Podcastle. You can start recording your podcast today. Just go to podcastwiththink.com. If you are brand new to this podcast, I want to welcome you. Thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. And today we're going to interview Emily Baker. Now, let me tell you a little bit about who Emily is and then jump into today's episode. Emily is a licensed attorney for over 15 years who breaks down the legal side of pop culture and news stories we all want to talk about. She hosts a legal commentary show that helps you understand the law with humor, curse words, and creating a thriving community called the Law Nerds. Her channel is over 200,000 subscribers and 20 million views, with some of her most popular videos being over 2 hours long. In today's episode, we're going to be breaking down exactly how she did it, and some exciting news is that Emily's actually going to be one of our speakers at Grow with Video Live this year. I'll tell you more about that after the featured content.
Wait, next weekend? I gotta go.
IKEA. Plans take you by surprise? Shop online and choose delivery or pickup options at IKEA-USA.com.
I'm so excited that you're on the podcast today. Thank you so much. I would love for the Think community to really just hear your story and how you got started on YouTube.
Absolutely. I started on YouTube when I was going through health problems. So I was having health issues and back surgeries. I was still working as a deputy district attorney in LA. And I started doing tech content because that's the community on YouTube that I really enjoyed. And I wanted to be like a tech tuber. I was like, I want to talk about iPhones and I want to talk about all the things. And I started creating video content just around around my phone and then around kind of the struggles I was going through. I might have done a few like unboxings, some like what's in my bag. They were very popular in like 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
And as I transitioned away from the DA's office, I transitioned into working with online business owners as a legal consultant. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney, gosh, 16 years at this point. And when I was doing that, I started creating content that would be like a library or an evergreen place where when people ask me questions, I could be like, oh, go here. And that was my podcast. It was really geared towards entrepreneurs in the online business space and the legal side of it, what's going on with independent contractors and how do you hire people and all that stuff. And then as 2020 hit, and the podcast was doing well, and my clients were like, oh my God, everything is crazy. I'm not at school with my kids aren't at school, and I'm homeschooling and distance learning, and I don't know what's gonna happen with my business, and really stopping doing business. I was like, oh, where do I want to spend my time? Because then I had a choice. And it was really content. I loved the podcast. I missed doing YouTube content. I had been struggling to find where YouTube matched with like my business. Like, where's YouTube with your business? And I was like, I just miss creating content. And so I started taking what I was doing on the podcast and really expanding it to talk about legal stories. Because I loved talking about legal stories. And nobody in my immediate life wanted to talk about them. They're like, I don't care that Kanye West is like putting his music contracts on the internet. Like, who cares? And I'm like, I want to talk about it. And so I started talking more and more like legal commentary. That's not really what I intended. I just wanted to be like, oh my God, this is crazy. And then things kept happening. Stuff happened on YouTube. I started talking about Toddy Westbrook's multiple lawsuits. Things were happening off YouTube. Erica Girardi and Real Housewives with legal drama and indictments. And it just blew up from there. But it was a really interesting path of tweaking it to find where it fit. But I always loved creating content and coming back to that and then really dialing in where it fit in my life. It made my YouTube channel now the number one thing that I do. So I went from Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney to lawyer for online entrepreneurs to full-time YouTuber content creator.
Oh my goodness. I hope this encourages the listeners, because one thing in that story is, one, it didn't happen overnight.
No.
And two, that you actually started because you wanted to be a tech tuber.
Yes.
But really your skill and your passion and what you were really, really good at was the law. And like, how do you bring that into the space that you were on? So interesting, you said you started your podcast first and then your YouTube channel. So even like getting your feet wet in content creation in a different way, and you were like, I'll keep this over here and I'll be a tech tuber over here, but actually melding the two together was where the magic happened.
It is, and that's where I really shifted, because I felt like YouTube, and I took YouTube way too seriously. Like, I took YouTube very seriously. Like, the lights have to be perfect, my edits have to be perfect, sound has to be perfect. Where my podcast, I treated more like a conversation, and it felt so safe to be able to just turn on a microphone and sit and talk. And I had a couple friends say, can you just do that on YouTube? And I was like, no, it must be perfect. And they're like, but you're putting out content once every 3 months. Like, drop it being perfect and just do it. And that's when I turned to live streaming. Because for me, live streaming bridged the gap between just sit down and talk and it has to be perfect. And that's when my content shifted away from like tech and purses in my life into the stuff I was doing on my podcast, which was really legal analysis and legal commentary.
So good. Okay, we're going to get into 3 tips. But before we do, we are 2 YouTube entrepreneurs in this space, and I want to really talk about that getting started, exactly what you just said about your friends saying, do this on YouTube, and you thought it had to be perfect. Now, one of the fears that I had coming to the platform was, I'm just a normal girl, and I don't wear makeup more than I do wear makeup, and you know, those types of things. Did you decide when you came to the platform what you wanted your image to be on the platform? And then we'll get into the 3 tips of how you grew. But let's talk about this for a second.
Because it matters. I mean, it was one of the things that was frustrating as a district attorney. When you're in jury trials, how you are perceived by people that you don't know is a very big part of your case. Are they going to be put off by me? Do I look tired? Do I look not put together? Do I look frazzled? Do I look authoritative? And so I had to do that in my legal professional career. And I was worried about that on YouTube too, because again, what I loved about doing a podcast is messy bun, mic on, go for it.
Yes.
And I decided to pull that into YouTube too, because I know I'm not going to put on makeup every day. I have 2 kids. It's not going to happen. I like being on Instagram, and I had done Instagram reels and lives there. And so people knew my face without makeup on, without mascara on, with my hair just pulled up or wet. And I wanted to carry that onto YouTube. And while there are days that there is makeup and hair,
looking good today. If they can't see you on film right
mean,
now, it looks good today.
There are so many days. There are so many days that it is not makeup and hair, and it's because I didn't want. A, I didn't want there to be an expectation, but B, I wanted my audience to know that wherever they are, it's fine. Like, it's real life. And there's times I go live because things have happened, and I don't want to wait to go live to talk about something because I have to go and get ready. I wanted to be ready to film. And when I was breaching the gap between the perfection I felt YouTube needed, appearance and getting ready was one of those big things that I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to do this and it's going to be sustainable, I have to be comfortable going live. And that's whatever your comfort level is, or whatever level of makeup you want to wear. If you're going to just go live in mascara, do it. I've done it. It's fine.
Yeah, that is what I love to encourage our community, because that is a piece of what we're doing. You know, our appearance and what we're doing. I mean, video does matter, but at the same time, I think that's what people love about YouTube is kind of that raw, that kind of, especially you going live, that feeling of like, we're friends and we can hang out on the porch with a glass of wine and just kind of hang in our jammies. And
we're going to have a chat.
Yeah.
We need to talk about it. We're going to have a chat. Because if you really are like, oh my God, this just happened, I want to talk about it. I don't think my audience is like, oh, Emily's looking a little tired today. I think they're like, oh my God, what's happening?
Yeah.
And I needed to break that down for me too, because again, I had spent so many years treating YouTube way too precious and being so worried that every video wasn't going to be perfect that I was like, you know what? It doesn't have to be perfect. That's me. That's me worrying about it not being perfect. That's my own judgment. I've never watched a channel and been like, oh my God, that creator looks like this way or that way. I want to see their video and I want to see what they're talking about. I don't judge that. So why do I think would judge me on that? And if they do, they're probably not my ideal audience anyway.
I love that point. And let's get into some of the tips. So you grew your channel. Walk me through the journey, because you're not brand new to YouTube.
No.
You've been on this platform trying different things, experimenting, trying to figure out what your it thing was. And walk us through kind of that journey of you started, you were growing, now you are at over you're almost to 200,000.
We're almost at 200,000.
Yeah, when they're listening to this at 200,000. Walk me through the journey though of how you've been pivoting your channel.
Absolutely. So when I started on YouTube, I was still a district attorney and I was looking for community, and I loved the tech space and I wanted to talk about it because again, people at work didn't care. Like getting my first iPhone was life-changing to me. I was like, it's my first iPhone. So when I started on YouTube, my first video was in like June 2015. Fast forward to October 2020, Kanye West is on Twitter releasing all of his legal documents. And I'm like, oh my God, like these are hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of contracts. Nobody gets to see like behind the scenes like this. And I recorded like a vertical video on Instagram and then uploaded it to YouTube. Kill me now. It's a vertical live stream from Instagram on YouTube, but I did it. It was like, fine. I mean, I might have had a friend going, just upload it. It's fine. But I was sitting around 4,000 subscribers at that point. And that's when I started going live, because I was like, I don't have time to read all these documents, then film a video, then edit it, then get feedback from my customers, my audience, and then go back and recreate another video to answer all those questions when I can just live stream. So I started live streaming in October 2020 on YouTube. At the end of October, I remember on Halloween celebrating with my kids that we had hit 5,000 subscribers, and I was stoked. And then a case I was covering took off in November, and we grew like 55,000 subscribers in November, which was insane because my live streams went from, 30 people, 50 people, 200 people, 300 people to 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. And it got fast. Like I was like, I need moderators. Like I've never had moderators in my life. Like what do we do? And so the channel took off in November and kept growing. And I just kept making content, kept going live. And we hit 100,000 in May. That's when I dyed my hair purple, because I had made a joke on a live stream. And when you make a joke on a live stream, you better be ready, because your audience will hold you to it with video evidence. They're like, you said it 100K. you're dyeing your hair purple. I'm like, I did say that. We're doing it. And it was really fun. A lot of my community also dyed their hair purple. I got tons of photos. And, you know, my creator journey didn't start until my late 30s. I'm in my early 40s now. And you don't have to be, you know, a 20-year-old influencer who can dance to create a career on social media. And that's one of the things my audience love. They're like, we love that you embrace who you are. You're a nerd, you make jokes, stuff comes into your head and you say it. I talk about being ADHD and dyslexic because I read things wrong. Because everyone who's been ADHD and dyslexic knows reading out loud is like, right, terror. Reading out loud is terror.
Yes.
Like all of my third grade trauma of like, can you read out loud? And I'm like trying to read ahead to figure out where I'm going to be so I can read it a few times before I have to read it out loud. Now I read legal documents out loud on the internet. It is what it is. But I tell my audience, like, look, this is why I will mispronounce things. I will misspeak. And they love it because they're like, you being you makes me feel good being me. And I'm like, yes, I don't want to tell you what to be or how to think. I want you to know that you can just be you. And that took me 40 years to learn, and I wish I had learned it.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
Don't settle for less. Firestone's ASE certified techs deliver expert service. Call and book today.
Learn, and I wish I had learned it a little bit faster.
Wow is all I can say. I'm dyslexic too. And I have to read off the teleprompter. And every time I'm like, am I gonna mess this up? And I do.
I mess it up all the time.
It's okay. Yep. And I love that I have a fellow creator that understands the struggle of, you know, not being able to do those things. Actually, not being able, but being okay that it's who we are.
It is.
And that is just how we are in producing content. So okay.
And I wear the glasses I wear, for those that have watched my content, my glasses actually help with my light sensitivity and dyslexia. So there's times people come in and they're like, is she wearing sunglasses? And someone in the law nerd community will be like, actually, those are Emily's Erlin lenses and she wears them for this. And people will be like, wait, that's a thing. Like, I didn't know that was a resource that might be available to me too. And that's why I don't, you know, people are like, you could get contacts. I'm like, no, this is who I am and this is what helps me. So it just is. The few people who are like, oh, that's weird, they can go. Bono has Erlin lenses. They're red. It's great. So, and I share it because if you share with your audience, they can share their experiences back with you. And the amount of particularly women that have been diagnosed with ADD in their 30s and 40s have reached out and been like, I understand my kids better because both of my kids are also ADHD. I understand my kids better and I understand myself better. And I wouldn't have known if you hadn't shared. And that's how we learn. We share.
Yeah, wow. And so with that, one of the tips or one of the ways that you grew to 100,000 was by going live.
Yes.
And a lot of people are scared of going live. It is scary. I mean, if you get started, I'm used to it now, but at the beginning I would mess up so much and I'd be like deer in the headlights, but you're just flipping on the camera and going live. So let's talk about that. And you're not going live for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Emily is like, grab your popcorn, grab your soda, let's get your dinner, let's do the whole thing.
Get a whiskey.
Because they're like 2 hours, 3 hours long serving your community live. Let's talk about why you decided live. And I know you said a little bit because of just kind of time, but really this is a strategy that you've kept with as your channel's been growing.
I love live streaming. And I don't know if it's because of my background as a trial lawyer, but even in high school, like I loved Model UN. I did Model UN and it was there's live feedback. And that is something that energizes me. And I really want to know if my audience isn't understanding what I'm saying in a legal document. I know real time because I'll see it in the chat, like explain this. I'm like, oh, I didn't break that term down. And I can just do it in real time to make sure that my content is helping my audience understand what I'm explaining, but also it's just a lot of fun to live stream. And I take it I take it really seriously. I have a whole formula for how I live stream, but it doesn't feel as formal to me to just flip on a camera and live stream. I will misspeak. I will be like, oh my God, I said this and it's this. Like there was a time I said something was like, oh, it's like $300,000. And they're like, Emily, that says 300 million. And I was like, oh, but I don't have to go edit back a video. I can just fix it in real time. And I love connecting with my community in that way. I also love seeing them connect with each other. And I can see like them having conversations in the chat, which doesn't bother me because when I'm just doing content, I'm not looking at the chat because I'll get distracted and I'll live stream for 5 hours by accident. I did 4 once and I was like, my moderator's like, Emily, it's been 4 hours. I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry. We all have things to do today. But it really was a way for me to break through my own perfectionism and not worry about it and to get the content out faster. And I love live streaming, and people really give grace in live streams. They know that you're live and your audience gives grace. They're not expecting something to be highly produced and perfectly edited. They want to hear you. And I treat it, I mean, when I look at live streaming, I really do treat it like a concert. The thing I hate most in live streaming, people do this all the time. You know what I'm going to say. They get in and they're like, hey, just going to wait for a few more of you to get in. Look, I have never been to a concert where the band comes on stage and looks out at the seats and is like, hey, there's a few seats that are empty. I'm gonna wait for them to sit down and then we're gonna get started. We're just gonna chat here, make sure everything looks good. All the people that are there feel so disrespected. They're like, what, I'm not important enough? My live streams start when they start. Like the second I'm live, we start. Yeah. Everybody will just come in. They don't need to be told to come on in. It's fine. I hate it so much.
That is such a good tip. No, it's such a good tip because that's one thing we're like, and even for the replay value of that live stream, you don't want 10 minutes of you talking about your day and your cat and your,
I do those things. I do sometimes do those things too, but I chapter my live stream. Yeah. So if you don't want to be here for the welcome, where I'm telling people what we're going to cover, what the topics are, if there is a little story, I will tell them that. But part of that is for me to get into my content and chat with my audience. And also some of it's because I love seeing where they're coming in from. And so we have it where they know that my content goes like that. Yeah. But also I don't play a 30-second countdown before I go live. I don't play my intro at the beginning of going live. I go live and I start talking. And then I chapter it for the replay because the replay value on live streams is huge if you do it right. If you don't do it right, people are like,
yes.
Off.
Yeah, and that's just understanding how YouTube works is really good. Now, I want to go back because you said you were making this type of tech content and then you switched into what you were doing on your podcast, brought it to YouTube, and one of the ways that you grew was by doing what we call here at Think Media trend surfing and influence surfing. And really you were covering from your legal perspective these types of cases. Is that what you would call them? These types of cases. Now, here's the thing that someone's going to say. Well, someone's already doing what I'm doing. There's other lawyers on YouTube, right?
Yes, there's plenty of other lawyers on YouTube. There's lots of them. There's a whole LawTube community. And then there's, big lawyers like Legal Eagle who do this stuff on YouTube. But there's only one Emily D. Baker.
Yes, and you love pop culture. You love this type of thing. So you're bringing those two things. So one of the ways you grew, how do you decide what you want to cover? How did you know that you're like, I actually do want to go down this road of Kanye West and name some other people that
Britney Spears, Real Housewives, Josh Duggar, Toddy Westbrook. I love pop culture. And the thing is when I go a lot by feeling and how I feel about content. If it's a story that, if you called me up and were like, Emily, this, and I'm like, girl, yes, and this, that is content I want to cover. If I read the story and I'm like, I don't like any of that, I don't want to talk about it live multiple times. I don't want to be asked questions about it live. So when I started narrowing down what I was doing, I will cover some kind of more traditional hard news topics that are legally related, trials that are going on, but I pick things that I can help people understand and evaluate and decide for themselves. So if the media is all reporting a particular trial one way and I see it different because I'm watching what's happening in the courtroom, that I'm like, there's something I can help bridge the gap here on. But I love pop culture the most. So I talk about pop culture the most because that's what I'm excited about. And when, People Magazine or ABC or Insider reaches out and I was like, can we talk about this? I'm never like, ugh, another conversation about that. I'm always like, yes, please. I want to talk about this all the time. Like if we started talking about Jen Shaw right now, we would be here for another hour. We'll do that when we're done with the podcast because I love the stuff that I'm talking about. And that's how I choose.
Yeah.
It's what excites me because I know there's others out there that want to talk about it as well. And it lets me be a resource for other content creators too, because there's plenty of content creators talking about Bravo. There aren't a ton of lawyers. There are a group of us, but there aren't a ton of lawyers talking about Bravo. So I can now be a resource to bring the legal understanding to the pop culture stories that it's like, oh my God, but they said this on Twitter and they said that. I'm like, yes, and in the court filings, it said this and that. And that lets me collab with other creators too, which is really fun because I'm not competing with anyone. If you want to watch hard news legal, go do it. If you want to see highly produced legal that's like law school and it's going to be like, well, it came from this case starting back here, go watch Legal. It's great. There's graphics, there's, shorts. None of my stuff is short.
Yeah.
If you want to deep dive into Britney Spears' conservatorship, I got you.
I love that so much. And I think it's so good for content creators of all kinds, even coming from professional backgrounds, knowing that you can put your own spin on it. And that one of the ways to do that is by trend surfing, is by influencer surfing, if you're into that. Like for me personally, that is a hard thing for me to get into because I'm like, what are the trends? What are the influences? But you tell me to teach a specific skill and I'm like, I got you. I can do that. Yeah. So every content creator can come to the platform and do their own thing. And I love that you've really carved out this space. And one of the things you've done with carving out the space is creating community. And I think that a lot of content creators undervalue how important their community is. And we were talking before the podcast how content creators are like, how can I be everywhere? And actually your strategy, I think, is really key of how you even grew to 100,000, beyond 100,000, and now opening up an entire business world into what you're able to do on your channel. So let's talk about that a little bit.
Absolutely.
Tell me how important community is. How did you develop your community? And what are some tips for some people?
I'm going to forget the third one by the time we get there. You're going to just have to come back and remind me because I love talking about my community. Community's everything. Community's more important to me than subscriber numbers, than any of my analytics. If my community is doing well, I am doing well as a creator because my community is literally my happiest place to be on the internet. And I think that's what gives people hesitation about going live is they're worried about being trolled. They're worried about being harassed. And for creators, for all different kinds of creators, that's a real concern and a real fear, and it does happen on platforms. We've seen even recently large streamers get harassed and people get, yeeted off of Twitch because of it. You don't want that experience, and it's really uncomfortable live to be like, what's happening? This is uncomfortable. But when you build a community, it weeds it out. If I see somebody starting to troll, my community will either ignore them or will alert my mods and be like, hey, we're seeing these comments, they're trolling, and then they can just be excused right off of my live stream. So I don't ever feel like if I'm going live, I have to worry about, what's somebody going to say? It's not a concern. And YouTube gives such great tools for that. You can do subscribers only mode. You could do members only mode. You can really control how you stream. And community is a big part of that because they take on your values as a creator. And so we have rules for my live stream. And people have come on and be like, why do you have so many rules on your live stream? I'm like, do you see what a pleasant place this is to chat?
Yeah.
This is like an AOL chat room circa like 1997.
Yes.
This is what this chat is like. This is not Thunderdome in here. If you want to go have a Thunderdome chat, go to Twitch, have fun, insult each other all day long. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
And that's not what I want as a creator. And I love it because I see it not just on YouTube, but I see it on the way they engage on Instagram and on Twitter as well, and in the comments as well. So the live stream becomes an event because people want to talk to the other members in their community. They're not just there for me live. They're also there to talk to each other. I would rather be in a few places and keep my community than be everywhere. And if people are like, oh, well, you did this and you did that in your moderation, I'm like, then you're not the right subscriber for me. I'm not after subscriber numbers. I'm here to build the Law Nerd community. And they named themselves the Law Nerd community.
I was going to ask you that because we still haven't quite figured out what our community name is. And I love that they named themselves. That's amazing.
It's not what I would have, I don't know what I would have chosen, but my podcast had gotten renamed, but it had been the Get Legit podcast. And so it was like Legit Crew. And the crew, as it shifted, because it was about business owners becoming legit, but as that shifted, the Law Nerds are like, but we're not here to get our businesses legit. We're here to talk about the tea in these filings.
Yeah.
And I'm a giant nerd. I mean, I have Star Wars tattoos. I am a massive nerd. I am a fangirl of multiple fandoms. I have like TARDISes in the background in my YouTube videos.
Yeah.
And most of the people that came were like, no, I'm a nerd too. And I didn't know I was nerdy about law. I knew I was nerdy about Bravo or nerdy about, this or that. And they named themselves on a live stream. They're like, no, we're the law nerds here. And I was like, you are the law nerds. And now if I stream anywhere, I will see them pop up in the chat. We use purple hearts after the purple hair, and I will see them pop up around the internet. I know when the law nerds are in the building, and they will let everyone else know when they're in the building too.
That is amazing. And not even just like you've created a community, you've created people who literally like love you.
No, we've gone like fandom.
Yeah.
Like we're beyond community into fandom, and I love it. Like I feel like I'm part of the fandom too. Like a Supernatural fandom or like a Doctor Who fandom. We are a fandom of law nerds. And I love that because now when they see things that they think I'm interested in, they will send them to me on Twitter. So when you look at, how do I know what people are talking about? When you have a community, they will tell you what they're talking about and ask you to join the conversation. It takes all the stress off of it. Law nerds, should we talk about this or should we talk about that? And they're like, this. Perfect.
So
you
good.
know you're creating the content that they want.
Yeah.
Because if you build a community, they will tell you what they want.
So good. So if someone's getting started on YouTube, I love how you said the numbers actually weren't what you were after. And you can tell because this has been a journey for you. It wasn't like you came to YouTube, stress out, trying to figure it out. You were like, I'm going to make this perfect, and then I'm going to learn that it doesn't have to be perfect. And you go through this journey. But if someone's just starting, because I think building community is such a huge piece.
It's critical.
What did you do? I know it's just who you are also. I think it's part of your intuition to just be really friendly with people and really have people in your world. But what would you give advice to new YouTubers who need to build community like you have?
You have to decide what you want to be a part of. And I was trying to build what I wanted to be a part of. And that started I wanted to be a part of TechTube because I was still a lawyer. I couldn't talk about lawyer things, but I wanted to have conversations with people about the things that I was interested in. And so I think for new YouTubers, I see a lot of people trying to be like, oh, should I do a gaming channel? Do you like gaming? Well, no, but these are growing. Well, if you don't like it, don't just chase what's trending on YouTube. Chase your curiosity, chase your passion, chase what you want to talk about, and you will build a community that also wants to talk about that. I have a friend, I think Sean has met, I don't know, have you met Warren from Octonation?
No.
So Warren from Octonation runs the world's largest octopus fan club.
Octopus?
Octopus.
Like octopus like in
Octopus
the ocean.
in the ocean.
Got it.
Hundreds of thousands of followers across social media.
Awesome.
Because he's a nerd about octopus. And he was like, other people should be nerdy about octopus. They're amazing. They do all these things. And I was like, octopus.
Yeah.
They have their community is insane. Like tattoos, insane in a good way, but tattoos and their own kind of language and their own merch. And it is a fandom around octopus. There is room for anything you want to be a fan of. You want to be in the fanfic community? Perfect. There's people for you. So lean into you as a creator. Don't just chase, oh, this is what's, beauty's hot on YouTube. Well, beauty's kind of on YouTube right now, but beauty's hot on YouTube. So I'm going to do beauty tutorials. No, not unless that's what you love. Build a community around what you love, because there are other people out there who love it too. No matter how niche it is, you want to create a goat farm in your backyard. I guarantee you there is a community for it.
Yes. Yeah, I say in my new book, I say when you're picking your thing, remember when you were in high school and there was lunch tables, and you knew the jocks were there, the nerds were there, you knew, and that's kind of a stereotype, but it feels like that.
No,
right?
I sat with the band kids.
Right, the band kids, exactly. I was actually with the cheerleaders, random, I know, but when you go to YouTube, your people are already sitting at the lunch table having the conversation, and now you just get to join them in the conversation, but you got to pick your table. I think that's the thing that people try and do is they try and sit at too many tables, and you're like, no. This is the law nerds, and we are here, and we are talking all about this, and they really start to get into the community aspect of it.
And you don't have to be afraid, within law and pop culture, there is so much. And that's one of the things that helped my channel grow is I get to tap into other communities too, but I knew where I was. I break down pop culture, legal stuff that everybody's talking about that are topical. I'm not going back and doing true crime, because there's tons of people that do true crime, and my audience is like, hey, are you doing true crime? No, I don't do true crime. I am doing the legal in the pop culture sphere that is happening currently. If you're going to set yourself up though for current events, just beware. Sometimes it will derail your plans. You're just like, oh, that's popping off today. Wonderful. Which is really actually kind of fun because I get energized by it. But it allows me to say, this is what I do. But then pop culture can be Bravo. There are tons of Bravo creators that just break down Bravo, the shows, what people are saying on social. But now we can chat about the legal documents. Or the Duggars. The Duggar community and the Bravo community are two very different communities. But he got indicted and got prosecuted, and we can have a conversation about what that prosecution's like. Same with Britney Spears. There's a whole Free Britney community. There's some crossover with Bravo, but not always. And we can have that conversation. So it allowed me, standing in where I was, also allows me to be a resource in other communities. And that's the same with teaching YouTube. You can teach a tech tuber or a beauty YouTuber or a homeschooling YouTuber or a knitting channel. And it allows you to be like, I am here, but it pulls the spokes into the wheel.
Yeah, so good. And then lastly, I want to wrap up with this. You went all in on YouTube.
Yes.
And I think that when people move from the dabbling into, no, I'm going to dominate this. I'm going to be the #1 lawyer on YouTube. I'm going to be the girl. I'm going to do
I'm
the
everybody's favorite. Legal still has more subscribers. I think I have more of a fandom.
Yeah.
It's okay, Devin. Don't worry about it.
But you went all in.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that decision to go all in, because it's a big deal to say, like, I could be doing this professional thing over here. I could be in the courtroom. I could be, counseling businesses or consulting with businesses. I could be doing that. I'm going to go all in on YouTube. And again, our age also is like, you're a YouTuber? Like, yes. But you went all in. Why?
Because it was fun. Truthfully, honestly, like, hand to God, it was the most fun. Like, every single day I wake up and I'm like, what are we talking about today? What am I doing today? People are like, oh, how do you post consistently on Instagram? I'm like the things you're talking about. It's hard to then not to. It's hard to then not to connect with your community. How do you stay consistent on YouTube? Because I want to talk to my community. I want to talk about what's happening. I find myself pulling back to take breaks is much harder than pulling me towards making content. And once I found that leaning in towards content was exactly my happy place, I was like, I am all in. I will figure it out. And my husband's like, I remember we were driving my oldest to school, and there are these beautiful country roads because we moved from Los Angeles to Tennessee, and I love the country roads. So we're driving to school, and he's like, okay, so you want to narrow it down because it's like law's pretty big, and I really didn't want to talk about at the time mostly politics. Like there's lawsuits over elections and all this stuff. He's like, you really want to narrow down to pop culture? I'm like, yes. He's like, what are you going to do when you run out of stuff to talk about? I need 3 of me to talk about everything that's going on, and it was just funny sitting there going, no, there's enough people that are interested, and there's enough. And YouTube is more, lucrative than my legal career was, but I also chose to work for the government, so there's that. But it's been freeing, and it's been the most fun. And so when my days are filled with joy of like, oh my God, I get to talk about this, the most stressful part of it is when there are too many things going on at once, narrowing them down. And that's when I end up with a 4-hour live stream, and my moderator's going, what have you done? I'm like, okay, I couldn't pick today. It's like, how do you pick your favorite child? I'm talking to all of them today, and that's it. We're going to be here for 4 hours. They're like, you could just stream multiple days in a row. I'm like, no, we're here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest part, but it's fun. And YouTube has been a great place to grow. The monetization has been great. The advertisers love being able to advertise on both my podcast and on YouTube. Memberships on YouTube are so easy. As my channel started to grow, people ask, can we do members only live streams? I'm like, I guess we need memberships.
Wow.
We'll do that. And then that grew. And then they were like, can we do even more? I'm like, yeah, let's go to Patreon. And then it was like, hey, can we get that on a shirt? I'm like, oh, we have merch now. Okay, great. We've got merch now. And everything grew with the input of my community, and it takes the pressure off. Ask your people what they want, and they will tell you. And then do those things, and then show up.
So good. I can keep this conversation going for so long.
Yeah, I talk quite a lot.
I'm excited because you're actually going to be one of our speakers at Growth Video Live this year. I'm so excited. So if you want to get more from Emily on the podcast or in person, you definitely need to come to Growth Video Live. It's happening in May 2022. We're going to be here in Las Vegas.
Yes, I can't.
And it's going to be an epic time. You definitely want to get there. And come on, let's get the legal nerds there.
The law nerds definitely.
Oh, sorry,
need to
law
come.
nerds.
The law nerds always want to know, where can I see you in person? This is where.
There we
We
go.
might have to be like, ooh, law nerd meetup. We'll talk about it, law nerds. We'll talk about it. But I'm going to get into more about the how I did it, like the strategy behind that. When you're like, yes, but how? You got to come to Grow with Video for the yes, but how.
Yeah, so bring your questions to Grow with Video Live. But before we end, Emily, I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing on YouTube. Thank you for stepping up and stepping out and just being yourself. And thank you for creating a community that has a place to love what they love too. You know, I think that without those spaces online, people sometimes feel alone. And I think what you've brought to the platform is fun and entertaining, but also educational. And just your heart that you pour into your community is just really awesome to see. So thank you for being you. Thank you for bringing all of you. And I cannot wait for them to get to see more of what you have at Growth Video Live.
I can't either. I love being, well, I love being live. Live in person is on another level, and I cannot wait. So thank you for having me, and thank you for having me at Grow with Video Live. Can't wait.
Subway's got a new deliciously fresh meal of the day with chips and a drink for just $6.99. Take that, $17 salad stand. Find your fresh with the all-new $6.99 meal of the day at Subway.
Well, I hope you liked that interview with Emily Baker. And let me know if you're watching on YouTube, what other content creators would you like me to interview here on the podcast? I love being able to bring amazing content creators like Emily here on the podcast. And if you have questions, let me know down in the comments if you're watching on YouTube. Or if you are over on Apple Podcasts, you can rate and review the podcast. You can leave your questions, or you can let us know what was your favorite episode over there. And when you do that, you're actually helping us get this podcast into more people's ears. And I'm so excited to announce that we're actually in the top 25 of marketing podcasts in the US. That's such a cool accomplishment, and it's all thanks to you. So if you've not already rated and reviewed the podcast, I would love for you to do that next. Every single week, I love to read one of the podcast listeners who have done this already. And today is Rising Suns 89. Rising Sun says, advice and insight is unmatched. Wow, thank you. I've been listening to this podcast for almost 2 years now, and I finally started my YouTube channel a few months ago. Trust me, the advice and insights they offer is truly unmatched. Thank you, Think Media. Well, Raising Sons, I will make sure that our entire team sees this because we want to celebrate you for finally starting your channel. This is such a huge accomplishment. Stepping outside of your comfort zone and making it happen is so amazing. So congratulations on getting started on your podcast. And if you did not hear, Emily Baker is going to be one of our speakers this year at Grow with Video Live. You can get your tickets right now at the early bird pricing. If you're listening to this podcast when it's released, you can go to growwithvideolive.com to see Emily and all of the other speakers that we have for those days. I cannot wait to see you in person in May at Grow with Video Live. Thank you so much for listening to today's podcast. Subscribe if you're over on YouTube, or if you're listening over on Apple. Make sure that you know when the podcast is coming out every single Tuesday so that you can listen when it's released. Thanks for listening, and we'll catch you next time. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Flavors that feed your fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oreo Thins. Stay playful.
If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd choose a value city so far that's built to stay.
No need for furniture regret. Quality choice at Value City Furniture.
my channel, Think Media, we are getting 3,500 views every 60 minutes. It's like I am right now at this moment actually getting to hang out with you at this really cool event. And at the same time, I have duplicated myself. It's like it's my clone army of Sean robots that are on the internet doing 3,500 sales calls, that are doing 3,500 meetings, and I'm able to talk to people at scale using the power of the YouTube algorithm. Now again, let's just take that down to 10%, 350 people, 1%, 35 people every hour. Let's take it to one day. 35 people a day watch your content. Friends, on the other side of implementing this information we're about to learn, you'll be able to do this.
Did you know that only 9% of businesses are using YouTube to grow their business? And over 30% of people are coming to YouTube looking for answers to their problems. Business owners, you need to be on YouTube. And in today's episode, Sean's going to be sharing a talk that he did in Florida to a room full of financial advisors. Now, I know you probably listen to this podcast for all different types of reasons, but I really wanted to bring this episode to you because I believe that the business owners that understand content creation are going to be the business owners of the future. My name is Heather Torres, and I'm the host of the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your YouTube channel and then turn your YouTube channel into a high impact and a high profit online business. Now, today's episode is brought to you by our Grow with Video Live conference. I'll tell you more about that in just a minute. But if you're new to this podcast, I want to welcome you and say thank you for being here listening today. And if you want to share this out with a friend who is a business owner, wants to get into business, or you know should be doing content creation, this is going to be the episode for them. We're talking all about how to get clients and grow your YouTube channel, and this will be that episode for them. Well, today, Sean's going to be jumping into this, and then afterwards, I'm going to conclude with just telling you a little bit about how you can get access to our business day at Grow with Video Live. Let's jump into Sean's presentation in Florida for business owners.
My name's Sean, and I'm super fired up today to talk to you about the power of using YouTube to grow your businesses. We're going to be talking about how to get clients, build your authority, and grow your financial service business with YouTube. And super grateful. I flew here all the way from Seattle, Washington, across country, and so it's good to see you, Orlando. It's good to see you made it here. I know a lot of drama in the airport on my way here, and so I'm just grateful to be with you. Hey, if you're taking notes, in this session we're going to be learning 3 reasons YouTube rocks for financial services, how to get leads with YouTube, and 5 smart ideas for growing your financial service business with YouTube, and a whole lot more. But did you know that officially more than half of the people on planet Earth are on social media now? Not more than half of the people on the internet. Actually, more than half of humans are on social platforms, accessible on the other side of a tablet, a phone, a computer, a smart TV, reachable by you when it comes to helping them with their finances. And why YouTube specifically, though? You know, because there's so many different marketing opportunities right now. There's so many things you're already doing. In fact, you might be thinking, yeah, it sounds cool. Would love to do YouTube, but like I'm already busy. I already got a lot of stuff to do. Well, why YouTube specifically? Well, right now there's over 2.3 billion monthly active users on YouTube that are actually logged in every month with a Gmail account. So those watching, that's even more than that. What's fascinating is, if you think about especially reaching baby boomers, that many people are watching YouTube without a Gmail account. But they just log in from their IP, you know, they just log in, from their computer, their smart TV, they just start watching, and your content can start reaching them. In fact, 7 out of 10 baby boomers are already on YouTube. More Gen X. So this isn't like, is this going to be happening for the audience you want to reach? It already is happening. It's exciting. And social media and live streaming has only been accelerated by the pandemic that we've been going through. I just had Christmas. I'm sure you celebrated as well, Christmas. And so I was home with family in Seattle, and we're hanging out. And it was super weird because my mom and stepdad in their 70s began to tell me about their favorite YouTubers they've been watching. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. I was like, excuse me, what, Mom? And I started to realize that even this year, their adoption of YouTube social media was accelerated with lockdowns and with people becoming more comfortable accessing these platforms. But one of the things that I think is most significant and why it's important that we go all in to grow our businesses with YouTube is because YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Second to Google and owned by Google, YouTube is accessed by people with questions and people that are trying to solve problems. What this means is that you can create a YouTube video one time, upload it on YouTube, but that it can continue to be accessed for weeks, months, and even years to come. You know, I have videos that are literally 10 years old now. I didn't know it at the time, but I've been able to live the experience of posting them on YouTube, figuring out strategies that work to keep them being seen, which you'll learn today, that are still getting views this year. And it kind of reminds me of a concept that you're an expert at already, and it's compound interest, right? I mean, Albert Einstein said it was the eighth wonder of the world. Benjamin Franklin said, money makes money, and the money that makes money makes money. And what's the power of compound interest? It's the fact that it starts small and it seems insignificant, but if you're consistent with it over time, it begins to compound. And the truth is, we can actually relate YouTube to that, maybe not in the same way, but is this going to take energy for you to do? Yes. Is this going to take some time and some focus? It is. Is this going to cause you to maybe get a little bit uncomfortable and hit record on your camera, make a few bad videos at first? It will. But as you start small, it begins to compound over time because YouTube is a content library and it's the second largest search engine in the world. But one of my favorite things is that YouTube is free.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is that YouTube is free. So when I think about it as a marketing channel, it's an opportunity to get on there that's only waiting for us on the other side of our blood, sweat, and tears, right? I'm just putting a little time into it because the platform is free. This actually makes me think of, it reminds me of my grandfather, Lowell Reed, when I think about the power of YouTube and it being free. My grandpa Lowell was in the Army Air Corps, which eventually became the Air Force. And he was a pilot and an instructor. And he would instruct other pilots on flying bombers and Army fighters. And actually, he met his wife, my grandma Martha. She was a mechanic. And she would help build these planes and then fly them to Army airports. And after their service, they moved to Edmonds, Washington, near Seattle. And he became a dentist and started a dental practice. And I often think about the modern marketing opportunities of today and compared to how you would market your business even a few years ago. And what it takes, him as an entrepreneur, to build your business, and the time and the energy and the stress and the weight and the things that you carry and I carry myself, right? And unfortunately, both my grandfather and grandmother have passed on. And they missed the opportunity to see my business grow over the last decade, start and grow, and to meet my son, Sean Bradley. But I oftentimes think of a conversation that someday we'll have in heaven over coffee. And I'm so grateful for my grandfather because he taught me so many things like the value of work ethic and honor and integrity and building your life on the Word of God. And I imagine us having this conversation and just sitting down and him saying, Sean, hey, tell me about your life. What are you guys up to? And I'll say, oh, Grandpa, we have a son now. He's 15 months old. He's absolutely a lunatic. And actually, we have another one on the way. I don't know how that happened. I mean, actually, I do know how that happened, but we don't need to talk about, I don't know if you're allowed to talk about that in heaven. And we'll be talking, and they'll say, well, tell me about your business. I'll say, well, Grandpa, you know, I started a business. I started uploading videos on YouTube, actually reviewing tech. And I actually do YouTube, and I teach YouTube marketing. It would be like, oh, what's YouTube? I'll say, oh, it's kind of like TV, but you take the shows and you put them on the internet, and people can watch them whenever they want. And he'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Man, tell me, how many people watch your YouTube? And I'd say, oh, Grandpa, about 3,500 people. And he'd say, wow, 3,500 people a year? I'd say, no, Grandpa, about 3,500 people every hour, 24 hours a day. And then at that moment, he'd go, this is crazy. Are you serious? How much, Sean, to reach all those people? And with that message, did you have to get studio time? Did you have to get fancy, like, $1 million of equipment? That is so amazing. How much did it cost, Sean? And I would say, Grandpa, it's free. And at that moment, my known to be gentle, God-fearing, and very kind grandpa, I have a feeling, would spit his coffee out and punch me in the face. I don't know if you're allowed to punch people in heaven, but I promise you, in reaction, putting in perspective the reality of YouTube, that he said, what are you talking? In my day, come on, you know you love starting sentences that way. In my day, talking to the younger generation, I had to put radio ads out. I had to spend my hard-earned money on billboards. I had to create referral services, and all of that stuff's amazing. But the reason I share that is to say, not that YouTube's going to be easy, but that the opportunity is real, and it's waiting for you on the other side of punching fear in the face, punching perfectionism in the face, not making any excuses why you're too busy or you can't do it, and just choosing to press record. And so 10 years ago, I really discovered this power of YouTube when my wife and I hit the hardest season of our life. 2007, I started dabbling on YouTube for my local church, but at that time, we were in over $700,000 in debt, medical bills piling up. We were losing our home, and I started posting videos on YouTube. And now, fast forward to today, it's been crazy because small town kid shooting videos in my bedroom, over 2 million subscribers, which is insane. And I know that that doesn't help you. But the reason I share that is because it's not about 2 million. You don't need 2 million. You need 200 new people in your business. You need 20, right? And so the opportunity is real as you just start. And now my mission is to help people build their influence with YouTube. Wrote a book called YouTube Secrets. Have had the opportunity to work with crazy brands like Canon or Amazon or Western Digital, and been able to get press and media, which is a really good way to build your authority that can happen in response to the content you create. Being featured, have now built a business of about 20 people. We're based in Las Vegas and Seattle, and I'm most proud that we've been able to help so many students start YouTube channels, grow them, and reach their goals when it comes to leveraging this powerful platform. And it's super powerful, and I think that's why many of the most consistently influential entrepreneurs we see online today really use YouTube, whether that's a Gary Vaynerchuk or a Lewis Howes or a Brennan Burchard or a Grant Cardone. But I want you to meet Larry. Larry is a chartered financial analyst, and he posted his first YouTube video on June 9th, 2021. And you can kind of see that what Larry has going on here, there's no fancy studio. It's just an office maybe like yours, a home office maybe like yours. No special lighting. He just uses his smartphone. And he begins to deliver valuable information. One of the questions I get all the time is, Sean, is it too late to start YouTube? Like, I mean, YouTube's about 16 years old now. It just got its driver's license. And like, can I still hook my wagon to this train? And the answer is yes, because literally just posting his first video, since that time, in the last 6 months, he's grown 53,000 subscribers, 900,000 views, and he's only posted 13 videos. But friends, it's because he was posting the right videos. And my encouragement for you is that, what if you got 10% of those results? Honestly, what if you got 1% of those results? That's practical. Whether you're in the back, how are my people in the back doing? Whether you're in the front, like all across this room, that is practical for you to start reaching individuals with your content. So let's just quickly talk about 3 reasons why YouTube rocks for financial services specifically. The first one is traffic and leads. Is traffic and leads. And when I think about traffic, that's viewership, awareness, people discovering you that didn't know you, reaching prospects. And so here's a question: what would it be worth to you to be able to get in front of 3,500 potential clients? To book out a local hotel ballroom and do an event, right? Invite people to answer their questions, help them with their retirement, and have the room packed out with 3,500 people. As I mentioned earlier, on my channel, Think Media, we are getting 3,500 views every 60 minutes. It's like I am right now at this moment actually getting to hang out with you at this really cool event. And at the same time, I have duplicated myself. It's my clone army of Sean robots that are on the internet doing 3,500 sales calls, that are doing 3,500 meetings, and I'm able to talk to people at scale using the power of the YouTube algorithm. Now again, let's just take that down to 10%, 350 people, 1%, 35 people every hour. Let's take it to one day. 35 people a day watch your content. Friends, on the other side of implementing this information we're about to learn, you'll be able to do this. All of us can, because it's super practical when to lean into the power of creating the right videos. I think about this example from Centennial Advisors, right? And this video is Retirement Advisor Gives Advice. 431 views. Very cool. And that's super impressive. I mean, 43 is amazing. By the way, 4 is great. Because I know your thoughts. You're like, well, these channels are established. I don't know. No, you can do this. And brick by brick, like compound interest, like just investing a little bit of your time, one video at a time, you could do this. But when it comes to traffic and leads, as Centennial Advisors building trust, building a relationship, then there's the opportunity for linking to your website on the channel. Someone's getting to know you, they see you, they can go to your website. Even more powerful, in the YouTube description, a good tactical place to take notes. In the YouTube description, you want to make sure you make it really easy for people to call you. You put your phone number there. In this case, talktomike.com, simple URL you could purchase on GoDaddy and redirect to your Calendly, and you could do a 15-minute strategy session. So now a YouTube video, simple YouTube video, is connected to generating leads in your business. And link to your website, link to a place to sign up to schedule a consult with you, share your phone number with people. But secondly, the second reason YouTube rocks is trust. With all this new business stuff, the TikToks, the Reels, what am I supposed to do next? LinkedIn marketing. And now this guy's talking about YouTube all the way from Seattle. What's going on? And all this new marketing stuff, business hasn't changed much, right? We still do business with people we know, like, and trust. And at the end of the day, we're just talking about whether a pandemic shuts down our event, and last year we have to be at Advisors Excel on digital or on virtual, and shout out to those watching virtual. Appreciate you so much. At the end of the day, it's about this. We got to connect, man. We got to rub shoulders. We got to hang out tonight and listen to some entertainment and eat some food and toast to what you've been achieving and the success you've been building. But it's about know, like, and trust. And what I love about YouTube is it's an accelerator. In fact, it's an automator of trust building. Because as you create YouTube videos, you now are getting discovered on YouTube. People are watching and getting to know you. But here's the tip. Share really valuable information in your videos, but also include your values. Include a little antidote of your story, who you are, what matters to you. Because we actually do business with people more that have shared beliefs rather than just the service they could provide for us. It's called values matching. We want to do business with people that have our shared beliefs. And so as they get to know you, then they can decide if they get to like you. But here's the cool thing about them watching you on YouTube. They watch your video and they go, I don't like that person, right? No problem. You didn't even know like that. They're just watching the video. They're predetermining if they want to go to a deeper level. When they're ready, they can pick up the phone. When they're ready, as they watch your information. And so it accelerates this. And this is fascinating to me because this is what we're up against in 2022 when it comes to marketing. A recent report said it takes 18 touches on average to get a response from a prospect. Don't ever get discouraged if you think, man, like I'm putting out content, or I've got some leads, I've got some people that have reached out, but I'm calling them, they're not answering the phone. I'm emailing them, they're not opening the emails. I'm having trouble are they ignoring me? Do they not want my help anymore? Erase that from your mentality in 2022. What 2022 is life is so busy, a grandkid just came into their office and kicked a cup of coffee onto their crotch and now it's scalding hot and they can't, there's so many different distractions and there's so much different messaging coming at them. It takes at least 18 touches to get a response from a prospect. Thus, by having your YouTube content out there, embracing social media, each of these things can be touch points. And then when you send your email newsletter with your just valuable YouTube video, they go, oh, that's right. I did want to make that next decision in my finances. Be encouraged to just keep going at it from multiple angles in terms of marketing and touches in order to reach that desired goal. So a power tip is posting valuable content on YouTube builds relationships with potential clients and customers in a non-sales situation. On YouTube, what's your strategy? You're adding free, valuable content. We're going to talk about the 5 specific videos in just a second, but you're adding free, valuable content, and people are just getting to know you. They can decide if they want to do business with you. They can decide if they vibe with you. They hear a little bit of story, or they hear how you connect a lesson you've learned in your life to the power of them investing with you or signing up for an annuity with you or whatever, life insurance, and just getting to know people in a non-sales situation. Now sales really becomes a lot less hard. The sale's done by the time they call because it's a very powerful trust builder on YouTube. But number 3 is authority positioning. This is why I hope that by the end of this talk and at the end of this conference, that you have dreams at night about me. Worded wrong, don't tell my wife I said that. I hope that by the end of this I actually do. I want you to have dreams at night about YouTube. Like, man, I got to start that YouTube channel. Like, I could see the power of that. I got to start my YouTube channel. I got to commit to this. And the reason is authority positioning. I think about Casey, who does Retire with Purpose.
Some 5 winners in the balance. I got a job to do.
Now available on digital.
And I think about the authority positioning of having a YouTube channel, especially you're talking to Gen X baby boomers. Think about comparing 2 different financial advisors. One has a YouTube channel, is building their brand, building their personal brand online. The other has not done that. Who has more just kind of authority and perceived authority? It's the person with the YouTube channel. You have your own media company. You have your own TV station. You have your own YouTube channel. It's an authority builder to be positioned online on these platforms. And it reminds me of this quote from Brian Tracy that says, the top 20% of salespeople earn on average 16 times more than the bottom 80%. which makes me just say, well, how do I just get into the top 20% and stay in the top 20%? What are some things I can do to position myself, position my brand and my company brand, my business brand in that top 20%? 16x multiplier. I am actually standing on stage not good at math, but you are. And so you could probably multiply that to what results you're getting right now. That is the authority effect of stepping into YouTube and posting content. And so here's YouTube 101 for financial services. Let's recap what we've learned so far. Number one, step one is get views. We'll talk about how to do that in a second, but you post some content on YouTube and you want to get some views. Sean, what value are views to me? Can I take views to the bank and invest it? No, you can't. And so we have to go somewhere from there, but that's where it's going to start. I want to get views on I want to get 40 views on my video, 6 views on my video. I want to start getting views. And remember, it will grow as you post more and more videos because that's how the YouTube algorithm works. Step 2 is get leads. Now that as you've also intelligently connected your website, phone number, text message line, whatever marketing channels you want to use, get leads, and then repeat the process. That's what it is. That is the basic 3-step formula for what you want to achieve with YouTube in terms of growing your business. And as you activate the compound interest multiplier, authority building, trust building effect of YouTube, it just continues to grow over time. And then what happens? Imagine this. Think about my circumstance with 3,500 views an hour when I'm not posting new videos. With the right structure in place, your website, a way to capture people's information when they're ready, YouTube is working for you when you're not working. YouTube is like a sales team for you when you're not working because views are, people are discovering your content and then coming into your world through the power of YouTube. But Sean, so I hear, but you're like, okay, I would hope by this time you're like, I get it, sounds good. But Sean, I'm just not a video person. Like, I don't know if I want to get on camera. Like, I don't know what to say. That I might just have the deer in the headlights look. Might easy for you to say, but doing this for a while, I feel like I'm late to the game. I got so many other things to do. I'm convinced I should do YouTube, but like, I just don't know. What if I put out some bad videos? Like, what if I put out videos and actually lose credibility because I stumble over my words? What if I just don't, articulate clearly or put out great content when I start? And I'm glad you asked that because I happen to just have a little clip of the first video that I posted on YouTube. Let's just check this out to see my first video here.
All right, so this is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog, and I'm going to try to vlog every single day, mainly so I can remember what I'm even doing and what's going on, because I just feel like I have a lot that I'm thinking about, and I figured, hey, why not share it? And if you find something interesting, that's awesome. Now, this is definitely as real as it gets, so I'm not going to try to be energetic or entertaining, though maybe sometimes I will. But anyways,
I promise you, your first video can be better than this first video, right? And by the way, you want some more tips? There's a couple tips in there. Tip number 1, if you have a white sheet background for your first video, actually put it up. Like, what was I thinking? Like, day 1, like, I'm ready, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna put my first video out, I got my background, and you put the background up. If you, another approach, if you're gonna make your first video, I say, I don't even know what I'm gonna talk about or what I'm gonna do. Here's a tip. Have an idea of what you're going to talk about in your first video. Like, just pick something. Like, I'm going to talk about 401ks and taxes, And then I have 2 other anti-strategies. I'm going to plan on being not energetic and not entertaining. So, I accomplished like the 4 cardinal sins of like making the worst YouTube video of all time. But here's the reason why this is powerful is because I'm so glad I posted this, because if I wouldn't have posted a bad video, I wouldn't have ever got to the good ones. Like, your first videos are gonna be your worst videos. You got to just start messy. You got to just start before you're ready. There's something powerful about just starting. You can't steer a parked car. Come on, buckle up. Come on, it's time to speed up. You got to just start getting some momentum. And you got to be kind of okay with practicing in public and sucking at the start. My friend Ben always says it this way. He said, the path to success on YouTube is suck, cess. Yeah. Like you gotta just start before you're ready. So are you ready to start on YouTube? Can you say yes? Awesome. So now we're starting. Massey, we're just grab our smartphone like Larry and just deliver some value. But Sean, what kind of content are we gonna create? Here's 5 smart video ideas for growing your financial service business. This is what I would do. How do I set up my channel? Easy. We have free videos on our channel. In fact, I'll give you our free YouTube school at the end. But here's 5 smart video ideas for now you've got your channel set up. You just have your Gmail address. The first simple video is you're going to ASQ, answer specific questions. That's it. You're going to answer specific questions. ASQ. 65% of people use YouTube to help them solve a problem. And so looking at Troy Sharp's video here, listen to the title of this video. I'm 61 with 1 million in my 401k. Can I retire? I love it. I couldn't be more in love with this title because it's so specific. So the opportunity to make like a generic question about 401ks, let's say, is there. But where there's big opportunity is answering specific questions because the internet is helping you reach people at scale. So there's a lot of people that are 61 and in this situation. And this specific video is answering that specific question. And here's the crazy thing. I don't know if you can see the number up there. 426,000 people have watched this video. Now remember, comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison will kill your creativity. We're not comparing ourselves to Troy, and we got to just start where we're at because you're going to upload your first video and you're going to be like, I didn't get 426,000 views. I got 2 views, and that was because I refreshed 2 times. You got to just keep going. When Troy started, he got 2 views as well. And you keep posting. And the cool thing about YouTube is you are answering specific questions. You build a library of videos up. Video 1 through 5, not much might happen. But when the right video hits at the right time, and you can't always predict it, video 13 gets 1,300 views. And Sally is watching on the other side of her computer. She then goes, well, that was great, and starts watching your other videos. So now those start getting more views, and it becomes this snowball effect because you're answering specific questions. This video, specific question, taxes on 401k retirement account withdrawals. Really powerful. And then notice there's just a little bar on the video, some simple video editing software or an app on your phone. Schedule your consult, and then a way to get leads, as we learned, right? Adding some value. Hey, you want some help? Go to this URL. Nothing special about the video, nothing special about the camera. Practical video lighting tip, having a giant light actually behind you is not the best ever, but guess what? It doesn't even matter, right? Because meanwhile, this video has 11,000 views. It's also 3 years old, and when I checked though, a month ago, someone was still engaging with questions on it. So what is it worth to you to post a video 3 years ago in your living room where you just share some stuff that you already know? And here's how I like to think about YouTube. Just like you sit down with people over coffee or you just sit down on Zoom and you just answer their questions, think about your most ideal client and the person that you help. Just talk to that one person. You're just there to help. You're there to serve, and you deliver that value. Turn the camera off, upload it on YouTube, and you'll be stunned by what it'll do over time. So the power question for you to be brainstorming is, what questions are your ideal customers asking? You right now, notice how quick this would flow for you. You could probably come up with 5 immediately. I give you a couple minutes, you come up with 15. Oh yeah, these are the ones that are asking the most. What are the worries? What like is keeping them up at night? What are they texting or calling you about? What are they confused about? What are they just looking for clarity on? answer specific questions. So keep brainstorming, but the second one is review specific products.
Carl never really thought much of his credit scores until he got Credit Karma and used his scores to score more. Like this less humble abode. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
A health nut who loves her chocolate. I like to leave little hints for Michael on things that I love.
Lauren really loves Lily's, especially since it's so rich and creamy.
No sugar added, and the bar tastes this great. I'm obsessed.
Products. Now this is interesting. This is how I built my career originally. Because I started doing video in 2003 for my church, 2009 I started a business doing video production. In 2010, I started to do camera reviews and video tutorials, helping people understand cameras, content creation. We're not going to talk a ton about that today. You can connect with our free content and we will show you any phone, any editing, whatever you want to do from beginner to advanced. We have that for you for free online. But I started to talk about cameras and I was reviewing specific products and earning money through affiliate marketing and different things like that. But you might say, well, what does that mean for us though? I mean, you know, in financial services, what would we do? So I just kind of brainstormed a couple ideas. Here's one: Fidelity versus Vanguard, detailed review. In fact, one of my favorite strategies, and write this down, is the versus strategy. When there's two options, this video, I guarantee, will get you views. If you are knowledgeable on two options, and I don't know all the ins and outs of your business, two investment options, two different banks, two different online E-Trade accounts, or I don't know, like there's so many different things. But notice, this video has 367,000 views. Well, Sean, you're probably just picking up the top video. The long tail of this is there's videos with 100,000 views, 30,000, 3,000, 300, 38, and you got to be grateful for the 38 because that'll grow your business when you're attracting the right people and when you're optimizing your content to speak to the exact audience you want to speak to. Probably baby boomers and probably planning for the future, Gen X, right? Here's another example: how to invest in a Vanguard Roth IRA for beginners 2021 using, I can't even see the rest of the title. Detailed, specific tips, and how to, in a specific product, review specific products, teach about a specific product. Someone's at home trying to even figure out how to set their account up. Stuff you would think is too easy, too basic, it's probably the videos you should make. Because people are going to YouTube. In fact, baby boomers, one of their favorite things to go to YouTube. 7 out of 10 of them are there, and they're going for nostalgia. They're going to stay abreast of current events, and they're going to learn how to do things. And so they would prefer, think with Google revealed, they would actually rather watch a video than read text teaching them how to do things. So if you review a specific product or teach on a specific product, that could really attract the right audience. What products, services, and apps or software, I would think in our industry here, are ideal for your prospect? These are just ideas, and you don't have to do any one of these, or you can do all of these, and your goal is to have like an arsenal to choose from. What do I want to choose today? Oh, my next video, I'm just going to answer a specific question this week. Hey, oh cool, there's that new app out that helps people, budget. I'm going to review that app. And the interesting thing is you want to think outside of potentially the AE world, because you just want to reach people. What is the adjacent conversations? Because you might be talking about a really popular app, and then you're able to share your polarizing point of view and say, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool and so on and so forth, but honestly, there's about 5 weaknesses with it. It's this, 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 and this. And, what I'm more passionate about is this. This is just an entry point to a conversation talking about products, services, apps, and software. Number 3, teach specific skills. TSS. Teach specific skills. So Casey from Retire on Purpose made this video. Use these strategies to mitigate your tax risk in retirement. So he's teaching specific skills. Video has 179 views. I'm pumped about that all day long. And I'm pumped about 17, right? And so we just get on, we teach specific skills. And I want you in your notes to circle that word specific, Notice it was in all the first three of the strategies. Again, the more specific, the better, because the argument in modern marketing as well is your competition and how saturated things are. And so you're not trying to go broad, you're actually trying to go specific. It's actually being more niche. There's a phrase in online marketing that says the riches are in the niches. It's because when you get specific, you didn't just realize, and then again, you put out 10 of those videos over the next 10 weeks. And then you look back in the next 10 months, even if you stopped and you got busy, and you look back and you go, oh my gosh, one of the videos that has 1,600 views now. Oh man, all these people have been signing up for these consults. They're all coming in because I was talking about one niche specific thing, teaching specific skills. But I love this one. Number 4.
That's a lot of big and crispy for $6.99.
Specific skills. But I love this one. Number 4 is trend and influence surfing. Is it okay if we get a little bit advanced? Say yes. Wow, the after lunch energy just impact me as 14. Come on, is it okay if I go a little advanced? Can we say yes? All right. So number 4, trend and influence surfing. You know, I learned this when I was in Oceanside, California with my former youth pastor, Jeff. We're surfing, and he's surfing, I should say, and he invited me at an ungodly early morning hour against my will, but as a good friend, I decided to go with him with no skills whatsoever in terms of how to surf. He gets me the biggest, spongiest longboard, and I go out there, I'm trying to, paddle out. I have no upper arm strength, as you can see, and I'm trying to paddle out, and my arms are already tired, turn around, try to catch waves. I'm getting tumbled in the waves, salt water in my eyes are burning. I'm thinking, what a great friend you are, Jeff. This is an amazing morning. I really appreciate you, bro. So that's where I was at. But the lesson I learned about YouTube was I was watching him, and he's like a pro surfer. And he has this short board, and he goes out a couple times a week, and he's on the surfboard, and he'd go out, he'd find a certain wave, he'd pop up, he'd sit on his board, right? And then he would look, and he would watch for what waves are coming to pick the right one. And then eventually he would see, because he wouldn't go after just any wave. He would look for a specific one, and then he would start paddling, and then he'd pop up, and like a pro surfer, he'd ride it. Resentment just began to mount in my soul towards him as I was watching him, riding the waves, and I ended our friendship. But I mean, just kidding, right? But what I learned was just the power of trend surfing and influence surfing. And what that means is that if you really want to master modern marketing as well as really thrive on YouTube, this is one of the most powerful ways to do it. But it's going to take wisdom. It's going to take tact. It's going to maybe or maybe not fit with your personality. But I'll explain and show you what I mean. Here's a couple examples of influence surfing. You're asking yourself, who has influence that I can share my point of view on or react to? And these are some powerful video titles. 1, don't listen to Dave Ramsey. There's one of the most powerful things you could do in modern marketing is have a polarizing point of view. Now, I know you might go, wow, I don't know if I could step into that. And this might not be for you. But there's a way to do this where you might say, Dave Ramsey says this, is that true? And then you're able to present your case. See, chances are more people know Dave Ramsey than you, right? And so the power of influence surfing, or more people know Joe Biden than you. And so Biden's secret tax plan explained. The thing when it comes to influence surfing is you're trying to make YouTube videos and stand out in a sea of sameness on YouTube. How do you do it? Using this very powerful strategy called trend surfing and influence surfing. And so here's another one. How will inflation affect 401ks, or how will inflation affect 401ks should we hold? You got to be aware of the things that are keeping your prospects up at night. inflation these become actual Google trends. The search volume of certain words at certain times skyrockets. And so who are people talking about in the media? What book or concept or ideology or framework was just released? And here's where you really find your passion on this. You have your convictions about financial services, and there are different approaches and different ideologies. And when someone says something, you go, oh man, I got me fired up. That's not true. That you shouldn't do that. That's not the right vehicle for investing. That's not the right way to go. You better that's a good time to hit record. And you go, listen, a lot of people are talking about this thing, but here's actually the truth. They haven't considered this, they haven't considered this, they haven't considered this, and you are surfing, like my friend Jeff, the trend. You're surfing the wave because YouTube will come in waves. That's how YouTube works. And videos will be recommended by the algorithm, maybe talking or reacting to a certain situation, a certain court ruling, a certain individual. And so if you want to have some jet fuel, if you really want to buckle up and speed up the growth of your business and your YouTube channel, leveraging this strategy is incredibly powerful. Maybe everyone's talking about HELOCs versus home equity loans, etc. And again, remember, you shouldn't create videos just directly related to what you're doing. You should be creating videos about the whole orbit of concepts and topics that your ideal prospect is considering doing. So it is my belief that none of you are helping with home equity lines of credit, but you probably have some tips about it. And people that are thinking about that meet you, and they get to know, like, and trust you, and get to hear about the other stuff that you're doing by leveraging trend surfing and influence surfing. If you can do it in a tactful, you can do it any way you want, but ultimately it's a very powerful strategy to integrate into your content to create hyper growth on your channel. But number 5, as we land the plane, is start a video podcast. This would be, I think, the most powerful. I would recommend everybody in here at some point in 2022, start a video podcast. And the idea here is starting a show. Now, I know this can feel intimidating. Look at this, cool woman with headphones and this mic. What mic do I get? What headphones do I get? Wow, look at her cool office. That's not what matters. But I know there's a million tech questions, and I'll share some resources to help you. But look, all you need is you can start a show on Zoom. And starting a show, the key here is not just a podcast, but a video podcast. So I love what Casey's doing here. He's doing an interview show, 52 minutes too, uploading high impact, transition into your third act, bringing on guests. Who could you interview? Who could you have come on? And so watch this. We're going to go fast. You then record an interview with an expert, an author, or you just do a solo round where you say, today, 7 things you should consider for retirement. You talk for 30 minutes. You start it, you turn it off, you're good to go, and you post it on YouTube. Then you have the opportunity to also post that audio on podcast platforms. So it's a video podcast. Then you also have that opportunity to embed that audio file into your website, onto your website's blog. So now you're taking one piece of content that you're investing your energy into, and you're sitting down, doing an interview, doing your video podcast, but you're using it in multiple places, but the rabbit hole is about to get a lot deeper. Because we've posted it on YouTube, we posted on the audio platforms, we posted on our website, but we're just going to look at the video podcast content pyramid. The next thing we can do now is we could do short, catchy clips. Now, at this point, we've just gone into the deep end of advanced. And what I'm showing you here is to paint a trajectory of what's possible, because listen, more money is going to come in. There's going to be more resource to what I would eventually encourage that you hire help and you hire a team, or you work with resources around you that can help you cut out short, catchy clips. If you know Joe Rogan, he has a large podcast, but multiple clips come out of each show. And every single one of those clips has the chance to reach people related to headlines. You do a news video podcast. You talk about 5 things. All 5 of the things you talk about in the 30 minutes could also all be 5-minute clips. And those short, catchy clips can also be posted on YouTube as well. So your long show is there. Later in the week, something else is there. Sean, it sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, but so much money is coming in. Now you have an assistant helping you, and they're helping you distribute this content. You could do things like expanding on social media, turning your video podcast into an Instagram carousel, turning the video podcast into blogs and LinkedIn articles. And here's ultimately the pyramid to take a screenshot of. You create one YouTube video that you embed on your website. The audio goes on podcast platforms. Short clips come out of that can be posted on YouTube and social media. And then even that can be repurposed, transcribed, and put into articles, quote cards, and blog posts. There's services that do this. There's ways that you could approach doing this. You could dabble in doing it yourself. You make one show a week and then distribute it throughout the week. But here's what I want to encourage you is that you got to just start messy. And complexity is the enemy of execution. I don't recommend tomorrow, especially after the party tonight, that you try to build out your entire content pyramid, right? That's how you might be feeling. But listen, there's never been a better time to just get started. Because ultimately, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, right? When's the second best time to plant a tree? Today. And so the best time to start a YouTube channel was 16 years ago and to kind of ramp into it and make some really bad videos like I made. But the second best time to do it is today. And so this was just the tip of the iceberg. As we land the plane, I know you might have a million other questions, right? Okay, I get it. I'd love to do this. And Sean, I'd love more help, whether that's on video creation or confidence or thumbnails or all that kind of stuff. I have something really cool that myself and the Think Media team have created entirely free. It's called freeyoutubeschool.com. And it's just a resource that'll actually answer specific questions all the way through. And it'll actually just lead you to YouTube videos and resources that we have. There's other ways you can work with us, but legitimately, this is all you need to get started and start getting momentum on your YouTube channel. If you want these slides, I'm happy to send them to you. Just shoot me an email, and I would love to get these in your hands. But I want you to picture a day when you have endless leads coming to you, even though you took summer off and you stopped creating YouTube content and any kind of content altogether. I actually want you to picture a day when you sit down for coffee with somebody, to coffee with somebody, and they go, "This is so weird because I already watched, I listened to your video podcast. I feel like I know you better than my husband," you know? They're literally like, "I've spent 80 hours with you over the last couple years listening to you. It's so great to meet you in person," when they're finally ready to take action and sign up and work with you. And picture a day when you actually, again, have enough money coming in that you can scale this and automate this as you're able to hire more people or reinvest in your business. That's all possible, friends. And it's waiting for you on the other side of punching fear in the face, punching perfectionism in the face, and pressing record. Thank you.
Well, I hope that brought insight to the business owners that are interested in learning how to grow their YouTube channel. It is incredible to me that so many people who are running businesses and paying for marketing don't actually see the power of how they can go directly to the person who needs what they have to offer. People are going to YouTube right now, today, as you're listening to this podcast, searching for answers. And you, business owner, can be the answer on the other side of YouTube. The other part that YouTube can bring to you is building your personal brand. As a business owner, as someone who wants to get more clients or grow your customer base, building your personal brand could be the key to unlocking to the next level in your business. So many business owners should be focused in this year on growing your personal brand. And one way that you can do that is by joining us at Grow with Video Live 2022. This will be the #1 conference for entrepreneurs who want to grow their personal brand with video. Not just YouTube, but TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, really understanding how current business owners like Gary Vee, Patrick Bet-David, iJustine, and Alex Hormozi are growing their brands using video. They're going to be at Grow with Video Live this year, and we're going to have not just day 1 and day 2 with a plethora of speakers for you to learn from, but we are also going to be offering a platinum experience. So if you want more information about attending Grow with Video Live or what that platinum experience could be for you, business owner, then you definitely want to go to growwithvideolive.com right now, and you can see all of the options available to you. This is going to be an amazing experience that you do not want to miss. Being in the room with people like this that are growing personal brands on these different platforms is going to be something that you'll want to take advantage of, not just today, but for the years to come. I believe that with you building your personal brand, you will be able to go further, faster online. You want to be known. You want to make sure that people know who you are so that when you have something to sell, they can buy it. Well, thank you so much for being a part of today's episode. And I want to say, if you've not yet rated or reviewed the podcast, you can do that over on Apple Podcasts. And today's review comes from Cam, and Cam says, great podcast. Love all the advice and tips to build your brand. This is a must listen. Well, Cam, I hope that you're going to be at Growth Video Live 2022 this year as well, joining us in person so that we can help you grow your brand live in person. Thank you so much for listening, and make sure you subscribe wherever you are listening on, and we'll catch you next Tuesday for the Think Media podcast. Bye. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Surprised how many people were on the top one day and are no longer in the industry anymore because they were focused on being a YouTuber. But when you're focused on being a YouTubepreneur,
has its challenges, but managing HR doesn't have to be one of them.
As a business owner, operating without a solid HR setup has been tough. I realize we can't handle it all ourselves.
What if there was an easier way? What if you had an HR guru to help?
We'd finally have time to really think about how to motivate our people, be more competitive with recruiting, create a killer company culture.
So what's the secret sauce to success? Discover it in the Adventures in HR Outsourcing series.
This weekend only, Macy's has the lowest prices of spring. How low? $495 men's suits for only $159, and jewelry now $500 off. Don't miss out. Macy's lowest prices of spring sale ends Sunday.
Hey, I'm bringing you the ultimate social media masterclass combining the proven strategies of industry giants like Chalene Johnson, Pat Flynn, and Amy Porterfield. And over the next few sessions, you're going to learn exactly how to build a profitable presence online this year. You got to just press record. This video is broken down into 3 parts. First, you're going to get Chalene Johnson's blueprint for turning social media into your full-time income without burning out or having to chase followers and chase trends. Then, you're going to learn Pat Flynn's superfan strategy, his exact system for building a loyal community that's excited to buy anything you create. Finally, you're going to get Amy Porterfield's new rules of creating a profitable online course. She has helped thousands of people turn what they know into a successful online course that makes money and changes people's lives. But there's a lot of things changing with how people buy and consume courses. And so you're definitely going to want to see this so you have the most recent information so you can have an edge. And the best part is you don't need a huge following to make this work. In fact, coming up, we're going to see why you actually only need just 500 engaged followers to build a profitable online business. That's revealed in session number 1 with Chalene Johnson. So let's cut over to that right now.
I don't care about having even one more new follower. Why do I need another one? I don't know the people who are following me. People want to consume less. We don't want to spend as much time on social, so we want to follow less. How many people do you follow and look at all of their content? I think the biggest trend is community.
Your community doesn't have to be large for you to be able to survive in a social media recession.
You could create a real business with under 500. Whatever platform you're on, that's the move.
If you've been noticing that your views are going down, your engagement, your likes are going down, you're not alone. Everything is changing in social media. There's a lot of trends that are dead and they just do not work anymore. And there's a lot of new things that you need to know if you ultimately want to not just grow your following, but grow your business, generate sales, and make an impact in more people's lives. So today we have Chalene Johnson back. She's a New York Times bestselling author, the founder and creator of the Marketing Impact Academy. And she's going to be dropping some free game about how to get your social media right now. Chalene, how's it going?
Dude, how do you do that without notes? Like, you just riff that. You are a unicorn.
I mean, I got lucky, but I've known you now. It's like 8-9 years.
Yeah.
We're coming
like
up on our decade.
Wow, we should throw a party.
We should throw a party. Yeah.
Like a vow renewal.
That would be awesome. and I'm so grateful for you because you love social media, you study it at a high level, and you are, I know people don't like the term influencer, you're an Instagrammer, all these followers and all this stuff, you've built up your platform, but you're a real business owner, you're a real entrepreneur that ties the social media world into customer sales, leads, but you understand all these divergent worlds and can bring some clarity in the chaos that we're experiencing right now.
That's what it is too. It's chaos.
Yeah, it's just wild out there. And I know people are a lot of frustrated. What worked in the past isn't working right now. Mm-hmm. So I want to actually tackle some trends that have died before we get into some things that are working and how do we really build our business on social. But what are some dead trends that you're noticing? How do you feel about celebrity influencer endorsements?
They're not doing well. I mean, if you look at big brands, and by the way, there's exceptions to everything, right? There's some celebrities who they touch it and it sells out immediately. But now brands are looking at how they're spending their dollars, and they have so much a much easier time working with people with a smaller following who have a very loyal community that listens to them and believes them and doesn't see them as this kind of like sellout celebrity kind of thing. So the celebrities are not getting their big brand deals anymore because those dollars are being spent on, micro and nano influencers.
And define a micro and nano influencer.
Well, I don't think anybody for whatever reason, wants to be called an influencer anymore. It has like this really negative connotation. But basically, if you've got more than 100 people that are following you and interacting, right, and they're real people, then you've got some influence. And that means that brands are looking at you like, okay, does this person have a good relationship with the people who are communicating with them? Is there trust there? And they would much rather do, hundreds of nano influencer deals versus one big mega influencer deal where that person's hard to work with. Their rates are ridiculous. You can't tell if they've bought half their followers. The engagement isn't real. So they would much rather work with these people who are more authentic.
Yeah, that's really good news. We talk a lot for small YouTube creators or smaller channels or across the platforms. Micro and nano influencers are where brands want to invest their dollars. And the influencer marketing industry, the last numbers we were looking at was close to 20 billion and growing about 20% a year. That's just that vertical. There's so many different ways to make money. Just that one vertical is massive money flowing into the system. So that's actually a good news, dead trend, that the money is going to everyday creators. How about on Instagram and other vertical platforms where people are lip syncing, pointing at words, and kind of dancing around?
I mean, sometimes it will work, but rarely, because how often do you just swipe past that? And if we're talking about monetizing your social media, you've got to get people to know, like, and trust you. I don't know you. If I'm not even hearing your voice. You're using someone else's voice. You're pointing to words on the screen. And listen, I still do it sometimes because I'm being lazy. It's super easy to create that kind of content. So I don't want to discourage someone who's like, oh man, I just found the courage to do this. Then continue. But eventually, we need to know who you are, and we need to hear your voice. And the consumer is kind of sick of the copycat trend, which really worked. Like, that's how TikTok took off. Like, there was a trend and then everybody copied the trend. You'd see like 50,000 versions of that same trend. And now people are like, I got it. Like, let's see something real.
So best practice in today's world is talk to camera, get on camera if we're going vertical video on social media, and deliver some value. But
value isn't enough.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it used to be.
So that's another dead trend. So another dead trend is just providing value.
Yes, unfortunately.
So what's the next level?
The next level is, how do you provide value that captivates the entire time? So it's like really thinking about, just like you do on YouTube, what is the very first sentence that I'm going to say on Instagram and TikTok and any of these short form platforms. You used to be able to just like create some great content and there was a hook in there someplace, but now you've got 3 seconds. So that extra breath is a moment where you might lose some, and they're swiping. So it's really putting thought in up-leveling your content, because your mom is creating content. You know what I mean? So it's like there's so much supply and very little demand. So you have to up-level. That means if you're going to provide value, it also you've got to think about, how can I captivate?
And part of that is also entertaining. And so you'd call it edutainment.
I would.
Education with entertainment, but something that's make it more interesting. You have the environment you're filming in, the visuals,
it can
the
be
cadence.
Edits. I mean, because I've seen some people who are like not entertaining people in real life. I just know because I've met them. But their content's super entertaining because they found a really great editor, or maybe they're doing it themselves. Hopefully they're outsourcing that. But you can take any piece of content, a professor delivering a lecture, and if it's edited the right way, it's entertaining.
How about the metaverse?
What about the metaverse? That word scares me. What is that?
I don't know. Do you think it's a big trend this year, or do you think it's kind of dead for now? I don't think that it's the place that people are focusing on.
No, I don't. I think for entrepreneurs, like in terms of saving time and even just like writing captions and coming up with great titles and even content ideas, artificial intelligence, oh my God, like friggin' game changer. Like it just, for that person who's like, I'm not creative, I can't come up with ideas, I've just got the script, but I don't know how to make my first sentence interesting. Throw it into ChatGPT or an AI platform and say, tell me what's the most interesting sentence to start this paragraph off so I hook my viewers.
So a dead trend is humans that are not enhanced by artificial intelligence.
Basically, yeah.
If you are just, I don't want to use it, I don't want to leverage it. I think the quote that's been going around is, artificial intelligence isn't going to replace you. Somebody using artificial intelligence is going to replace you.
Facts. And it's a skill to use it. Like, you just, whatever you put in as a prompt, what you're going to get back is like, okay. But then you just keep refining it. And the next thing you know, you're like, did I write this? I'm a genius. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's being patient.
What do you think about NFTs?
I know nothing about them.
Yeah.
They don't interest me at all. Like I'm like a la. So that's what I know about NFTs.
Brock Johnson was mentioning that Instagram backed off.
Oh, I know.
On their NFTs.
Yeah.
And originally, there's a new CEO.
I told them too because I was like, guys, this is boring.
Right. And there's the market's also crashed, the value, and there's been a lot of low trust level in them because there were so many scams.
I just didn't get it. Anytime someone described it to me, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And not only that, but Susan, the CEO of YouTube, left, was replaced by a new guy. And some of the mistrust for him was like, YouTube's going all in on NFTs.
Oh.
And it's all kind of dissolved. So I think that's probably another dead trend. Probably not forever, but at least for now.
As with all trends, right? Sometimes they do cycle back, and that's why you have to tune into experts so that you don't have to figure it out, like watching the show. And when you have an expert, it's like outsourcing that side of your business, because this stuff is a game changer. Like, you have such an advantage if you understand what trends are dying, and what's about to happen, so you can innovate.
Yes. And so speaking now of, we've been talking kind of about what's not working with everything that's changing in social media and what is working.
Well, I think it's important to talk about the fact that we're in a social media recession, and there is an inordinate number of people who are just now producing content. Your mom, your cousin, like everyone has multiple accounts. They're creating content. Everyone wants to be get podcast deals or sponsorship or become a nano influencer. So there's an unbelievable supply. And statistically speaking, people want to consume less. We don't want to spend as much time on social, so we want to follow less. So it's just like a recession in the economy when there's, people don't have enough money, i.e. time, and there's a huge supply. Then what you're going to see is people are very choosy about how they're spending, and they're spending their time on the very few creators who actually deliver, right? So because of that, if you know that, and just think about your own human nature, how many people do you follow and look at all of their content? Very few, right? And you probably follow thousands of people, at least hundreds, and maybe you look at between 5 and 8 of them per day. So how do you become one of those 5 or 8? You do that by understanding human nature. It's if you're getting fewer likes, less engagement, fewer followers, you're not doing something wrong. We just have so much supply. So how do you combat that? What's the trend? The trend is to be innovative, to adapt, to not follow the trends, to notice what you're not interested in anymore on social, and stop producing that. Like, even though everyone's producing the same kind of thing and you're like, this is so boring or dumb, then don't do that, Even though it seems like it's popular, it's not, it's dying. By the time you're sick of it, it's dying. So innovate, be creative. I think the biggest trend is community. We were just talking about music, right? Like, when people back in the day, you buy an album, you listen to every single song over and over and over again. Now you hear someone, dropped a new album, and you listen to the hit, and then you move on.
And that's it.
Yeah, unless you're like, that's your dude, right? Like, Drake just dropped a new album. I'm gonna listen to every single song, and memorize the words, because you belong there, right? Like, so I think creating community in our social is so underrated.
That's huge. I know that our mutual friend Pat Flynn, who's also one of the instructors in the Marketing Impact Academy, wrote a book called Superfans.
Loved it.
Superfans is the edge. And what's kind of funny is thinking about dead trends or new trends. Community, you could call it a new trend, but there's a book called Raving Fans.
Oh, yeah.
That's maybe 20, 30 years old.
Yeah.
Raving Fans is the essence of any real business.
Yes.
If you can actually make deeper connections, and then your community doesn't have to be large for you to be able to survive in a social media recession.
Right.
If you have 1,000 true fans, then anything's possible, and you could weather any storm.
Less than 1,000 today. I think if they were to republish that book, it'd be less than 1,000. I think you could create a real business with under 500 if you're really tapping into your community, right? And I think that's what a lot of people miss, because they're focused on getting that viral video. And when you focus on going viral, what happens is you follow a trend and you get all these people to follow you, or at least see your content, and they don't follow you because the rest of your content doesn't deliver that same thing, that niche. It doesn't provide value that's entertaining on that same particular topic. People are very topic focused. We have a problem that we need to solve, and that's why I'm following you. That's why I subscribe to your YouTube channel. That's why I continually watch your content.
Is there an example that comes to mind of a business or a brand, your own or somebody else's, that has innovated or pivoted in this recession, and something that they're doing recently?
Yeah, well, I would, not to toot my own horn, but I really did a big pivot. I don't care about having even one more new follower on Instagram, even though I teach Instagram and I tell people, don't do what I do if you're looking for more followers. I'm not. I have over 760,000 followers. Why do I need another one? I don't know the people who are following me. And I just want to make sure they're consuming my content. I have a relationship with them. So I just focus now, really, my strategy there is to really connect on stories. And I spend a lot more time in my DMs than I do thinking like, okay, what should be the next reel that I post? Or is this, cool or interesting? Am I going to get new followers? Is this going to go viral? I don't care because I built it, right? So now I want to get to know them.
That's interesting. And by spending more time in your DMs, you're spending more time going deeper with the people who are already there, rather than being in this pursuit and desperate cling for new people or more people or going viral.
Yeah, and desperate's a word. I think we all, and I can say we've all feel that way sometimes, where you're like, you look at other people's content and sometimes it's dumb content where you're like, how is this going viral? And you're like, okay, I'm going to do something dumb too. And it just doesn't work. And then you start to question yourself and you go on this loop where you're looking at other people and then you're like, okay, I'm going to quit. I'm done with social media. I hate it. But if you just don't worry about those metrics. Like, do not worry about those vanity metrics. And you really just think about, like, how can I entertain, provide value, but also let people know who I am. And just keep pouring into my community. Every day I'll hear from students who are like, I can't get people to talk to me or engage with me in my social, whether it's YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. And when I go and look at their content, it's almost always because it's monologue style. Where they're just like talking at them as opposed to bringing them in, getting their feedback, asking their opinions, delivering content because they asked for it. And then also saying the reason why I've just created this for you. Like, nothing I do in my business has anything to do with my hair, right? But in my DMs yesterday, all day long, people are like, will you show us how you do your hair? Show us how you do your hair. And I'm like, all right, that has nothing to do with my niche. But I created a reel today showing people how I style my hair because I'm pouring into my existing followers and that's what they asked for. And I want them to look at me as like I'm their girlfriend, their BFF.
Yeah, that's powerful. Now, I want to talk about how to actually monetize on social. A lot of creators are focusing on the wrong things.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to most people focusing on social media and trying to make money, everybody thinks they need 1 million followers. They need to go viral. They are hoping that Reels Meta pays them, even though they just pulled that away.
Yeah.
They're hoping to get monetized on YouTube, even though unless you're massive, it kind of just pays pennies, so it's not very practical. Yeah. And so where are people missing it in terms of their philosophy of actually making money on social media?
And that's why I'm doing this workshop, because we want this to be super simple, and it's not. There are levels to it. It's not just what you're seeing. Like, we see someone who's got a large YouTube following, a large Instagram following, getting a lot of likes, and that's how they're making money. But it's not, right? And so it's teaching people how much they're leaving on the table, number one. So how to set up a foundation so that if you do get approached by somebody who wants to offer you a brand deal or a paid post, do you already know how to position yourself? Do you already know how to disclose or pitch your rates? Do you already have, if someone is looking at your viral video, or we call it viral for me, right? So if you have a video that goes viral for you, meaning it gets 50% more views than what you get on a normal piece of content. So that's a really good piece of content for you. What do you do with those people when they look at it? They may never come back. So how do you capture them? It's understanding the things you have to set up, like an email list, understanding retargeting, understanding how you can, once you've got someone's attention, it's the most valuable thing you could have. Don't let them just walk out the door. Right? So I like to teach people what do those basics look like, because they're not that hard, but no one talks about it. It's all gate kept, And maybe it's not gatekept, maybe just people find it boring, but if you don't do it,
Yes.
you're not going to make money. I mean, the chances are of you making a business out of your social media is pretty sketch.
Yes, and a sustainable business as well, because for a lot of people, content creators, quote unquote influencers, or even entrepreneurs that dip their toes in the social media game, it's kind of feast or famine or 15 minutes of fame. A lot of people are here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's interesting as one of the reasons why you're such a mentor to me is because you have stood the test of time and continue to reinvent yourself. You've weathered every economic, the highs and the lows, because you've built a real business. And I think that there's a lot to learn there. So I'm excited for that master class coming up. But I wanted to point out one thing you mentioned, because I have a confession to make. You mentioned what you always say, VFM, viral for me. That's one of the things I've stolen from you. So I have taught VFM to our community. One of the other ones I say all the time, I'm like, listen, you got to be brief, be bright, be fun, and be done.
That's awesome.
I never give you credit.
Good, thank goodness.
And that's probably one of like, scared money don't make money, you know.
Who did you steal the riches are in the niches from?
I don't think, is that one even stealable? I don't know who could have said
but
that
my
first.
son gives you credit for it all the time.
Oh, there's no way that was.
Yeah, you get credit for a lot of things.
That's just
in my
one of
household.
those. Technically, it's niches, so
Right.
it's the riches are in the niches, but it only works, and everybody gets offended if they don't live in the U.S. where we say niche.
Yeah.
The riches are in the niches, but that one I don't. That's one of those ones that's been so stolen.
Yeah,
that
but
it'd
it's
be hard.
still so true.
It is so true.
Still so true.
So if any more come to mind, but what people will begin to realize is that, you know, your frameworks and all of these strong principles that you teach are really concrete. And that's why.
Well, I try to simplify them because it can be super duper overwhelming. And as you know, I've got extreme ADHD. So this stuff would really overwhelm me and complicate me. Like there's all these things I'm supposed to be doing all at once. My executive function dysfunctions and I don't know which one to do first. I try to do all of them. And I've just learned, especially in business, that you have to slow down and go, okay, there's a step one. There's just what do I do second, what do I do third? Because I can't do all these things at once. If I do, I'll fail. And then I feel defeated. So because I struggle with that, I think I'm good at simplifying these things, even though sometimes I like to make it easy, even though sometimes the content, it just requires someone breaking it down in simple steps.
Yeah, I love that. So speaking of monetization, and you're talking about some of these steps, one of the biggest steps that was kind of funny because I had been trying to grow on social media from 2007 was when I first started a YouTube channel for my church. That's super early days. 2010, Think Media starts. I had my video production channel, and I had my personal channel where I was doing a lot of random, mainly on YouTube, vlogs, cooking videos, movie reviews, all this random stuff. And so now I'm doing my best to absorb learnings and education from people. But for 2010 to 2015, made a little money with ranking videos and affiliate marketing. But then I discovered your podcast, Build Your Tribe. And then eventually I joined your program, the Marketing Impact Academy. But
then became a professor.
And then became a professor in the Marketing Impact Academy. But one of the things that multiple episodes on Build Your Tribe just started to revolutionize my thinking was you started saying you need to build an email list. Also, not super sexy. Wasn't like, like, let's go. I'm pumped. Like, let's, because I want to go make a video or I want to go vlog with my wife and our dogs down in Laguna Beach at the time, and kind of go do fun stuff. But there's also these practical things. And that changed everything. And even today, brand new stats, 2023 came out about how email marketing is the most effective way to get your to actually reach people when algorithms are so fickle. Why do you encourage people to build an email list?
It's crazy that is still the thing. If you would have asked me 10 years ago if I thought that would be the case 10 years later, I would say I'm not sure. But like yesterday, I met with some, big YouTubers. They started a podcast like 9 years ago, and 2 years ago they started doing a YouTube channel, right? And they're like, that's when we realized like we've got to build our email list. And he said 2 things happened. First of all, people found them on YouTube, their podcast, and then secondly, they started to truly monetize because they focused on their email list. And recently they were just approached by a major player, Spotify, reached out to them to acquire them for a deal that is a pretty hefty 8 figures.
Wow.
To go exclusive on Spotify, and they declined Spotify was like, what?
Yeah.
Hello, do you know who we are? But they just say that because you don't see that. You don't see an email list. I mean, I don't talk about my email list, but I'm building it every single day in social. Every story, not every story, but every day I'm doing something on stories that's intentionally working to reach that person who's like, I want more. I'm not here for the haircut. I want to learn more. I want to go deeper. And I want to be able to serve those people. And then it's really knowing how to deliver an email that people are going to open.
Yeah. Well, we could spin off on that. These days at Think Media, we're talking about open rates and deliverability and subject lines and copy.
It's fascinating stuff.
And the different service providers and the nuances of deliverability that they have. And you can get pretty deep.
So I have to say this. I can't tell you, because I got hacked in 2015, right? So for whatever reason, my name gets passed around to everybody in social media, celebrities. I've had like people on TV shows have their agents reach out to me, so-and-so got hacked. The people who are the most freaked out when they reach out to me are the people who have built an empire in social, and they are devastated because they've got a notification from, let's say, Instagram, violation of community guidelines. Account is gone, which means money is gone, sponsorship's gone. Like, it's all gone because they didn't build those foundational pieces. You asked me earlier, there's so many people, probably 3 a week. I hear from people who are like, I had the 2-factor authentication. I was using password protected software. I was doing all the things. We had 2-factor authentication, all the things, and I still got hacked, or I still lost my account, or I still fill in the blank. And then every once in a while I hear from someone that says, but it's okay, because I've got my email list, and so I can rebuild it, and I still have a way to make income. So it isn't sexy. But neither is opening up a bank account. Neither is, doing some of the things that it's adulting. And if you're on social media, this is the adulting you need to do.
Man, that is so powerful. And what are some tips? Think Media got hacked. Think Media Podcast, this YouTube channel that this episode will be on. We had 2-factor on. It was probably cookie hijacking. It was Tesla official or Tesla CEO, where they start streaming Elon Musk to scam crypto. They used a Google Titan key on their end as soon as they got us out of it. So then it was like they were the ones that had the authority. And then for 10 days, our ad revenue went to zero. We couldn't upload, obviously. And one, grateful it wasn't our main channel. 2, big wake-up call. 3, I was still able to sleep good at night because of our email list, our actual business, diversification of our brand.
It is so scary, and it's such a violation. Yeah. Like, I remember the pit in the bottom of my stomach. Like, huge pit. You feel like someone has broken into your home. It is the weirdest feeling. And I hear from people all the time, they're like, no one would, I'm not of interest. I've got 200 followers or whatever. I'm like, no, you are an identity. So you are of interest, you are of value. And a lot of times these schemes are aimed at people who have a big following, but the people get these huge numbers when we're looking at the statistics of people who are hacked on a daily basis. It's just random.
What are some of your quick tips? A couple topics I want to hit as we land the plane, which is famous last words. We're not even close to landing the plane, but just a few tips on keeping yourself safe that you've learned. I also want to hear about Patreon. We get a lot of questions about that. You're a Patreon legend.
Yeah, thanks.
For some people, they have struggled getting that off the ground, YouTube partner channel memberships. And then maybe just touching on a little bit of what you're going to, obviously people can go to the class and there's so much to cover, but even why building a team or things like that are so critical to really create an edge eventually as you build your social media business. But speak to some of those practical things.
Yeah. The two things that I think are important to connect are team and protecting yourself.
Okay.
Because more often than not, especially today, the people that I'm hearing from who have lost their account, they were doing everything right, but they had given access to a team member, or a team member accidentally clicked on a link, or a team member accidentally gave, etc. So I would say, there's basics. Like, the basics are 2-factor authentication. The basics are using some type of authentication app versus having those numbers or codes sent directly to your phone. Because
what's an authentication app?
Like a Google authentication app. When you're logging into, say, YouTube or Instagram, you pull up that app and it will generate a code for you that expires within, I think, 30 seconds, and then you plug it into your whatever.
Instead of getting text, because if they had your Apple ID or hacked your Apple ID, they can get the code that's texted to you.
That's right. And that's what happens to a lot of people, and they don't realize it. They're like, I got it back and then I lost it again. That's why. They're so many steps ahead of us that you just need to do the basics, like use an authentication app, always use a password manager. Don't think, oh, I've got really great passwords and I keep them on my phone note. I put them on, if you're my dad, I put on a little Post-it note on the top of my laptop.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So you've got to use that. And then you have to make sure your entire team does.
Yeah.
And almost all of those apps are low cost and it's a mandatory thing. Nobody on my team touches any accounts unless they're using the app where everything is authenticated.
And so team also could mean agency. It could also,
For sure.
third-party apps are kind of scary because if something is logged into your YouTube channel via a third-party app and that gets hacked, that is actually a vulnerability point. Which
I haven't heard much of that.
I haven't heard much of that either,
but
they do say, because you say, do you trust this account that you're allowing to, so those are some great tips. We'll come back to building it a little bit about getting a team around this, but what are you guys doing on Patreon?
Fun. So that to me is really community, right? So that is, you think about the people when I'm creating long form content and podcasts. So I've got a business podcast and then I have a personal podcast. It's lifestyle, it's health, etc. We just talk about everything, lifestyle. And there I just found I've got some people who listen to the show that just want more of the personal stuff, like really want the off the record, how do you really feel kind of thing, which maybe isn't valuable to somebody else, but it's interesting or entertaining to a certain segment of your population. And so we created a Patreon, and it's just so fun because it's like your deepest friends or your raving fans, right?
Yes.
And so that's fun. It's super low production. I literally grab my phone. I don't even use a microphone. I record it while I'm in my car. I record it while I'm trying on clothes. Like I record it while I'm putting on my makeup. So it's like they're spending time with me. They know it's not scripted. It's completely authentic. It's the stuff that I don't feel appropriate putting on the regular show. And it's fun. But most importantly, it builds this solid community of people that belong. People are looking for a place to belong. And when when people are now paying content creators, whether it's on Instagram, now has subscription, I'm sure TikTok's going to follow, YouTube's doing their own thing too. And I think that's the move, man. Whatever platform you're on, that's the move.
Yeah, community. Taking that place where you're moving them from whatever platform to someplace deeper. That's very fascinating. And speak to...
I will say this about the Patreon app. It's janky. Like, it's not great.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they're making millions and millions. Like, how are they not improving this platform? It works great for the end user.
Yeah.
But as a creator, I'm like, this is funky. So I hope it improves. Or they'll get put out of business. Somebody else will take over.
And there are, I'm off the top of my, channel memberships. Channel memberships from YouTube's kind of a bummer. They take 30%.
30%?
Yeah, Patreon takes like 5%.
Yeah.
And I know there's some other alternatives, but the idea of building community is so powerful. All right, building a team, like all the way back to trends are dying, things are changing. Business owners are listening to this. Entrepreneurs that want to build their personal brand, they want to get into social media. What's building a team? Riff on that.
Yeah, I would think the first thing you have to do is don't think about building a team. Think about hiring one part-time temporary person. Like, you just need help. You just need help. Like, you can't be doing all this stuff yourself. And especially because now I think another trend we're going to see is moving away from quantity, right? Like, you got to post more. You got to, more. I think people are like, nah, I want better. So in order to produce better content, that means better editing. And I don't know about you, but I want to do the research to create the best content. I don't want to do the research and spend all the time editing when there are people who can do that at a fraction of what it would cost me to spend my time doing that. And they're going to do it better. So it's like, even just consider batch creating some content and finding somebody who will edit some reels for you, or edit some YouTube shorts, or edit some TikToks, or just maybe even taking a look. Here's the way I would say. Let me just give you a quick takeaway. Do this, all right? Go on to Upwork.com and or Fiverr, Fiverr.com, and hire somebody to take the videos or the content you've already produced in the last 6 months that did well, your best performing content. Send it to them and say, re-edit this, make it better, make it more captivating, put the hook at the front, and you're going to get content you can you can produce that again. It's already proven. And now it's going to perform even better. You won't have to spend any time, zero time. You don't have to create the content. You don't have to edit it. And you'll be shocked at how much that will do for your growth and your brand and your mental health.
Yeah.
Like being an entrepreneur, trying to grow on social media, all these things, it can kill you. Like if you're not smart about figuring out who is the first person you need to delegate to help you. And don't think of it as a full-time thing. Just pay project by project.
That's super powerful. And speaking of when you're in a social media recession, when you're trying to raise the level, it's going to be very difficult to raise the level by yourself.
Dude, yeah.
When somebody else is potentially, we're not talking about having to break the bank here.
No.
Deeper in your programs, you teach about outsourcing and how affordable that can be. And part of it's also systems, the right tools, the right systems, the right people. And it's not I've seen the limiting belief. I've had the limiting belief of, okay, so I got to hire somebody for a $60,000 a year salary.
Yeah.
They're a W-2 employee. I have to pay employment taxes. I need a healthcare plan probably if I'm even going to get this person.
Right.
I probably need an office that they'll come and you just like
a lunchroom.
You spin off. Yeah, I'm going to have to stock the snack bar. And it's like, no, you could hire somebody for 10 hours.
Legit. Yeah.
Like, and that when you do the actual economics and math, as you say, scared money don't make money.
And we break that down for our students, our members inside Marketing Impact Academy. A lot of times when they join, they don't have a business yet. They just are like kind of scared about this idea. I'm not sure if it would work. I don't know if this is my thing. And one of the first things we teach them is how to hire. And they're like, wait, why would I hire anyone? I'm not making any money and I can't afford to do that. I've just invested in this program. Like, how are you expecting me to hire anyone? And we break it down for them so that they understand, like, no, it's not hiring a full-time person. That I don't know very many people that would.
Yeah.
It's who do you need right now so that you can start making money? What's the minimum amount of money that you can spend? Let me show you where to hire them, where to find them, how to write the ad, how to interview them, how to vet their portfolio, how to know how are you supposed to pay them, what's the right going rate depending on what country they're in. All of those things people don't know unless you teach them how to do those. And who's the first hire, second hire, third hire? What do I do if I do want somebody full-time? Like all of those things are, having been in business for 30 years, been there, done that.
There's many challenges, but what do you see as the opportunity ahead for leaning into?
It's big, it's awesome, because what is another trend that's just dead is the perfection stuff. Like, oh my God, especially as a woman, so annoying, so triggering, so like, ugh, I want to throw up at some of the stuff that you felt like you had to post before, right? And how perfect your house had to be a certain aesthetic and your kids had to match it. Like, none of it made any sense to me. And, I have to be like a bro standing in front of my Rolls Royce. Like, none of that stuff works. And so, pretty privilege, all that stuff goes by the wayside. People want real. And that is awesome because it's so much easier to remember, like to keep track of who you are if you're just who you are, as opposed to putting on this like social media persona and pretending and editing. And it's getting a backlash. People don't want to see that. They want legit, real. And if you know how to be real, that's a huge opportunity. And it's a lot easier.
Coming up next in our social media masterclass is Pat Flynn sharing his super fans strategy. This is one of the most powerful pieces of content I've ever seen. It has really changed our company, Think Media, this YouTube channel, and our overall business. And I think you're going to love it. But if you've been getting value so far, can you hit the like button and let me know any of your takeaways or maybe future guests you would love to see in content like this. And if you are interested in content to help you start and grow a profitable YouTube channel, then I want to invite you to check out the Think Media podcast. It's available on YouTube or anywhere you listen to audio podcasts. And every single week we upload 2 episodes with unfiltered tips for building a profitable YouTube channel. If you're looking to get views, subscribers, and for strategies to create an unfair advantage in a competitive marketplace, then definitely check it out. I'll link to it in the show notes and description below, or you can always search Think Media Podcast and get access to those power-packed interviews and tactical strategic sessions that we post every single week on video and audio. All right, get ready because session number 2 is with Pat Flynn, and this one will change everything for you. So check out the whole thing, and I'll see you on the other side.
If you want to change somebody's life, start by changing their day first. what does this audience want to see? How can I make them feel special? How can I make them feel like they're a part of something? When you make time to really connect with your audience, they will become fans even more. That's my wife, April. She is a super fan of the Backstreet Boys, or as she calls them, her boys. I'm also a fan of something that for people on the outside, they're like, wow, that's totally weird, because that's what it's like for people on the outside. They think it's kind of strange. But if you're on the inside, if you're a fan of something and you find another person who's also a fan of that thing, you're immediately like best friends, like right away, right? And the thing that I am a super fan of is a movie called Back to the Future. See, now we could be best friends, I can already tell. And this is just a fraction of some of the memorabilia that I have. And what's really interesting about superfans is superfans will, A, spend a lot of money with you, B, talk about you incessantly, even though nobody asks for it. And for us who are in the YouTube and creator space, this is our marketing team. These are the people who will go to at bat for us. These are the people who will defend our channels from trolls and haters and WhatsApp commenters inside of our comments, right? They will be there before we even know a fire exists. And if something happens to your brand, or if you change your way, they're not gonna be sad. They're gonna be downright devastated because they've made you, your brand, your message a part of their life. Now, what's really interesting is I've gained a number of super fans over the years, and I've noticed something amazing about them. They tend to want to give you things, and here are some examples. This is a piece of artwork from a man named Ernesto, and this is an ancient Mexican form of artwork of string on beeswax. And he spent 2 weeks making this thing that says Pat to the Flynn, which is really amazing. I came out with a book in 2015 called Will It Fly? And this is Jeffrey, who said, hey, Pat, thanks for all you do. Heard you're publishing a book next year. I don't know what it's about. I just want to buy 20 copies to support you and give them away to my friends and family, which is incredibly generous. And I also have a podcast. Any listeners of the SPI podcast? Yes, let's go. My podcast comes out every Wednesday. One time I was late, and you know what? I heard about it from Steven here. He said, where the is episode 112? And he followed that up with, thanks, love your stuff, Steve. That's how much he loved me, because he was yelling at me in all caps, right? But this is about the human beings on the other end, about creating experiences and bringing your community together. And I'm going to teach you how to have fans like this in your business and brand that can support you, right? So I want to introduce the pyramid of fandom here for you. And this is going to be the structure of our presentation. And it starts with the largest part of our user base. If you imagine this pyramid, your entire user base, anybody who's ever heard of you, most of them lie down here in the bottom. This is your casual audience. They've just found you. They discovered you on a search or a link or a mention from somewhere else or on social media. They don't quite know exactly who you are or what you've done yet, but you've created a piece of content that resonates with them in some way, shape, or form. And our job is to convert them from a casual audience member to now an active audience member, right? Active audience member. This is now a subscriber, a follower, a person who knows how to talk about you with others. And if you come out with a product or something, piece of content, they're most likely going to at least check it out because they know who you are now. And this is where many creators stop. We just want subscribers and that's it. But we could keep going, and that's where the bigger opportunities lie. We can bring people into now a connected community. This is where the magic happens in our brands, right? This is where the community comes together, and it's not just you talking to them and them talking to you. It's them finding and talking to each other. They can sometimes even create a name for themselves, right? Like, what are fans of Taylor Swift called? Swifties. How about fans of Lady Gaga? Little Monsters, right? And Beyonce's Beehive. And fans of Justin Bieber? Just weird, right? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the believers, exactly. But this is where magic happens in the brand, and I'm going to show you how to bring the community together. And then finally, some of those people will become the super fans like we've been talking about. But what's really interesting about this ascension up this pyramid is that gravity is working against us, right? We have to help people go up this pyramid. And unfortunately, this is what most people are focused on, something that we are all very familiar with. You have a bunch of traffic coming in. Some of those traffic become subscribers. Some of those subs become people who visit your sales page. And some of those people now become customers. What is this called, everybody? A funnel, exactly. And funnels are awesome and are necessary, especially because you can automate a lot of this and focus elsewhere. However, you remove a lot of the human experience and moments of magic in your brand when you focus just on this. And if you just focus on this, you might get some active audience members, you might get some customers, but there's so much more opportunity, because when we look at this, let me ask you, where is most of the engagement in your audience going to come from? The top or the bottom of this pyramid? Where are most of your repeat customers going to come from? The top or the bottom of this pyramid? So why are we so focused on getting more people into the pyramid versus getting people who are in the pyramid, in our brands already, up this pyramid? Doesn't that make sense? We should bring people up this pyramid. And the cool thing about this is when we do this, people who are in the top parts of this pyramid will bring new people in for us. And they don't come in cold anymore. They come in active because it comes from a recommendation from within. Is this making sense? Let me hear yes. Okay, fantastic. And the biggest lesson here to learn is that super fans are not created the moment people find you. They're created by the moments that you create for them over time. So we are going to showcase how we can bring people from casual to audience, active audience to community, and community to super fans. This is how we're going to go about it. And it starts at the bottom here. Remember, most of the people who find us at the bottom. Now let me ask you this. Have you experienced this already at this conference? You find somebody that you've never met before and you had a chat with them and it sounds like this. Hey, where are you from? What do you do? What's your YouTube channel? What's your name? Like all that stuff. How many of you have met people like that already, right? I hope so, because you're here not just to learn from us on stage, you're here to network with each other, right? But there's that one conversation you have with one person who's like, hey, where'd you go to school? Oh, I went to UC Berkeley. You went to Berkeley? No way, I went to Berkeley too. Are you serious? What year did you graduate? Oh my gosh, we probably passed each other in quad, best friends forever, go Bears. Right? You find that one person who had a similar thing or similar experience to you, and boom, you're immediately connected. You don't even need to talk further. You already know this person is gonna vibe with you, right? So my suggestion for you in your videos is to put a little bit more personality into your business. I went to a conference once, and it was in San Diego, and it was on like a boat, which was really cool. And I was getting out of the bathroom, and I hear across the room a woman yelling at me, and she says, Pat, big baby, Pat Flynn, big baby. I was like, what the heck is going on? That's kind of rude. So I went up to her because she was yelling at me, and her name was Jennifer. It was on her name tag, and she goes, oh my God, Pat, I love you. I listen to your podcast all the time. Like, you're the best. And I'm like, then why were you mean to me? And she said, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, I just remember one episode where you talked about how you were an 11-pound, 12-ounce baby, and I just, like, I had a big baby, and I connected with that. This is true, by the way. Proof, this is me 1 week after birth. Don't look at it in the eyes, because it's... The crazy part about this also is my mom's 4'11", so I have literally no idea how this works. Like, physics and geometry go out the window when I think about that. Anyway, the beginning of my podcast... Actually, I'm gonna... Can we go back a slide? Because that's really scary. Okay, there we go. In my podcast... and on my videos, I share a lot about my life, but not for like several minutes, just little notes here and there about who I am. For example, now you know I'm a fan of Back to the Future, and that's something you know about me, similar to how we know those kinds of things about our friends, right? And that helps differentiate you, and it might connect with somebody, but if anything, it makes you even more unique. It makes you more human. Right? So Back to the Future, okay, Pat, like, what does that mean? Well, check this out. This is a tweet from Andy who says, I can't even watch Back to the Future anymore without thinking about Pat Flynn and SPI. Here's one from Joel who said, look what I found at Target. When I think of Back to the Future, I think of Pat Flynn. And then here is Chris who says, Back to the Future is playing right now on ABC. I wonder if Pat Flynn can sense it. And yes, Chris, I can. I can. So the big lesson here is a lot of these little moments and things about you are what make you unique. Nobody is like you, so why are we not talking about who we are as a person? Now, I'm not saying you have to describe everything you're having for breakfast all the time, but what makes you you? Bring that out in some way, shape, or form. Even if your channel has really nothing to do about that, it has everything to do with building a relationship. And this is not a B2B economy, it's not a B2C economy, it is a P2P, a person-to-person economy where we connect with other people who we resonate with, right? Okay, embrace your weird. That's what you gotta do. Embrace your weird. Now, when I think about April, and I was April, my wife, not last month. I think about the story that she told me when I was asking her about, well, how did you become a fan of the Backstreet Boys anyway? And she brought me back all the way to when she was 15 years old. She'd just broken up with her boyfriend. She was crying on the pillow. There was no Spotify, there was no YouTube or iTunes or even iPod at this time. Sorry, April, I'm dating you a little bit, but on the song there was a song on the radio that played, and she said, you know, it was a song I heard many times before, but because I was in this state of mind of having just gone through this terrible breakup, I just felt a connection to the song because every lyric in that song was describing everything I was going through at that time of life. And I was like, what song is that? And she said, it's Quit Playing Games with My Heart by the Backstreet Boys, right? But the big lesson here is that, yes, that thing was being played all the time, but because it resonated with her in that moment, in that state of mind, the lyrics really connected with her. So not only is it important to discover what the problems are and the pains of our audience, we need to know how to talk to them. We need to understand the lyrics. And this is a quote by a man named Jay Abraham that says, if you can define the problem better than your target customer, they will automatically assume you have the solution. You want a person to capture your video and go, oh my gosh, this person gets me. Finally, somebody understands exactly what I'm going through. And it's not just about knowing who you're speaking to, it's about understanding the lyrics that they will respond to. What words do they use to describe those problems? Just give that back to them, and you will automatically be that much further ahead in their eyes, right? So that's moment of activation number 2. We talked about bringing your personality in. That's number 1. Number 2 is really connecting on the language level with your audience. And I have a third way to convert an audience member into an active audience member. And that will take you back. We're going to go into the DeLorean to my junior year of college. And my junior year of college was interesting, right? Because I was in the marching band. And so like fall semester, it was always about band and architecture. I was in the studio. Nobody saw me outside of those worlds. But spring semester, I had all the time in the world. So I did what every college male student would do at the age of 20 with all that extra time. Any guesses? Who said drink? No. I played video games, that's right. And at this time of my life, I got into a game called World of Warcraft. Or WoW for short. And rightfully so, because WoW, I suffered grade-wise and spent 48 hours straight hanging out with my guild because we had a quest to go on, right? Like literally every night was that. Now, if you don't know this game or you're not familiar with it, it's interesting. You come in here and you select between Alliance or Horde. You go into this virtual world, kind of like a metaverse, and then you interact and you go on these quests. And immediately, I knew that I was going to be hooked on this game. I knew because in the first 5 minutes, you do one simple little thing. You open the chest, you get gold, and then you increase your level experience from 1 to 2. You unlock new abilities, and then all of a sudden, you forget to go to class. That's how it works. Similar, a little easier game is Angry Birds, right? This is level 1 of Angry Birds, by the way. 3 Angry Birds on the left-hand side, and then you have one bad piggy on this building. You hit it, you win. It's like the worst architecture I've ever seen. And then all of a sudden, points, stars, you forget to get your kids at school. So what are these games doing that we could utilize in our business, in our brands, in our YouTube channel? Small, quick wins. Small, quick wins. I know we want to do big things and help our audience in so many big ways, but we need to start small to go big, right? We need to start small to go big. Actually, quick story. I used to follow a lot of personal finance blogs back when RSS feeds were like a thing to subscribe to blogs. And I subscribed to almost all of them, all but one. There was one that I disliked because the language was a little bit different and I just didn't really resonate with this guy. His name was Ramit Sethi from IWillTeachYouToBeRich.com. And I was just like, I'm in this for the long game. This guy's crazy. But then all of a sudden, there were these things called blog carnivals where everybody was sharing articles from all the other bloggers. That was a way to collaborate. And it was one article that was getting passed around by Ramit that everybody was talking about. So I was like, fine, I'll read this article and I'll see what this is all about since everybody else is talking about it, right? Power of social proof. Well, I read this article and it was basically you can call your cable company, read the script that Ramit set out for you to save 20 to 25% on your cable bill. So I did that in 15 minutes. I saved 20% of my cable bill, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I've been missing out. This guy has some legit stuff that can help me. And I stopped reading all the other guys, and I started diving into Ramit stuff, ending up spending thousands of dollars over the years on his programs. But it wasn't because those programs attracted me. It was because he helped me out really quick right from the start. And when you consider personal finance blogs, it's like, okay, save 20% of your cable bill, 15 minutes, and you save hundreds of dollars per year, like immediately. Or these other guys who are like, hey, put 20 bucks into an account every, until you're 65, then you can enjoy it, right? Which one's gonna attract me more right now? Ramit, right? So now I try to implement small, quick wins in my brand as often as I can. If you want to change somebody's life, start by changing their day first, all right? If you want to change somebody's life, start by changing their day first. All right, let's keep going. We're going to move up this pyramid. We're going to now convert people who are active in our audience, who are following, to then become a part of our connected community. Remember, community is where magic happens. It's where you're at a ballpark and the home team hits a home run to win the game. You're high-fiving and hugging people just simply because they're wearing the same ball cap as you. You don't even know who they are. That's what can happen in our communities as well. Now, I'm going to take you back in time again. Now, remember when I said I was a big baby when I was born? Well, I haven't really grown much since then. My parents thought I was going to be huge, and then I wasn't. Everybody kept growing, and I stopped. To give you some proof, this was my high school senior photo. And just to give you some perspective, a trumpet is 18 inches tall. Yeah, I was a short kid. So I got picked on a lot. I got bullied. But thankfully, I found refuge in the band because that's where all the other weirdos were. And so we could be all weirdos together. And that was cool. Unfortunately, I had really tall friends who loved to play basketball. So every day at recess, this was my view. And that wasn't fun. They invited me to play because they were my friends. But I always got picked last. I get it. And I never got past the ball. Therefore, I never got a chance to shoot. So even though I was on the court playing basketball, was I even really playing basketball? No, actually, I felt worse. How often are we inviting people into our communities, but not even making them feel recognized or making them feel like they belong? It's one thing to create a platform. It's another thing to create connections, and we need to help facilitate and create these connections. It starts with giving them attention, helping them understand that they are seen. That's just a human thing. We love to know that we are being seen, and then more so, making people feel like they belong to something, like there are other people like them here too. Remember, the weirdos in band all got together and we became friends. Now, I'm going to give you some strategies for engagement that are along these lines. My first and favorite one is actually not to ask questions. Yes, when you ask questions, you get answers, but instead, I want you to ask for the answer. There's a difference there. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, how many of you, let me see a raise of hands, how many of you watch game shows or have ever watched a game show on television? Hands up, please. Okay, keep your hand up if you've ever watched a game show by yourself at home. Why did more hands go up? That's weird. Now, keep your hand up. This is the last one. If, while watching a game show by yourself, you've blurted out the answer, right? Thank you. Why? We're not going to win anything from the television screen. Why do we do that? Because we love to know that we're right. We love to know that we know what's going on. I mean, Jeopardy all day. I'm like, yes, I'm winning virtual money. That doesn't actually matter, but I feel good about myself, right? Okay, so we can offer that opportunity for our audience as well. Ask for the answer. You might already know the answer, and that's great. It's great that you know the answer. It's great that you're positioning yourself as an expert, but we also want to position ourselves as somebody who allows others to have an answer too, right? And so you can do that. Case in point, Steve Spangler. One of the OG YouTubers back in the day. Six Science was the name of his channel, still exists amongst other things. And when he started his YouTube channel, I listened to this on a social media podcast. He said that when he started his channel, he would do science videos to teach kids. And just like a good teacher, he would teach everything. He would suck in air from a balloon, and his voice would be really low, and he'd be like, that's sulfur hexafluoride, it's denser than gas, and that's why your voice is lower, and it's like, cool. And he would ask what most YouTubers were asking before, leave a comment, let me know what you think. And he'd get the comments that you would all expect. First was always the comment, then where can I get that gas? And cool, that's it. Very, very low engagement, but he knew that engaging with his audience was going to be very important, so he switched it up. He did the experiment, and then he said, you tell me what happened in the comments, and I'll feature the best answer every week. And the comments and the engagement exploded. So much so that Steve Spangler was one of the first OG people asked to, by YouTube, to create a YouTube original, because he had so much engagement in his audience. People were fighting over the answers, pulling out their chemistry books, trying to become the answer because Steve gave them a place to be heard and to be seen. And that was really, really smart. Another brand that's doing this very well, getting their audience involved, is Lego. In fact, obviously, this is a much bigger brand. However, did you know that in 2003, they were $800 million in debt? We almost lost Lego. Why were they in debt? Because they were pumping out so many products, just because that's what they thought they had to do. How many of us are creating videos and trying to stay consistent just because that's what we think we have to do? That's going to get you in in debt in a different kind of way with your mental game, right? So we don't want that to happen. Now, Lego is worth $150 billion, bigger than Hasbro and Mattel combined. They had a new CEO who came on and said, you know what, we're going to focus on what the fans want. We're going to focus and listen. This is where a lot of those brand deals have come in between Harry Potter and Mario and Lego and all that kind of stuff, because they knew that that's what the audience wanted. Co-creation has been an important part of Lego's growth. They say, we actively encourage our fans to interact and suggest product ideas. While we have 120 staff designers, we potentially have 120,000 volunteer designers, their fans, we can access outside of the company to help us invent. Case in point, ideas.lego.com. Any one of us can create a Lego invention, upload it here, and if the community votes it up, Lego will manufacture that product on your behalf. And you'll get a cut of that. And check this out, number 4, DeLorean. Guess who made that? Not me, unfortunately. I wish. But I fell in love even more with the brand because they positioned me as somebody who, or they knew that they were just getting this particular audience in there. So of course I bought 2, one to build and one to hold for value, and they're worth a lot now, which is pretty cool. But case in point, again, the lesson, get your audience involved in some of the decision making in your business and brand, because when people are involved, people will invest. Let me say that one more time. When people are involved, people will invest. Back in 2010, I created a niche website in the security guard training space. This was my most popular post I had ever published at the time. Hey, which logo for this new website do you like better, A or B? Now when I come out with books and stuff, I always do this because I want to get my audience involved and have them vote. And there's just so much engagement when you give people an opportunity to speak up. Here's our dear friend Amy Porterfield. She said, hey there, got a minute? I need a little font help. Can you tell me which font for the Social Love Weekly you like best? This is her brand new newsletter coming out. Now, do we think that one of the primo marketers of all time needs font help? No. But this is so smart because guess what? She's getting her audience to get involved, which triggers the algorithm, right? So that's number 1. But number 2, she's also sliding in there the fact that she has a newsletter coming out. A touch point without being aggressive. Super, super smart. So again, we're converting people to become a part of our community. We're getting them involved. Another way to invite our community into something special is what I like to call the factory tour. Back in the American Revolution, when all of these factories were popping up, cranking things out, textiles and whatnot, they were very closed up. They were very secretive. Nobody was allowed inside of there except the people who worked in the business and investors. However, they changed it up. Somebody had the bright idea to open up the factory doors and let people in these tours to see how the company does what they do. How many of you have ever been on a brewery tour or a chocolate factory tour or something like that, right? Thank you. So much fun. And you take back so much information, right? Not just, hey, they put quality time and work into their stuff, but you also share that with other people too. And now in the social media space, you definitely take your phone out and show those things off to other people. And now you are a brand ambassador in that way because simply they open up their doors. So when you go to Krispy Kreme, for example, what do you see when you go into Krispy Kreme? This glass panel and all the adults and kids looking at the little glaze go on top of the oil and the donuts in there, right? You've seen that before. It's just so fascinating. We as humans are just so curious. So we as creators can feed into that with our audience and get them involved, right? I used to publish a monthly income report sharing line by line where I was making money, where I was losing money. This put me on the map back in 2008 to 2010. Gary V, Ask Gary V. This was simply a version of that, right? Let's have a guy named D-Rock follow him around and show off just what he does. You're getting an inside look and you're able to pull something out that you wouldn't normally get if that didn't happen. So open up the factory doors. Talk about how you do what you do every once in a while. People will be interested, especially those who are part of the community who's already involved in what it is that you do and what it is that you share. Next, create connection opportunities. That means create meetups, create events like this one, create virtual events. Again, opportunities for your audience to connect with each other. If you go to meetup.com and you type AFOL, A-F-O-L, you'll find thousands of meetings between adult fans of Lego. That's like niche in a niche in a niche. And this way, people who are adult fans of Lego can connect with each other and find each other. There's also events that are put on that are not Lego putting them on, but fans that put them on. And guess what? Lego doesn't say, hey, you're not allowed to use our IP. They say, hey, what can we do to help you? Which is so awesome, right? So Brick Fair, Virginia, Brick Con, we got Brick World, all these brick things, and it's super cool. So I've done the same thing. I will travel somewhere and rent out a coffee shop and just bring fans there, and it's so cool. And I just sit back and I might be talking to one person, but it's actually, the benefit is them finding each other. I did this once. I went to speak at a event in St. Louis, and I rented out a pizza joint, and there were hundreds of people there. It was super fun. At the end of the night, I thought I got to everybody. I was shaking hands, taking pictures, but there was one woman at the end of the night. Her name is Tanya. I saw her name tag, and I felt bad because I didn't see her all night, and I was like, oh, maybe I went up to her and I was like, hey, you know what? I'm sorry. Maybe we can find some time to chat later. And she's like, Pat, don't get upset when I say this, but I didn't come here to see you. And I was like, oh. And she's like, no, don't get me wrong. I hear you every day in the car on my commute, but I never get a chance to find people just like me. So I wanted to use this time as much as possible to find other people who speak the same language as me, who get it, who are in the entrepreneurial world with me, which is super cool. We do formal events like meetups and things like that. And this is Let Go Day, which was back, this is June 17th. Every year I celebrate the day I got let go from my job. Best day ever. And this was live streamed because I want to bring people in on that. I did a bigger event in San Diego not too long ago, and now we have a community, a virtual community using circle.so, which sort of acts like a Facebook group, but with a little bit more control. Another thing you can do is to put the spotlight on your people. This is my all-time favorite thing to do to help bring the community together even more. Even though you want to talk to and communicate with every single person in the community, it's very difficult to do that. But a way to have a feeling like that is to pull a few special members from your audience and highlight them. Make them the hero of the story. This is very Donald Miller's story brand, if you've ever heard of that book. Make the audience the hero of the story. So I created a podcast episode where I invited 3 of my podcasting students on to talk about how they made their podcast. Now, I didn't invite them on and ask them, hey, tell me why you love Power Up Podcasting, which is the name of my course. Tell me why you love my course so much. You don't want to approach it that way. I approached it like this. Hey, tell me why you wanted to start a podcast. Tell me what your biggest challenges were in starting a podcast. And now everybody listening has this trigger in their head going, oh my gosh, I had the same challenges as Dr. B, who's deathly afraid of technology, or Dr. Shannon in the middle there, who was taking an offline business online and wasn't sure if a podcast was the right route, or Rob from Disney Travel Secrets, who was so concerned about his business and how much time the podcast was going to take, he wasn't sure if it was going to increase ROI. Well, he told a story about how he increased his ROI 342% because of his podcast. Dr. B talks about how she's helping people with ADHD in over 33 different countries around the world. So now everybody listening is basically getting access to the most genuine organic testimonials that one could ever ask for to help promote the product. And when I came out with this episode, it was during a launch week. We made over $150,000 directly from this podcast episode. And I had people email me literally saying, hey, Pat, you better thank Dr. B because she sold me into your course. I could sell all day, but not as well as one of my own students can on my behalf. And you have this beautiful thing called a platform to be able to showcase some of your students and some of your audience members. All right, to quote the famous philosopher Drake, we started from the bottom and now we are here. Now, some of your community members will become superfans just kind of automatically, which is beautiful, right? When people feel connected, they want to be even more connected. However, there's one thing that I would recommend to do to nudge people right at the top, and that is to create memorable moments by surprise. The by surprise part is the most important part, right? If you say goodnight to your spouse every night, good night, honey, I love you, good night, honey, I love you, good night, honey, I love you, every night, it doesn't become less special, but it kind of does because it's just expected, right? Except there's that one time she doesn't say it back and you're like, are you mad at me? But she fell asleep early. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. It's the by surprise. It's you going into her office at 3:48 p.m. on a random Tuesday with a box of chocolates just because. That's what gets talked about. That's what gets remembered. And we can offer those kinds of moments in our brands and business too. My favorite way to do this is something called the What's Up. Just a super informal, casual, personalized, unexpected message. And literally you could take your phone, find a person who recently commented on one of your posts on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, send them a direct message with a video, and just say, hey, John, thank you so much for your comment on the latest post. I just want to say thanks for following. I appreciate you. Every Friday, I go on a 60-minute walk, and I have my dogs in one hand and my phone in the other, and I'm just doing that for 60 minutes. I can get through 90 to 120 people, and it has a 90% response rate. People reply, and they're blown away. Some things in our business don't need to be scalable. But when you make time and you create boundaries around these opportunities to really connect with your audience, it literally can blow their mind and they will become fans even more. In fact, they will share that moment, they will remember that moment. And I had a couple people come up to me yesterday saying, Pat, I remember when you replied to my email, because it's unexpected. So superfans, VIPs, and platinum members got access to this book already. Thank you for checking it out. I hope you enjoy it. You're welcome. Now, I've recently applied these principles in a brand new niche. In January of 2021, I created a YouTube channel about a brand new hobby I was into called Pokemon. And I was not a Pokemon person growing up, but I fell in love with it because of my kids. They've since stopped doing Pokemon, but I have definitely not stopped. I created a Pokemon YouTube channel called Deep Pocket Monster. We hit 100,000 subs in 11 days, or 11 months in 23 days. And we just hit 200,000 subs yesterday. How though? Well, and here's a little bit of analytics. 50 million views, almost 100K in earnings already. Because I lean into what does this audience want to see? How can I make them feel special? How can I make them feel like they're a part of something? I don't pretend to be an expert because I'm not, but I do interact with my audience and try to make them feel like they're a part of something. And what do? They bring more people over too. I'm now, because of this brand, an ambassador for a binder company called VaultX. I am now getting Pokemon to send me product before anybody else gets it to open on the channel, which, by the way, gets a lot of views when that happens. That's great. I love that. And I'm now an advisor for a collectible related channel at Rare Candy, which is pretty cool. They're trying to compete with eBay in the collectible space. And now I'm an advisor for the company and own shares of this company. But really, it's about this, the human-to-human connection and sharing that special language together, right? And on the outside, people are like, you guys are weird. You're like adults who follow cartoons on cardboard. Yeah, and we love it. Here's a quick little video to end this from one of the fans who interacted with me at one point, because again, it's that human-to-human interaction.
So Pat Flynn actually gave me and Ian his 100K sub coins, because I had mentioned to Pat Flynn that I was watching the stream when he hit 100K subs. So he gave us these 2 coins. He gave us his custom sleeves. And then the cool thing, the even better thing, is that he gave Ian a Charizard from the Japanese Starbirth set, which I thought was amazing. He didn't have to. So Pat Flynn, thank you again for giving my son this Japanese Charizard from Starbirth. Moments like that at that event made the event for us. It wasn't so much the pop-up shop itself, it was the community and the people that we literally bumped into.
And it doesn't matter what level you're at in your business, you can get people to feel like that. You all have that ability. So go ahead, make people feel special, and go build some super fans.
In just a moment, we're about to go into our 3rd session with Amy Porterfield with the new rules for online course creation. But I do just want to propose a toast for the fact that you made it this far in this video. You're a legend, like for real. Obviously, content like this is not just about entertainment. This is deep dive education. And I just want to acknowledge you for the time you're investing here. I know you could be doing a lot of different stuff. So on behalf of myself and the Think Media team, super grateful. And if you want to subscribe and turn on notifications or hit the like button, that really does help YouTube know that this video is valuable and helps it spread in the algorithm. Now, we're going to get into this session with Amy Porterfield in just a second, but Pat Flynn just crushed it, right? And that recording was actually from our event called Grow with Video Live. It happens in Las Vegas, and right now there's just a wait list for the next one. So if you go to growwithvideolive.com, and I'll make sure to link to that website in the description down below, you can sign up to be notified. We've had speakers like Dave Ramsey, Gary Vaynerchuk, Patrick Bet-David, Cody Sanchez, Alex Hermosi. It's always a powerful event for building your influence with online video, and always the latest tactics and tips. But even more than that, the networking, the connections, the community, the collaboration. And so the next one is not scheduled yet, but if you jump on the wait list, you always get access to the best pricing, the best seats, the early bird specials, and any leaked information coming out of this event. I think we've done it for 5 or 6 years now, and I'm excited for the next one that'll be happening in Las Vegas, Nevada. And so if you go to growwithvideolive.com, Paul will send you the information and you can see if that next one is something you're interested in and something that you think would be valuable for you, your business, and your social and whatever your online goals are. Now, we got to get into this session with Amy Porterfield, and there are many different ways to monetize your influence online, but online course creation is truly one of the best. Of course, there's a lot of shady people that do it in a sketchy way, or sometimes the online courses aren't great. But what I love about Amy Porterfield is the level of character and integrity and the ethic she encourages people like you and me to approach of not just how to make an online course that changes lives, but also is incredibly profitable and makes a big difference. What is the opportunity right now with online courses?
The numbers don't need to be astronomical for you to make a great living. Even a small creator can make a very big impact. The best courses out there are where you are not leaving any stone unturned. You're willing to say, this is exactly how you do it step by step by step. I think people think they need the competitive edge. You don't. What you need is a 10% edge. So let's talk about that real quick. I need to be 10% ahead of those I serve. Boom, you got your course. So you got to know what you want. Do you want to pick up your kids at 3 o'clock? Do you want to work from home and never have to commute? You've got to get really clear on what you want. And it has to mean something to you. Mine was, I never want a boss for the rest of my life.
How do you find your unique angle in a world where you're like, man, there's already other people with online courses or creating content like I am? Amy Porterfield is really a legend in the space. New York Times best-selling author, prolific content creator, incredible history and reputation in the industry. And I'm super honored to have her here today talking about really the opportunity with online courses, some of the changes that we need to know, and her best tips for getting started. Amy, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me.
So I'm super fired up to have you on the show, and I'm curious, what is the opportunity right now with online courses?
It's a huge opportunity. You know, I want to address real fast that people will say there's so much competition with courses. So many people have courses or teaching courses. And how do you get seen and heard in such a noisy world? And what I've noticed, I have taught thousands and thousands of students how to create digital courses. And you only need a tiny sliver of the internet to pay attention and to make a huge impact and to be very profitable with courses. So what you need to know is that courses are alive and well. People are searching every single day to learn how to do this, how to do that, whatever it might be. And we'll talk about some topics that are really working. But even a small creator can make a very big impact when they find their audience and they go all in with that topic that they know they can teach and make an impact. So I just want to say there's room for all of us in this space, and I've seen it with so many of my students.
Has there been changes in the industry now that you've been doing it for a while that we should be aware of, and maybe some of the new rules?
Yes, so I have been creating and teaching courses for 15 years, and so I've seen some changes. Interesting enough, though, I've also seen things like battle-tested strategies that worked 15 years ago that still work today, and I love that. I'm a girl that I like to find what works. I'm like a dog with a bone. Find what works and just keep going forward with that. And I've been able to do that through my own courses and with my students. But some of the changes I've seen, number one, attention span. It has gotten shorter and shorter every single year. So what I tell my students is if you're creating a course, let's not make hour-long videos inside of a course. And that used to be 15 years ago. I bet you remember we used to buy courses and watch for hours in the same video. Now it's 10-minute videos. If you've got an hour-long training, we're breaking those up. People need to feel like they're getting through the course really quickly. So attention span is important. Also, how you're marketing the courses. I've seen so many different ways, from challenges to boot camps to video sales letters to webinars. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. And what I've seen change is now we're kind of combining. So let me give you an example. I've used webinars to sell my courses for 15 years now, and they still work really, really well. well. But I've had to tweak that a little bit. Now I do a boot camp for about 2 weeks leading into a webinar. We've seen a 20% conversion for people in the boot camp versus, let's say, a 10% conversion with a webinar alone. So we have started to see pairing different strategies has worked really well.
We'll kind of maybe jump to marketing, because I would love for definition for the audience of what is the difference between a webinar, a challenge, and a boot camp.
I love this question. Yes. Okay. And also, let's talk webinars. A lot of my students that are new, they'll say, so should I do webinars to grow my email list? And I'll say, no, let's keep the webinars for selling. And so a webinar, the way I teach it, it's in, let's say, an hour-long webinar. And for the first 45 minutes, you are giving immense value. I have a saying, no matter if they buy or not, they walk away feeling inspired, excited, and driven to take action, no matter if they buy or not. If I say that before a live webinar, and I teach my students to do the same, I'm in a place of service. And so I do a better webinar knowing it's not all about if they buy or not. And so a webinar, although is to sell, value first and then to sell. So that's a webinar. That's how I look at a webinar. And it's a great list builder. I don't use it to just grow my list, but a huge benefit is people are signing up for it. They get on the webinar, and then after the webinar, why a webinar is so valuable is the email marketing campaign that you can do. So let's say I sell 100 people on the live webinar. I could sell 300 over the next week through email marketing, whether they attended the webinar or not, just by signing up and getting their interest. So there's a whole strategy there, but webinars are very powerful. But let's talk boot camp. A boot camp is something I love to do, where let's say I take 3 lessons I'm going to teach over the next week. And I do it pretty close, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday. So I go into the next week. I'm teaching something around one core topic. How to get started with a digital course might be one of my boot camps. But I'm showing up live, I'm teaching, and then I might give them an action item, and we're talking about it in the group. We might have some prizes, some fun things we're doing, but I am highly engaged. And then from there, though, I don't think a boot camp is enough. I will then follow up with a webinar at the end of the boot camp. We'll call it a special extra training, but essentially it's a webinar. A challenge is very similar, but a challenge, the way I look at it, is you're getting into my challenge and you're doing something every single day that you normally wouldn't do. And you're doing it online, or you're doing it with your family, or you're doing it whatever you're doing, but then you're reporting back and saying, I did it. So there's a lot of accountability and getting you out of your comfort zone. So a challenge is slightly different than a boot camp, but there's a lot of similarities. But I'd still do a webinar at the end of a challenge to sell my course.
I love that breakdown. And you already kind of touched on this idea that there's a big opportunity right now.
Yes.
Even though it feels like there's a lot of competition. But the truth is, there is a lot of competition.
There is.
One of the things that you help people with is helping them find their unique angle to stand out.
Yes.
For that individual, maybe touch on the mindset piece of getting into this. But
100% of Purina's power comes from solar and wind investments.
Chocolate, sweet hazelnut, crispy, meat cream, irresistibly bueno.
Sensodyne Clinical White is clinically proven to whiten teeth while providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Sensodyne Clinical White, one to recommend.
Hello, Monsieur Sauvage. Oh, I just got an online offer from CarMax to sell this mom van. This is the greatest day of my life. Oh, the saddest day of my life.
Angle in a world where you're like, man, there's already other people with online courses or creating content like I am.
So the first thing is that mindset right there. There's already people doing what I want to do. If I or you had that mind, we do very things that a lot of people do. YouTube, courses. There's a lot of people teaching that kind of thing out there. If we thought that years ago, we'd never be sitting here with the success we have today. So the first mindset shift I want people to make is, who cares who's doing it? And it's cliche to say, but no one does it quite like you, but it's very true. And again, I want to go back to what I said earlier. You need a tiny sliver of the internet to pay attention. So think about it. You have $1,000 course and 20 people buy it. That is a lot of money. I think you can get 20 people on the internet with over 7 billion people in this world to buy your course. So we need to be realistic about these numbers and know that even though there's Gary V's in the world that can sell hundreds of thousands, that's not necessary to make a beautiful living and have more freedom in your life. And the reason I teach how to create courses is because I believe they give you more freedom. They allow you to create a business from scratch. You become your own boss. You can call the shots. It's exactly why I got into this. So there's so many benefits, and the numbers don't need to be astronomical for you to make a great living. But to get back to your question, now I lost it. What was it?
So then how do you find your unique angle
Yes.
and stand out and maybe find that uniqueness?
Yes. So one, we're not going to focus on who else is doing it. We're going to let that go. But also, let's say, so I teach courses in so many different areas, from pet grooming to relationships to real estate to leadership. I mean, there's to how to groom your giraffe at a zoo. Yeah, there's a $63,000 course out there. Like, she's made $63,000 with teaching how to take care of your giraffe at a zoo. So there's so many different topics. The thing is, you need to ask yourself, where is my sweet spot? Where have I gotten results for myself or for others? And am I willing to teach everything I did to get those results? So you don't have to have like a unique edge to it. You don't have to say, well, I'm going to teach leadership, but I've got this really cool strategy that no one's ever taught. You just need to be willing to say, I got results for myself or someone else, and I'm willing to teach it, and break it down step by step. The best courses out there are where you are not leaving any stone unturned. You're willing to say, this is exactly how you do it step by step by step. So that's the thing. I think people think they need the competitive edge. You don't. What you need is a 10% edge. So let's talk about that real quick. A 10% edge is, I am 10% ahead of those that I want to serve, and I'm going to show them the way. You don't need more certification, more time, more training. A lot of people, when they get into my world, they think, I probably should get more certifications or learn this or go back to college or get with a coach and build this up before I do it. No. You already know enough to create a digital course. And in your mind, if you can change their mindset to say, I just need a 10% edge. I need to be 10% ahead of those I serve. Boom, you got your course.
That's brilliant. And what are some examples of students and niches? You've already mentioned some. What are the opportunities and maybe some of the unknown ones, and maybe also some of the biggest opportunities? If someone's going to use a framework for trying to make their decision of where they're going to plant their flag, how do they narrow that down to find their topic and their niche?
So such a great question. So I want to give an example. I have two students that created a course around real estate, but this is what happened. They created a podcast all about real estate, how they were getting clients, what their systems and processes look like. And one day they decided to create a lead magnet that they use in their business. And it was a template that they use on a daily basis to track their clients and the people their prospects. So they thought this would be a great lead magnet. They put it out there and their audience loved it. They're like, this is the greatest thing. Do you have more templates like that? And they thought they were in Digital Course Academy, a program, and they thought that could actually be our course. Because some people just struggle with, what would I even create a course about? But what they did is they practiced with something. They tried something. They put a lead magnet out there and they waited for their response. And the response was really good. So they decided, I'm going to create a course on, we're just going to put all of our templates that we use in our business, and we're going to teach people how to use the templates. That was the whole course. They are almost at $1 million mark with course sales. And it's all because they just listened to their audience. So that's the number one thing. A lot of my course creators, what I tell them is, we got to be creating weekly original content to understand what our audience wants. A YouTube channel is one thing that we definitely suggest, or a podcast or a blog, so that if you're putting out your weekly content, your audience will tell you what course they want. And I think that's one of the strategies that's worked really well. So to talk real fast about different topics and courses, one of my students has a course, well, a few actually, have a course on how to sleep train a baby. So they are not necessarily the expert of all experts, but one of my students, she has 3 babies, and you can relate to this. She's done really well to get those babies to sleep at night. She knows the strategies she used, the different things that they've tried, and so she created a course on that. It doesn't mean that she's the expert that everyone calls on. She just knows her way of doing it, and she started teaching it through weekly original content, and then she created a course. One more example, I have a student, her name's Kelly, and she was an attorney. And Kelly decided to create a course on, well, she worked one-on-one. This is one thing that your audience can relate to. A lot of people start out with one-on-one coaching, consulting, but we all know that you can only go so far with one-on-one. You're one person, there's only so much money you can make or so many hours in a day. So a lot of my students want to transition from one-on-one to course creation. What Kelly did was she had a really odd but effective time management strategy she created as an attorney. It worked for her. She kind of took a little of this, a little of that, and she did it for a while. Her 10% edge is she dialed in her productivity as an attorney, and she thought, I could teach this to other people. So she started one-on-one. And then what happened is there's only so much time in a day or so much money you can make. So she created a course on this very odd strategy she used, and people loved it because she had such a connection to it. It wasn't earth-shattering, mind-blowing, like that's the coolest thing ever. It just worked for her. And she found the audience that needed that kind of strategy as well. $213,000 later in a digital course, she's doing well. So I guess what I want to really hit home on, it doesn't need to be the next biggest, craziest idea that will work. You just need to be able to show people how to get results, and then find a way to talk to them so they trust you to teach them how to do it.
And that's so encouraging. And I actually want to ask you about the mindset when starting. You're at 9 figures.
Yes.
Which is just wild. Like, especially thinking about that person who's at the bottom of the mountain.
Right.
But I love that I read part of your story was that your first launch brought in $267.
Yes.
That's a long way before 9 figures.
Amen.
And so what is the mindset? I mean, you are so connected to your students and the people you serve, so you know kind of the fears and the different mindsets. It's just so overwhelming when you start thinking like, I want to do this, but there's so much, so many pieces, and who am I?
Yes.
Imposter syndrome and all these different things. Speak to that. What is the mindset when getting started in this?
So you are right. I made $267, and then I cried for an entire week and told my husband, I am not cut out to be an entrepreneur. I need to go grovel back for my job. Like, this is not going to work. So I know every insecurity and fear that comes from creating an online business. I've absolutely been there. And what happened when I made $267 is I realized, okay, I could either get back to this and figure out how to make it work, or I could go back to a life I do not want. So you got to know what you want. Do you want to pick up your kids at 3 o'clock? Do you want to build your own business so you never have a boss again? Do you want to work from home and never have to commute? You've got to get really clear on what you want. And it has to mean something to you. It doesn't matter if anyone else thinks it's a cool idea or a good idea, just you, okay? Mine was, I never want a boss for the rest of my life. I've been working in corporate since the day I got out of college, and I just knew I was ready to be my own boss. So getting clear about what you want and making sure it means something to you is what is going to get you past your first launch that maybe won't go as planned. So $267 launch, cried for a week, thought I wasn't cut out to be an entrepreneur. But what got me back in the game is I thought, I want this life. I know I want it. And my secret is you've got to learn to love what it takes to get what you want. Layla Hermosi first said that, at least the first time I heard it, and I thought, wait a second, you got to learn to love what it takes to get what you want. And a lot of what it takes is failure. A lot of what it takes is long nights, confusion. A lot of my students get stuck with course creation because they don't know the next step to take or the next right step. All you need to do is keep taking action. Action creates clarity. So the mindset of getting into the game, creating the course, and all the doubts, all the imposter syndrome will never go away. Do you agree with that? Do you think imposter syndrome ever goes away?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still deeply insecure.
Same, my friend. You were giving me a compliment. I'm going to admit something I don't want to admit. You said something really nice, like, you're Amy Porterfield. You are the top of your game. And in my head, I'm like, what is he saying? So I deal with it every single day. However,
Turn ordinary campaigns into influencer marketing powered results with Later. Get started today.
Jen loved her Gain flings. Then Brad showed up with Gain rinse and beads. When they mixed their scents, they discovered they were scent mates. Smells like it's gonna last. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Purina One Live Clear reduces the major allergen in cat hair and dander, starting on day 21.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs. Entivio, Entivio, Entivio.
We'll always have this island and your beautiful music.
Oh, yes. What is he saying? So I deal with it every single day. However, I'm very clear about what I want. And I know it's going to take me showing up even when I don't feel confident. So I'm just going to show up anyway. That's what it takes to create courses, memberships, group coaching. So what I learned from working for Tony Robbins forever is 80% of this is mindset. I'll teach you strategies all day long to create courses and build your email list. I've got them all. But if I can't get you to think I am going to figure this out no matter what, my strategies don't matter. So I'm glad you asked about mindset. I think it's more important than anything.
That's so strong. And I love all of that advice. But now let's talk a little bit about the practical. If we just covered a few steps, and in the show notes, we'll look up some resources and some different things. You've got some great stuff for people to go to next steps. But now, if I am saying, yes, I'm watching this video because I want to create an online course, and I'm wanting that like 1, 2, 3 of what are the first couple steps?
Yes. Okay, good. The first one is you got to figure out your sweet spot. We talked a little about this, so we can go through it quickly. The sweet spot is 4 quadrants. Number 1, your 10% edge. Where have you gotten results for yourself or somebody else that you're willing to teach? That's the first one. The second quadrant is where are people spending money? So we've got to think about, are there books about the topic you want to teach? Are there podcasts about it? Are there other courses? If the answer is yes, there are, that's a really good thing. People often think, oh my gosh, I need to think of something new that no one's ever done. Don't do that. The fact that it's been done successfully is a really good thing. The third quadrant is your audience's pain point. Now, I often say pain point or desire, but I lean more toward if you know their challenge, if you know their pain points, and you can create a course to combat that, that is going to be hugely valuable. So we got to get clear on what your expertise is, and then also what is the pain point of your audience. Those need to marry each other. So we've got those 3 quadrants. The 4th quadrant is what will bring you joy. One time I created an entire course on how to teach Facebook marketing or actually Facebook ads. And this was many years ago. And I finished the course, and it was the last thing I wanted to talk about. I had kind of outgrown it. I had already had someone running my ads. I didn't want to talk about it. Created an entire course, never saw the light of day. I really think it's important that whatever you create, you're going to eat, sleep, breathe it. You got to love it. And so those 4 quadrants are your sweet spot. That's the first step you're going to do. The second step is we need an audience. One of the things that stops people in their tracks from creating a course is they'll say, but Amy, I have no one to market to. And I always say there's no silver bullet here. Whether you're going to create a course, a membership, a group coaching, mastermind, all of it requires an audience. So we've got to focus on growing our email list. You don't want to launch a course without an email list. Now, what I teach my students is let's get a list of 500 people. If you have 500 people on your email list, you can make great money with a digital course if you nurture that list. So we're not talking about hundreds of thousands. 500 people on your email list is your first goal. And how do you do that?
Well, we're going to use our social media to talk about a great lead magnet, some kind of giveaway. We talk about it often. We find different ways to talk about it. We start getting people on our email list. We're not going to overcomplicate it. So that's the second thing that we need an audience. Social media and an email list is important here. And so then from there, I think it's important to remember you can outline your course, you can get all the details together, but you do not need to create it before you launch it. So a lot of what I teach is I teach people how to create a course and how to market it, but we're going to create the outline. We're going to get clear on what we want to do. ChatGPT has become a best friend of many of my course creators, helps with the outline, helps with detailing it out. You got to know what you're selling, but let's not create it before we make money, because sometimes it doesn't work. Like my $267 launch, you can go back to the drawing board, tweak some things before you spend time and money creating it. So I always say, launch the course and then you can create it week by week and drip each module. There's nothing like putting a little fire under your feet that I made money with this course, now I better create it. So you'll get it done once you launch it. But I always say, let's create the course after we launch it.
Man, these are some great tips. And in the second part of our conversation, I want to go deeper in email marketing. And you've given us such great advice for kind of getting started. I feel like this is almost a shift, though, towards more of an advanced conversation for those who maybe already have an online course, who've been doing this for a while, because one of the things you say is that 85% of your revenue come from just 2 digital courses.
Yes.
I'm curious, what have you learned about the power of focus and creating flagship and signature products? And I even personally have been there, and I wonder, many listening to this, if they've been doing this for a while, they might have 46 different products on their website. They've got this funnel, that funnel, to this thing, to that thing, and that website's broken because how could you possibly manage it all? Or all these different trickles. How did you get that focus? Do you think that's important? And yeah, what arrived you at just really focusing on the 2? And do you think that sometimes entrepreneurs fall into that issue of being too diluted?
I love this question. I believe my secret to success is that I am known for something, and I'm known for how to create and launch digital courses. The reason I'm known for it is because I've gone all in for 15 years of doing this. Now, what the challenge is, why most people don't do it this way, is entrepreneurs love variety, right? We love to start things. We love big ideas. We love to get out there and let's try this, let's try that. And the challenge is then you're never known for anything. And when a topic comes up, your name's not at the top of the list. So what I do know, and this is not bragging, this is just years of experience. If someone's in a room and says, I want to create a digital course, do you know anyone who can help me? My name will be at the top of that list. But that didn't happen by accident. It's because I've stayed in my lane and done the same thing over and over again. Sometimes, do I want to do something else, get a little bored? I don't know if I get bored, but I want to do something else. Yes, it becomes a hobby. You don't have to make money with everything you want to do in this life. And so my secret, yes, has been one thing, go all in. And for me, it's Digital Course Academy, one program I have. But here's the thing. Years ago, I used to do a whole lot more. And I was always overwhelmed, always confused about what I should be focusing on. You're right, things broke down a lot. My team felt very overwhelmed and stretched too thin. And I didn't enjoy what I was doing. This was around 2011. So I know the difference. So that's when I said, okay, less is more. So I live by a motto that less is more. I found what worked. And it took me a while. It took me a few years to say, oh, this is what people are responding to the most. And then I had the discipline to go all in. Now, every year we make the course better, our marketing better, the course better. We tinker with it. We try new things. Like, let me give you an example. I've been doing this for 15 years, but just last year, we did all of our webinars in a big fancy studio. You know, those studios with all the Zoom people behind you. And we went to North Carolina or South Carolina to do it, one of the Carolinas. And it was a big deal, but I wanted to stretch myself and try something new. So I'm always reinventing myself, doing new things, but it always comes down to the same course I'm promoting. That I really do think takes discipline.
That's so powerful to think about the power of focus. I know for us too, because of the progression of things, we've gone deep in YouTube, but eventually we started dipping our toes into, people asked, how did you build your email list? So we created this program that ended up being pretty profitable, but just a fraction of what we were doing with our main YouTube course. And then it was so, being a small town kid, college dropout, this program was earning $25,000 a month reoccurring.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And so thinking about this, though, it was like, we should sunset this. We should actually shut this down. But I was terrified.
Yes.
But by doing that, we sunset that program and then had the best year ever as we went all in, getting back to our main program called Video Ranking Academy. And over the years, we had like micro products, which I guess there could be maybe like, I guess you'd call them lead, you can call them tripwires or low ticket or tiny offers. But we had like Crush collabs, Inner Circle, YouTube Hypergrowth Blueprint, and eventually it was about like 15 different things on our website.
Wow.
And then getting it down to like, we have one program, and now we have like 3 levels on the one program, but we have learned this the hard way as well, in the painful way. And so I love that insight. Talk a little bit about flagship signature products and the difference between that. And are you a proponent of like a tiny offer, breaking off a piece that could lead to your course? Do you ever have holiday sales on lower ticket things or?
Yeah, so I am a fan of experimenting with things like that, as long as you keep your eye on the prize and know what your moneymaker is. But we have a program that's $500. It's List Builder Society. It's on Evergreen. So that's another thing. We have one program on Evergreen, meaning we sell it every day. And then we do one big launch for Digital Course Academy in the fall every year. And there's pros and cons with that. I actually want to point something out. Having a majority of my revenue come in late September is very risky. It's something we've looked at, probably will change over time. So I love that we're having this conversation, because not everything in my business is perfect, of course, right? I might have had a $20 million year, but I could tell you 10 things that I'd really like to change. So it's important when you're looking at other people's businesses to know, like, nothing's perfect, nothing's great, and we all want to make it better. But getting back to the point, so I've got this course that is on Evergreen, and then I've got this live launch. But with that, I love to experiment with smaller offers, or we did, for the first time a few years ago, we did a Black Friday deal with List Builder Society. And we didn't discount it, but we added a program that I had expired, but it was a great program. Same thing. I knew I had too much, so I took it off. But then I thought we could bring it back for a special promotion. So I love mixing things up and trying things like that. I love a tripwire. But where is your main focus going to be? Where is your core competency? That's what's most important. And here's one thing to think about mindset-wise. Why are you doing it? If you're bored, you want variety, you want to try something new, that's not why we should be creating new things. It's how can I enhance the core thing I'm doing in my business?
That's brilliant. Now, eventually people want to sell their online course, but one of the things you teach people with is how to create like an irresistible offer.
Taking the time to savor Thomas's crunchy yet soft bagels.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Tom, actually. Right, Tom. Tom. You doing that on purpose?
Tom.
Tam. How have we got to Tam?
Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
Explore spring style in store or shop online at alteredstate.com.
Alien and Alien Extra Intense, the new refillable eau de parfum Mugler.
Contact local agent Bill Patesold for an auto quote today.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Really good question. You're like, okay, but am I going to sell my online course or am I making an offer? What's the difference between an online course and an offer?
No one's ever asked me this question. It's one of my favorite topics. In my course, it's module 4 is my favorite module to talk about this. So I love that you said that. So you've got a digital course. That is a product that you sell. But an irresistible offer is everything around that. So let me give you an example. So you've got your course, we call it your core program, but also you have bonuses. Bonuses are part of an offer. You've got a show up live on my webinar bonus. You've got a fast action bonus for 48 hours in the middle of a launch when things get a little tired. You've got a cart close bonus for everyone on the fence. Whatever you want to do, bonuses are part of your offer. Your refund policy is part of your offer. Are you going to do 2 weeks? 60 days, whatever it might be, but getting clear on what your refund policy is, and you communicate it very clearly when you're promoting, part of your offer. Your price point. So back in the past, I don't do this anymore, but I used to do this. I had a VIP level and an independent study. That was part of my offer. You can get in on 2 different levels. Your payment plan. That's part of your offer. Are you going to allow people to do a 12-month payment plan? You're going to get more money if you do, but it's going to come in slower. Part of your offer. And then any kind of community you offer, that's part of your offer too. Do they get 10 weeks with you in a private Facebook group? Part of your offer. So your irresistible offer is all of that. And you have to be really mindful of each piece of that and then build it into your marketing. That's how you create an offer where you stand out versus somebody else. They're selling a course, you're creating an irresistible offer.
Man, what a great breakdown. And I want to ask you, one of the things I love, I was, on your website and I followed you for probably a decade and seen you at different events, and your brand seems to be very intentional. Mm-hmm. And has, from my perception, you've got a very high trust, high authority, strong brand, visuals, the language you use, the copy. How have you thought about that? Getting to ask you, how do you think about branding and legacy?
I will say that it kind of came together over the years. And one thing I have to my benefit is 15 years behind this business, where a lot of people, especially my audience, brand is very overwhelming to them, but they're in their first or second year of business. So it's not going to make sense. It's trial and error and experimenting. Does this feel good? Does that feel good? And really, what I love about entrepreneurship is it's so much personal development, right? Learning who you are and what you stand for. So one thing about my brand that I've gotten criticism for is you're too polished, Amy. You're too kind of put together. You should come on with no makeup and a messy bun and in your sweats. I'm not that girl. Yeah. And so, of course, I've tried it and I was like, okay, I need to be more casual. I'm like, this is not who I am. So because I've gotten older, it comes with age as well. I'm like, this is me. This is me on a daily basis. So take it or leave it. So learning who you are and what you stand for and doubling down on that builds a beautiful brand and a legacy. I'll look back and I know if I look at my business and my brand, that is who I am. There's no faking it anymore. There's not an Amy Porterfield. Well, I was gonna say there's not an Amy Porterfield at home and at business. A little bit. We all are a little bit more laxed, and I'm a little bit sillier maybe in my personal life. But this is who I am in my brand. And once I owned it, it all started coming together. So it's all about personal development that I think really creates a beautiful brand, knowing who you are.
So that's really encouraging because, and if I'm hearing you right, would you say if you're just starting, you probably should not overthink it?
No.
And it's very overrated.
Thank you. And I'm going to remember that you said that because that's exactly how I feel. It's overrated. Don't overthink it. I'd rather you think about, how do I give immense value? How do I build my email list with great lead magnets that people can't get enough of? I think the brand, when we overthink it in the beginning, we're thinking about our image too much. Mm-hmm. The brand comes together when the value's there.
Okay. And then to you, what would you consider, though, the elements of your brand today? I guess, do you at this stage, though, think about colors, collaborations? What are the elements in your perspective? the audio production value of your podcast? How to, maybe at a more advanced level, what you just transfer these details to your team of, and sometimes you could call this company culture, but that's not what we do here, or that's how we do it here. What are some of those brand values for you?
Yes, that I do. And I think the longer you've been in business and the bigger you get, I think it becomes more important, such as I've got a podcast and the audio quality is a big deal to me. Like I would never put out something that wasn't really crisp and really good or nicely edited. That stuff matters to me.
Was it super polished at the start?
No, absolutely not. And I literally read word for word a script in the beginning. Like I cringe when I see the first episodes because I wanted to write everything out because I was too nervous. So yeah, and my audio wasn't great. I've got this beautiful studio now in my home. I didn't have any of that before. So I think this happens over time. But when I think about my brand, I think about brand personality. What's the personality of my brand? Compassion is number one. We have company values. You have no idea what somebody's going through. Everyone's doing the very best they can. We subscribe to that. So through my writing, through my social media, through my personality, I want people, when they think of my brand, that is a compassionate brand that cares deeply about us. So those different things matter to me, how we treat our audience, how we approach them. And also, I do like it to be professional. I like it to be put together because that's who I am. So I'm going to care that our website looks nice. Now, I don't have a spectacular website, but there's cohesiveness. There's the brand colors, there's font. I do care about things like that. I just am careful to talk about it because I don't want my beginner students to care about it too much.
So strong. Last question on courses. What comes first, email or your course? Building your list.
Great question. So I tell my students, you can create a course while you grow your email list, but we want at least 500 people on our email list before we launch the course. So you can be doing both, but the minute you want to launch, we got to get at least 500 people on our list.
Do you recommend, when people feel very overwhelmed and this is a side hustle, they think, okay, they're following the Think Media podcast. I'm trying to be consistent on YouTube. Oh, now I need to create a lead magnet. Now I'm building my email list. When am I going to have time to create the course? Do you recommend people slowing down and taking a break, or trying to chop up their time and do each of these things to slowly make progress? And maybe it's not a one size fits all, but in light of that, okay, I'm creating content. And I'm not even full-time as a solopreneur with a VA, or even did my first launch. I'm still in those early stages, and I'm trying to go through DCA and make my videos and record my podcast and get my modules out there. And it's all of the things. If there's a little bit of sequencing, what was your thought?
You know my audience well. Like that's exactly what they're thinking. I'm trying to do all of this. And I would say, first of all, a lot of my students, they need to make money fairly quickly, meaning it might be a side hustle, but all they want to do is leave that 9-to-5 job, or they've left the 9-to-5 job, so they don't have a choice. They have to make money. So I always say, let's choose one way, one offer you're going to make money. For me, if you're in my world, it's going to be a course. So if it's going to be a course, we need to think about the things that are going to get that course launched, which is your email list and your weekly original content, because I think that feeds into growing an email list. So if you told me, Amy, you have to choose one, it is creating an email list. And notice I did not say it's growing your social media. I have a lot of opinions about that. I think social media is fickle. I think you're building your business on rented land when you go all in with social. I think social is a great way to grow an email list, and that's how we should look at it. And there's other ways to, the engagement and the impact you can make. But at the end of the day, if you said, Amy, choose between 1 million followers on Instagram or an email list of, let's say, 5,000, I am choosing that email list every single day. So you do want to focus on growing that email list.
So let's just briefly talk about email marketing, and you already made some bold statements there. Do you think that email marketing is underrated or overrated for most entrepreneurs?
Absolutely underrated. You would be amazed about how many marketers will say, growing an email list takes time. I don't want to focus on it. I have one woman, she has over 1 million followers on TikTok, and I got to talk to her and kind of help her put together a course. And she said, I don't want to grow an email list. People are annoyed to get emails. I don't want to be that annoyance. I'm just using social media. And I think, okay, one day if TikTok goes away, you are screwed. Like, what the heck? But I couldn't convince her, so I just let her do her thing. But I definitely believe that you've got to focus on this, but it has to be intentional. So the reason why I say underrated is because this does take time, but I think everything in life that's worth it is going to take some time. And the beautiful thing about growing an email list is once you set your foundation, it starts to happen more organically. It becomes so much easier. It's that foundational part that might take a moment.
So you would really rather have 5,000 email subscribers than 1 million TikTok followers?
Absolutely. Do you know, well, you don't know, I'm going to tell you how many people that will come into my world that have millions of TikTok followers. I don't. I have 10,000. I do not post on TikTok anymore. So I have 10,000 followers, and I have about almost 500,000 on Instagram. So that's good. People could smash me with their numbers on social media, and I know I make a whole lot more money than them, and I know it's my email list. So I will die on this one.
Okay, how about playing this scenario though? How about Instagram? Would you rather have 500,000 followers on Instagram, which you do, or 5,000 people on an email list?
Absolutely 5,000 people on an email list. But this is a trick question, and I created it, I know. But here's the deal. If you said, okay, Amy, actually, no, I'm not going to give you the 5,000 people on an email list. I'm giving you the 500,000 on Instagram. I would literally focus on moving them to an email list. Yes.
And because I'm thinking, especially one of the biggest modern trends that's working would be ManyChat, or having someone comment. And if you have an engaged 500,000 on Instagram,
and if you're willing to use that to grow an email list, yes. My point is people will have 500,000 people on Instagram and not focus on growing an email list. So that's why it's a trick question. Give me the 500,000 people on Instagram and I'll show you how I can grow my list to 100,000, because not all of them are going to move over. But if you're not intentional, a bunch of people on social media, it's not where it's at. It does not do what an email list will do.
Yes. Donald Miller today on a podcast said he thinks one email subscriber is worth about $34. That might have been his math.
No, I think I heard it through, I think OptiMonster had said something like that. And I'm living proof. Absolutely.
So that's such a mindset shift. If you're speaking to those who have still objections, but like, do people still use their email? Like, does email really work? Break that down. I mean,
so what I always say is, think about the last time you opened an email. I'm pretty sure every day we open emails. We don't open all of them. We send some to spam. We get rid of some. But the ones that speak to us, we're never going to miss it, whether it's a store, an influencer, a marketer, whatever it might be. And so we all have those emails. Be that person to your subscribers. And the way you do that is, one, you are consistent. You are showing up regularly in their inbox. You care deeply about your subject lines. This is a big one. So I'm a big fan of subjectline.com. It's a free resource. I tell all my students about it, but they literally help you come up with a better subject line that's going to work. And the reason I say this resource all the time is that's the first thing they're going to see. And so many of us don't give the time there. So you pay attention to your subject lines. You show up often in their inbox and you give value every single time. You are going to be that person. So yes, email works incredibly well when you are intentional about how you're doing it.
If you're creating content on YouTube, or you have a video podcast or podcast, what is the next step to start building your email list?
Yeah, so I have a podcast, and you are the master at YouTube. And so with both, I believe that you should never end a podcast, or never have a podcast or a YouTube channel or show that you don't have a call to action for a freebie on there. I might embed it in the middle of a podcast. I might mention in the intro, but there's always some way for you to get on my email list through my podcast episodes. So I love finding an organic way to do it that's built in. So let me give you an example. So I might be talking about creating digital courses, and then I'll say there's so many myths with digital courses. One might be XYZ. Actually, I've got a freebie. I'm going to outline the 5. If you want to go grab it, here's the URL. And I just keep moving on. So it's not this big dance that I do about it, but I find organic ways. So I believe there should always be a call to action on a YouTube video or a podcast for a lead magnet.
Strong. And what are some of the most effective lead magnets?
So the very one that's working right now that I think is the very, very best Actually, you guess. So like all the different kind of formats. What do you think is the one that's like killing it?
Checklist,
It's
one pager.
It's a quiz.
A quiz.
Now, this is a little bit more advanced. So, for those of you who have never created a lead magnet, we're creating a PDF, a one pager, a checklist, a cheat sheet. That's what I teach. We're starting there. But once you get that going, the next thing is a quiz. And the reason why quizzes are such great list builders is people love to talk about themselves and learn about themselves. And so, for the ladies, you'll know this. When we were young, in the magazines we used to read, there used to be all the kind of quizzes like, what does your favorite Halloween candy say about your love life? And we're like typing in or answering all the questions we want to know. So the reason why is because we're curious about ourselves. That's a very human nature, normal thing. That's why I love quizzes. Now, what I've learned over the last year and something we've been experimenting with is when you create a quiz, think about a quiz that can cast a wide net. That's very fun, curiosity engaging. I have a gal that I interviewed for my podcast, and I'm going to get this wrong, but her name's Harley Jordan, so I want to give her credit. But her quiz was, are you a fox, a cat? I forget the two other animals. There's 4 animals. I had to know what animal I was. I don't know why I had to know, but once she told you, you answered some questions, and then she told you more about yourself and what to do with it. So quizzes, when you can create curiosity, when they can be a little bit more mainstream, when you can tell people a little bit more about themselves and it's kind of fun and engaging, works like gangbusters. And here's another thing. When you run ads to a quiz, way cheaper than a lot of different things that you run ads to. You'd be amazed. So cheap ads and really great for curiosity and people wanting to get on, find out more about themselves.
Man, that's so great. And you have some resources. I have one final question for you, but I want to make sure that people can check out some of your resources. You do have a free email marketing training.
Yes.
So we'll link that up in the show notes. You are also the author of your 2-week notice.
Yep.
And New York Times bestselling book.
Yes.
What is that book about if people want to check it out and go deeper in that?
So 2 weeks notice is all about how to find or put together a plan to quit your job, make more money, work where you want, and change the world. And it's basically what my journey was, and so many of my students is, I'm in a 9-to-5 job that I don't want to be in anymore, but I have no idea what I would do. So the book's not about creating courses. It's about putting together a plan of how you're going to leave that job and start a business of your dreams. Everything you need to know from start to finish. And it was basically my journey and what I teach other people how to do as well.
Amazing. So we'll have that in the show notes as well. And before that final question, is there anything else right now that you want to give a shout out to or invite people to or resources you have?
I so appreciate you asking. I think my podcast, Online Marketing Made Easy, we talk about courses and list building and entrepreneurship and mindset and all the fun things, challenges, boot camps, all the stuff we talked about. So it's a great resource if you're just getting started.
Amazing. So we'll link that up as well. My final question is, what is your why? What is the mission behind all of this and the impact you want to make, especially after you've been so successful? What keeps you going? And break that down.
15 years ago when I started, my why was I wanted more freedom for myself. I didn't want to be told what to do, when to do it, or how to do it. I wanted to create a life on my terms. It was very selfish, and that's okay. It was the only way I was getting out of 9 to 5 if my why was I want something better for my life. 15 years later, and the impact I've been able to make for my family, myself, and my students, I wake up every morning in hopes of creating freedom for other people. And especially women that are in a job where they're not appreciated, they're not making enough money, they're invisible. I want to teach them that there's a totally different opportunity. I'm the breadwinner of my family, which is a different gender role than we usually see. I grew up with my dad was a firefighter, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. The man made the money. In my family, my husband is retired firefighter, and I am the breadwinner. And I want to show more women this is a different life that you can absolutely have and make an amazing impact. So I first wanted freedom for me. Now I want freedom for so many people out there that want it as well.
Camera screen too small to see clearly. The Field F5 Prox will solve this problem. It's a camera monitor with 1,600 nits of brightness, daylight view. Comes with a sunshade to prevent glare. The 5.5-inch touchscreen offers clearer camera image preview and is super lightweight. Additionally, it corrects exposure control inaccuracies and incorrect screen displays on camera's screen. Access menu for classic monitor tools like waveforms, false color, and LUTs, ensuring precise colors and sharp focus. The Field F5 Prox is such a full-featured monitor that you must have.
Want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Typically, the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. It doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience. If people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. People are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. If you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are:
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning some game-changing lessons from million-dollar personal brands and why most creators and entrepreneurs are fighting the wrong battles heading into 2025 and the hidden opportunities that 99% of personal brands are missing in the current landscape. We're also going to be learning the counterintuitive truth of why personal brands build trust 3 times faster than corporate brands, backed by real examples from our guests' work with Culture Kings and other iconic brands. Plus, he's going to be sharing his battle-tested 90-day framework for building your brand or your personal brand from scratch. And there's going to be so much more. Now, our guest today is Dane Walker. He's the CEO of the rapidly expanding digital media agency Rival. And he also is the author of 90-Day Brand Plan. And he's a global authority. He has built multiple different brands, consults with all kinds of different brands and personal brands, is really the go-to voice for entrepreneurs. And in our case, content creators. So this is your opportunity to get your brand right for your YouTube channel, for your social media presence, to get your personal brand dialed in for a new year. And there's going to be a lot of juicy nuggets in this masterclass. So I'm excited for what's coming up. Dane, welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, dude, and excited to be here.
Yeah, as we dive in, I want to start off right with the 3 biggest enemies creators need to overcome for building a standout brand. Or really, what are the 3 changes? You know, we were just talking, the game is changing when it comes to branding and personal branding in a 2025 landscape. And we wrote a few things down. The first thing you said is, people are tired of talking head content. Expand on that. What's the bigger theme there?
Yeah, I think, for me, when it comes to talking head content, there's content creation comes in waves with personal brands, right? If you go back 5 years ago on Instagram in particular, carousels were the hot thing that was popping off. Now YouTube channels are finding that they're going to make shorts, they're going to make epic, introductory kind of promo videos at the start of their podcast. Everyone's just getting better and more fierce at what they're doing. And I think just sitting down, turning the camera on and hitting record and talking is now getting kind of moved into a category where it's not taken seriously anymore. I think what people are looking for on channels in particular around entrepreneurship is they want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Like the founder-led content is kind of a thing. It's like, okay, you're talking about what you can do, but like, show me, right? So people are starting to build like, reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. So I just think that it's getting more competitive. More people are trying to enter the market. And you can't just, get in front of a camera and pretend you have a business anymore. People want to see proof and evidence that you're actually doing something substantial behind the scenes.
That kind of ties into number 2, where we do talk about market saturation. You're talking about you got to be good. What do you think has been kind of the different eras in a 2025 landscape? Was it too late to start? Or what's the different approach that you got to have?
I never think it's too late to start. I think, there's people that are, haven't even started a channel yet that are going to dunk on you and I with views and attention and conversion, the likes that we've never seen, right? So there's a Mr. Beast out there that doesn't even have a channel yet. And I think what's interesting here is it's never too late to start. I think it's just how you start and where you start is always changing. One thing is certain in life, and that change is inevitable. Platforms are going to change, algorithms are going to change. And I hear this all the time. I talk to personal brands and content creators like, what I do kind of works, but it used to work a lot better. I'm like, change. They're like, but I liked it how it was. Get over it. Like, I liked making carousels. Doesn't work anymore. Maneuver, change, evolve, do something else. I love Instagram. Doesn't get the same reward that YouTube gives me now. Like, I'm moving on. So like, I'm still going to do Instagram, but I'm focusing on a different tactic. Like, we have to be agile and we have to maneuver. And I think the enemy is that, like, if you want to create, I guess, a battlefield scenario, the enemy is like the tide of chaining, like the weather's changing. And I liken this in my book, like, if you look at social media or content creation, it's seasonal. There's going to be winters, there's going to be summers, there's going to be autumns, there's going to be springs. And you can't get down in the dumps when there's a drought and you're like, I'm not getting the views I used to get, I'm not getting the comments or the engagement I used to get, so therefore I'm going to slow down. Well, if you slow down, those that speed up in those hard times, produce more content, give more value, try to be more dynamic. When the season comes good again, the algorithm comes good again, the new wave, or whatever that is, comes good again, those that are preparing in the winter are the ones that are going to do well in the springtime. So for me, I just think that when it comes to content creation, the enemy is like sometimes like people and themselves. But if you look externally, it's usually that there's saturation. Like, people are getting really good at creating content now, giving away value for free. Like, if you go onto Google, you can solve every problem you want to solve right now on YouTube and Google. What gives you the right to charge money to solve that problem? You don't have a license to have their money. What gives you a license is like, are you worthy of their attention? And I hear this all the time. People come up to me and I do workshops with clients. They're like, our content's good. I'm like, great, put it on social media. I don't want to, I want to sell it. Well, if it's really good, put it out there for free. Let's see if it's actually good or not. They're like, well, I don't want to give away my magic. I don't want to give away my best stuff. And it's like, well, if you give it away and they don't react to it, you need to create new stuff anyway. So I think that the social contract between creators and social media right now is they expect it to be really good for free. And there's a lot of people entering the market at the same time, trying to steal your lunch and eat it in front of you. So we have to get a lot better at creating content, because every time you create a piece of content, there's no more people on the social platform per se. There's no more people spending money in a particular market. Like, if you want to gain grounds as a creator, you have to take attention of other people. And that's why it's getting difficult. It's because there's a lot of people out here that are really good at getting attention, and you're showing up and trying to take it off them. So that's why you have to be better than ever.
Man, we're coming out swinging on the podcast with 2 themes already. I feel like we went 0 to 100 real quick. Theme of the podcast is Drake, do right and kill everything. And so number 3, though. So people are tired of talking head content, kind of like reinventing yourself, maybe doing show me what you're doing, like show me the behind the scenes, even reality shows or innovative new ways of doing content. market saturation, you got to be good. And there's also seasons. So also if you're getting prepared in the winter, then if you can outlast the competition, then you also can ride those various waves. And we're going to be unpacking that throughout this entire episode with a lot of tactics to help listeners, whether you're just starting or whether you're more advanced. And so those will be coming up. But we're talking about these three kind of big changes in branding and personal branding in 2025. And the third one is build a theme around yourself. Talk a little bit about that, and maybe also what you're building around yourself in general, maybe like structure and teams in regards to building a personal brand.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, so like feel free to nudge me around if need be. Yeah, I think themes are like when you're putting yourself in the market, people try to put you in a bucket. They try to label you, right? Like you might say, well, Seth Godin's the marketing guy, and Greg Harden's the sales guy, and Tony Robbins is the guru. And like we tend to put like these labels on these characters, even though they're more complex and nuanced than these things. It's like Wim Hof is the breathing guy, right? David Goggins is the crazy guy with no shirt that's always yelling and running somewhere. Like we tend to simplify things. And if someone was to radically simplify you, what would they use to describe you? And if that's not what you want it to be, then how do you course correct that reaction to be what you want it to be? So for example, for a long time, I would go on podcasts and people would say, here's Dane, the Instagram guy. And I was like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to be the Instagram guy. You know what I mean? I was like, I want to be the brand guy. And I was like, well, what's giving my community and my interactions and my engagements the impression that I'm the Instagram guy? And I was like, oh, it says it in my bio. Oh, every title of every piece of content I make talks about Instagram this, Instagram that. I'm like, well, I'm throwing the language and the themes out there and they're picking up on it. So like, you need to control the narrative. Like, what are the themes that you're trying to own? Are you trying to own videographer? Are you trying to own story? Are you trying to own, creative? Are you trying to own branding, strategy? Like, what's the thing you want to own? And you have to be conscious that you need to start putting monikers out there or putting labels out there in the zeitgeist for people to pick up on and go, okay, they're that thing. And the easiest way to test this is just, ask your community, like, hey, if you were to describe me in a sentence, how would you describe me? And just see what they say back. And go, okay, cool. I'm not mad at them for describing me the wrong way. It's my responsibility to adjust what they think my brand is. And I think coming back to the challenges, it's like, well, all these people are flooding the market and entering the market. Like, what should I do about it? Is it too late? Poor little me, the algorithm sucks. Like, am I blacklisted or shadow banned? When you dial it all the way back to its simplest form, typically the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. Like, either a lack of self-esteem or a lack of personal belief that their stuff is any good, or I'm going to be judged, or I'm not ready yet because I need to buy all this equipment and have this background and yada, yada. I think just to keep it simple here, man, like if people could just realize that there's someone on the internet right now who has no idea about your industry and is like watching YouTube content that's going to start making content about your industry and get more viewers than you, even though you've been doing this thing that you've been doing for 4, 5, 10 years. It's like he who shows up and produces media gets the attention. It doesn't matter how good you are. And this is where the fallacy between people go, well, I'm better than that person. Why do they have attention and I don't? And it comes down to the equation of like, it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience, who's showing up for the community consistently, giving them nourishment, going, hey, I'm here. Here's entertainment. Here's content. They're showing up with a great personality, great charm, great style, and they're able to romanticize their audience. Like, look at content like flirting. Content is you flirting with an audience. We might not know if we're going to do business in the future, right? We can't go straight to going to bed together. So if you look at the greats like Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, David Goggins, Lewis Howes, Dan Martell, like whoever you're engaging with on social media, we're flirting with them. Like, man, this guy's kind of interesting. I wonder what their story is. I wonder what they do. I wonder what their business looks like. You want to create a sense of like charisma and exchange, which we're starting a social contract together. You can't just go straight to the purchase. And I think too many people that produce social media content are only focused on, I need the leads, I need the sale outcome, rather than I got to learn how to have some riz. I got to learn how to create a bit of romance between me and the audience for them to want to hang out with me. And if they just want to hang out with me, I'll sell them stuff later.
Man, there's a lot in there. And one of my favorite things you said was also your biggest competition is yourself. because we could get so stuck in our heads, and somebody else that's less talented, less prepared, maybe has less business acumen, less depth, but just more cavalier courage to just step out there and start recording might be getting the viewership. And I think sometimes we're guilty of watching somebody on the sidelines, we're sitting on the sidelines and being like, oh man, that's not even right, or picking them apart. Meanwhile, we're not taking action. And there's something about taking action, putting your content out there so you can at least be discovered. And man, we need a little risen romance in our brands. Like we need a little bit, content's like flirting. So we really just hit these three kind of big themes that we can all apply going into 2025 and beyond. But I want to go a little bit deeper on that, because part of your content strategy is having 5 core themes. Is that true? Can you break this down, and then how we can maybe start identifying what that means? And what would you say if Grant Cardone is the sales guy? If, I wrote the book YouTube Secrets, if I think I'm the YouTube guy, well, that's only one theme. Who do you see that's building out, these different themes? And this kind of gets in that niche conversation where, do you get too pigeonholed if all you're talking, and now your brand, but what else are you? And how are people experiencing that? And how can people follow along to develop a stronger brand as they're developing their 5 core themes?
That's a great question. I think like the core themes, and we talk about this in the book, essentially it's like you want to rotate around 5 different objective talking points, right? So like, for example, when I first started producing content on Instagram, my original themes were, hey, this is how to make content. This is how to design content. This is how to formulate content. This is how to brand your content. Like everything was about content. And it just pigeonholed me to be the content guy. So when people would DM me or reach out to go, hey, can you help me? It was always like, can you make my content for me? But my objective was I wanted to build their brand. I didn't want to make their content for them. So like what you creates a reaction. So it's kind of like, okay, I plant this seed, the fruit I'm bearing isn't the fruit I want. I want a different fruit tree. So then I have to go plant something different. So the themes are kind of like you planting different, fruit trees in your vineyard to get a certain result that you want. The themes should certainly sit around the product suite that you offer. So when I started talking about brand strategy, brand identity, graphic design, logos, brand messaging, marketing and advertising, people started to DM me or go to my website and reach out and say, hey, can you help me with my branding? And it took a little while to get the stigma of being the content guy off and be focused on so you have to have themes that sit in the vernacular of what it is that you're trying to sell as a product or a service. But you want to give yourself enough variety that you don't run out of things to kind of divulge. And if something's not working, just swap it out. You know what I mean? I think people struggle to get clear on what it is that they do. So having 5 themes forces you to get clear, because you could be clever, you could be charismatic, you could be cool, but if people land on your social channels and can't figure out what you do or why they should engage with you, it's very difficult for them to hit the follow button. So if you want them to hit the follow button and drop a comment and engage and pay attention, they need to understand, well, what the hell are you? Who are you? Why do you exist? Why should I care? What's in it for me? Stop talking about how great you are and start sharing with me what I get out of this relationship. We're in a social contract. We're romanticizing each other. You're romanticizing me. We're sharing our riz with each other. What do I get out of this contract? Because a lot of times when we talk to people about starting their social content, they're so focused on me, but they're not thinking about you, the audience, being of service. So the 5 key themes, it just gives you, a neighborhood to play in. Like, just give yourself 5 topics. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then what you'll notice is if hypothetically you post 30 pieces of content this month and you have 5 themes and you rotate what you talk about each day of the week, right? So then it's like, today I talk about logos, tomorrow I talk about color psychology, the next day I talk about messaging, then I talk about strategy, then I talk about advertising, then I go back to the start, do it all over again. That means you post 6 pieces of content per month, 1 on each theme. 6 pieces of content each month on each 5 of your 5 themes. And then you go back at the end of the month, you go, which themes resonated the most? And just look at the data. Like, every time I talk about color psychology, people go nuts and I get a ton of leads from it. Let me just talk about that a little bit more. Or let me try and find a theme that supports that theme a little better. So I just start looking at the themes I talk about like I'm a day trader, like I'm an investor. Like I'm investing in a theme today. Let me see what the ROI of that theme investment was today and at the end of the month. And then at the end of the month, what I used to do is just go, well, this theme doesn't do anything. I get no leads from it. No one comments. No one cares. I get no reshares, no engagement on that theme. Let's just kick that theme and put something else in that place. So I just would go back and forth with this with my clients until we can get a stack of themes that actually work for their social media channel.
What's your philosophy on niching down? If you look at like a Gary Vee case study, wine library and wine was a couple years, and then business content and social media. And then somebody today with a brand as big as his might be like, well, he's like, you are the niche. That's a quote that gets thrown around. And so it's like, it might be the Jets, it might still be wine, it might be NFTs and social, and anything in social marketing, commerce, online shopping, all this stuff. But he's Gary Vee, and Cardone, right, was niche sales and then real estate and then business, and they do like marriage conferences. So what's also maybe part of the journey, and I noticed your themes kind of orbit around a tip of the spear to cut through the noise. But I'm curious, for some, there's a big debate. Some people are like, you don't need to niche down. You're just the niche, talk about kind of whatever you want. And, in a YouTube context, not a lot of people break out doing that, but there's, one or two odd stories. And so some people think that's a way to go. If someone's trying to unpack, they're multi-passionate, are they trying to niche down and then pick 5 core themes? Or if they start day one and they're like, this is going to be my wine, sales, NFT, crypto, pickleball channel, that's the kind of 5 themes. Unpack that a little more.
Yeah, that's a great, I got like 4 ways I could unpack this. So yeah, like the whole thing around niching or niching, like niches get the riches kind of topic, right? Like, I agree with Gary Vee, like you are your niche in some aspects, and I kind of challenge it on other aspects. So I think that's a radical oversimplification of a marketing strategy and a brand deployment potentially. Because I think the 2 things I go to, and let's just look at this maybe a little differently. So whether like, shall thou niche or not, let's just put that on the shelf for now and just go, let's look at this a little bit differently. What I like to look at is like, so let's sit down. What does greatness look like for you in 5 years? Like, what are you building? Well, I want to build a company, or I want to do this, or I want to do, like, get clear on like, what is the Mount Everest that you're trying to climb? And this is a difficult question to answer, because a lot of times when I sit down with people, especially when they're starting, they're like, I want to do this and that and this and that, and it's like, cool, but just like, if you had to be the best and you were really good at like one core business model, what would that predominant primary moneymaker be for you? For me, it's an agency, right? I have a book, I have courses, I do seminars, I do this and that and all the rest of it, but I make my dough running a company. So that's like my Mount Everest, right? I like doing this other stuff, but these are all different camps up the mountain, right? But my Mount Everest that pays for all this other stuff is, running a company. So back to like, well, what is your Mount Everest? Like, you need to figure out like, where do you want to be in 5 years? What does greatness look like? And look at the future. You need to like really cast yourself out there at least 5 years. Then come back into the present and be like, well, where am I now? Right? So at the beginning, I was like, I work at Telstra. I have a $200,000 debt. I'm depressed. I hate my job. I hate my boss. I hate what I do every day. My Mount Everest was like, hey, I wonder if I could build an agency, make $1 million a year, and have 5 employees. That was my Mount Everest at the very beginning 6 years ago. And what you need to ask yourself is like, okay, if that's my Mount Everest and this is where I am now, there's one frame of thinking that you need to have, and it's split thinking, right? So I need to work from the current toward the future, and I need to work from the future back to now. I need to work from both ends, and I need to figure out like how this pathway leads up the mountain. And you can't just think current forward and future back. You need these two to kind of work synergistically together. Within that, what is that pathway? For me, I was like, I gotta make content, I gotta generate leads for this agency. But then I realized like no one cares about me and my Mount Everest. They care about themselves and their Mount Everest. So I was like, well, people are out here trying to, produce content and get attention. I'm gonna start my pathway doing that. I realized early on that my pathway was kind of shitty, and I was like, I want a better pathway up this mountain. That's when I went and hopped into branding instead of talking about content creation. The point is, the niche is like, well, you're the character on the journey. And are you interesting? Are you charismatic? Do you have quirks and like interesting things that make you a human being, make you likable? Like, why do your friends hang out with you? There's something about you that they like. you're a character in their universe. You're a virtual character in a virtual universe for people you don't know, right? So back to the niche thing, I think where you can go wrong is if you try to be for everyone, quote unquote, right? So I see this all the time. I sit down in a workshop and I've sat down with billionaires, millionaires, startups, and I hear this all the time. I ask them, who's your target audience? And they say, well, Dave, our target audience is everyone. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Explain how that works. Well, we do this and we do that. I'm like, cool, is it working? No. Well, I wonder why. Because if you try to speak to everyone, we're speaking to no one. Like, put 100 people in a room, try to get them to agree. Not happening. It's like herding cats. So for me, I guess to put a full stop on this is like, you have to be a unique character. You have to be you, and you have to be a human being. But you have to be clear on what your route to the top of the mountain is. And you have to build themes around that, because if people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. And if you look at Grant Cardone, and if you look at these characters, most big brands started off niche, right? Nike, we make shoes for people who run. And Phil Knight was making shoes with a waffle iron. And it was all about running. That was it. Like, you got to remember, like, oh, Nike sells shoes to everyone. No, they don't. They start off selling to runners. They crushed that category. They built brand equity, and then they line extended. They're like, if we can crush running, can we crush tennis? Can we move laterally into basketball and do the same thing? Well, yeah, because runners want to win. Basketball players want to win. Tennis players want to win. Well, let's speak to the part of the athlete that wants to win. So then they crush the athlete market. And they're like, well, athletes don't just want to win. Everyone wants to win. Everyone's an athlete, right? So Nike speaks to the part of you that wants greatness. So if you're trying to build a brand, you have to figure out what part of your audience are you speaking to? Are you speaking to their fired up part? Because a part of me likes David Goggins yelling at me, but another part of me likes Simon Sinek calmly talking to me. So there's different parts of me, and there's different personal brand options that speak to different parts of me. So what you have to realize is you have to niche to what part of the person are you speaking to, and you have to be clear about it.
Take that a little bit deeper before we go on. So is that like a tone aspect of your brand? Meaning, like, maybe, and this is like certainly the case, I know for me, I've gotten business advice from a lot of people. I've been to a lot of different business events, marketing advice from a lot of people. But you said if we're going to speak to a certain part of me, I also can learn from, call it that Grant Cardone energy. But that's probably not my favorite energy. And so there's others that bring it differently, but he's got a lot of wisdom on one side. So when that was like that final nugget you just dropped, sounds to me like tone. Is that what you're saying? Or can you expand on that?
Yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. So, like, I think, like a lot of things make the whole. So there's a great book you can get on this, and the book's called No Bad Parts. And it talks about how human beings aren't essentially always one format, right? So at work, you might work in finance, you might be like rigid and task-oriented and like super methodical about your day-to-day operation and what you do in your career. On the weekends, you don't give a task, you don't have any plans, you just want to hang out, drink beer, and go to the beach and surf and figure it out as you go. So you have two different parts. You have the like radical weekend hang out with my friends part of you. You have the gonna go hang out with my parents part of you, look after my little nephew part of you, crush it at work part of you, the dating, flirting part of you. So we have parts to ourselves. And what I would say is to tone, like tone can speak to someone's part. Outfit, style. So like think about what stimulates someone. Visual stimulation, verbal stimulation, I guess emotional stimulation. And then you have figurative stimulation. So like a concept when you get an aha moment or the penny drops in your mind, like, goosebumps. Like these things need to be distinctive. And if you're inconsistent with those distinctive triggers or mechanisms, you look like a crazy person. You're unclear, you're unsafe. It's like when you hang out with your friends and they're constantly flipping personalities, constantly talking about things that are irrelevant and confusing. You just don't want to hang out with them. I think a lot of people on social media just scramble and it's unclear. They're undefined. They're undistinctive. And I think they do that because they're just trying to find out what the algorithm wants. If they just focus on studying the greats and identifying what works for them and their style. Grant Cardone figured out what works for him. You figured out what works for you. And you don't have to be like Hormozi. You don't have to be like Gary Vee. And I think this is why Gary's like, you are your niche. He's like, just be you. But like, you still also have to get clear on what that is and whether it works or not. I'll give you one last example. So like, if I'm on a sales call, people call me the smiling assassin. So on a sales call, I have to, in many cases, talk to corporations. You know, I oftentimes I'm in a boardroom and there's like 16 people, the company's worth $400 million. And I'm trying to tell them why I'm the guy that should solve their branding problems, right? Like, what does this guy know about, you know, his hat and his pair of Vans? How can he help our corporation? You know what I mean? So I have to use a tone that's like, guys, I'm here to help. I'm here to support you. I'm here to get to the resolution. But we need to talk about the numbers. So like, I'm smiling, but I'm hitting them with a tone that's like slightly serious, but I'm taking the edge off by smiling and using friendly, calming, approachable body language. There's like layers to this. So like, and then again, if I'm hanging out with my kids, I'm not doing that. I'm not smiling at my kids and like telling them what to do around the house, but you have to figure out what are the mechanisms that you as a character has to put together to get the audience reaction or to get the sales mechanisms or engagement that you want. But back to the smiling assassin thing is I have to use tone because I have to take the edge off, but I have to be like, we're seriously solving a problem here, but I'm not gonna be a dick about it. So we're gonna have fun and we're gonna enjoy the process.
So much wisdom there and a lot of insights to unpack for our own personal brands. And just to clarify, is this book called No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model?
Exactly right. And you might say, well, what the hell has that got to do with branding? so that book, I think what it is like, I don't know if you study like Carl Jung or like psychology or NLP or anything of that nature, but all human beings have trauma, every single one of us. And that trauma shows up in our personality traits and how we show up in day-to-day life. And again, it's like when you are like, I want to start making content, but I'm scared. And then you start thinking about people are going to judge me. I'm going to get bullied. I'm going to get ridiculed. They're going to laugh at me. And like, that's trauma coming up from your childhood, from your parents or what have you. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like we've had terrible experiences in life. And later on in life, when you want to become a content creator, that trauma tends to show up. And when I do workshops or in-person events, everyone's talking about branding and content. And under the hood, they're actually coming to terms with their trauma. And I think that's a great book for anyone who's looking at building a personal brand to understand, hey, what part of you wants to make content? But what part of you is holding you back? And how do you get those two to hang out?
Here we are. 2025, we're going deep on this branding conversation, and we'll of course link this stuff up in the show notes. This is the #1 bestseller in NLP psychotherapy, over 3,880 reviews. Looks like a legendary book and powerful tie-in to how we could all grow in this area. Okay, we're actually going to get into the brand fundamentals. I mean, I actually kind of want to get a definition of branding. Think about some of the next steps that we can do in regards to making a 90-day push to updating our brand. I do want to encourage people to check out Dane's book, which we will also link up in the show notes, the 90-day brand plan. We'll talk about that later. But before we get there, one last kind of question in the introduction, and as far as my notes go, so we're really still just getting started, you're great at creating content, especially Instagram. You used to really be, you know, that sort of, like you mentioned, you were the content guy. Now you're the brand guy. But you focus heavily on creating shareable content that triggers emotional responses. Do you have a framework, or how do you try to do this consistently? And obviously, listening to this podcast, we can extrapolate that to be thinking maybe more about, man, is this content shareable? How can we trigger emotions? Give us a few tips here.
Yeah, great question. Like, again, like I think when it comes to content creation, it's all emotional. If you go through TikTok, if you go through YouTube, if you go through X, if you go through Instagram, just look at the reshares and look at the comment section of the most viral content that shows up on your feed. Like right now, I don't know if you've seen what's going on in New Jersey with all of the lights in the sky and everyone's freaking out about it. So like, you know, that tends to be, you know, whether we look at media or news, or whether we look at politics, or whether we look at content creation, it always comes back to emotionally led content. The news and politics are great at this. They sensationalize things that may be mundane or normal. They make the everyday thing seem like an exceptionally negative thing that you need to be focusing on. So when you're making content, if you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. So we tend to share things that emotionally grip us. If we see a phenomenal movie, you have to see this movie. If we go, Kendrick's just dropped a new album, it's fire. You have to send it to your friends because you're emotionally reacted to it. So we tend to share what makes us emotional with those that we want to share our emotions with. So if you look at content, it's no different. Like, content essentially is just the social landscape of people sharing their emotions with each other, full stop. You could be like, I'm sharing wisdom and knowledge. Nope. At the end of the day, we do everything pretty much led through our emotions. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are...
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Essentially, number 1, and which gets out of the way, is like sex. Things that are provocative, things that are promiscuous or sexy tend to get attention, tend to get shit. Not particular for myself, but hey, it exists, it's out there. Number 2 is like really thinking about things that are like hilarious or humorous or funny, or they just make you laugh. Like Mr. Beast is just funny. Like I like watching his content. I think David Goggins personally is funny. It just makes me feel good. I'm just like, damn, this guy's just humorous. Even though he's being deadpan serious, I kind of get a kick out of it, right? Super shareable. Next is like things that are inflammatory. So things that might trigger an argument. We can think of certain characters in the world right now that when they say or share an opinion, there's 2 camps. There's a camp that's for them and the camp that's against them. Doesn't matter. That debate is interesting. Again, a lot of emotion there. People like to argue. People like to debate. But most people aren't into the inflammatory piece. Next is things that are like strange or weird or odd. Like when you watch a piece of content, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Like you see Mr. Beast doing something like he's like, we're going to surround this Lamborghini with stuff that this guy spent $10,000 on at Walmart to try to protect the Lamborghini. If he wins, he gets to keep the Lamborghini. You're like, what? Like this is strange. Like what the hell you want to watch? Then we go into things that are like prolific. So they give you goosebumps. It's like Simon Sinek talking about, Start With Why and his TED Talk. It's just like deep, it's immersive, it's like interesting, it's intimate. And then lastly, It's like looking at things that are aspirational, like feats of strength, like Red Bull doing stunts. It's like, the things that give you a sense of before and after. Like, here's a story of poverty and now they're rich. Like, we like the stories of aspiration. If you just look at the reshares, look at these 7 things and ask yourself, what cocktail of these things is in that piece of content that made it go viral? Is it sex mixed with humor? Is it humor mixed with aspiration? Is it weird and prolific? Is it, weird and aspirational? Like, usually it's a mixture. Then you add a character, then you add a theme, then you add, an audience that it's targeted to. Then you have a viral piece of content. So when people say to me, you can't create virality, I'm like, yes, you can. Look at Liquid Death. Look at Mr. Beast. They know emotion sells content. And if you can get really good at understanding human psychology, like with that book I shared with you, and understand how humans actually react emotionally to everything, you can start to get pretty damn good at content if you can understand how human beings react.
Man, I'm loving this. This is genius stuff. But I got 6 of the 7 emotions. So there's one more. Which one are we missing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The last one is danger. Things that are like terrifying. They could maybe trigger vertigo. When you're watching someone like fly down a mountain on a mountain bike, you're like, oh my God, like this person could like fall off the cliff, or they're snowboarding off a cliff or something nuts. I think danger tends to get our attention. It's like when you're, driving on a highway, you see a car accident, you're like, oh, danger. Like, it just seems to get our attention. So however you mix these together, this tends to be the human, I guess, emotional responses that get the most sensationalized reaction. And the news tend to work really hard on danger. Like, this is like danger here, danger there. It just keeps you locked in and focused. And I think it's a primal reaction. These emotions tend to drive our behavior in many ways.
It's really fascinating. And I am curious, though, because you're saying we can really architect virality if we mix these emotions, have a character, a theme, and an audience. But a lot of people listening might be thinking, okay, though, in maybe a business context, I'm not going to do something dangerous. I can pull some of these in maybe. And maybe also viral isn't the only goal. Of course, I want the views, but I also want the right views that are going to lead to leads and customers. So if you were to apply this to kind of your average everyday person who's a little bit stuck on like, I don't want to do these. Like, I don't necessarily want to go inflammatory. I'm not funny. I'm not taking my shirt off and starting an OnlyFans. Maybe prolific because I've built thought leadership, and maybe aspirational because aspirational for what I've achieved as a mom, aspirational for what I've achieved as a business owner. Maybe I'm trying to show that off as building a family. There could be practical things. Pull this in, and maybe I don't go viral, but I'm still getting more into this emotional led mindset of the content that I'm doing.
You make a good point there. And I think that, you can take all of these to an extreme. But if you look at sex, it's like you're attractive. Therefore, people are just more likely to subconsciously pay attention to what you're saying, right? Or humor might just be you're kind of joyful or cheeky or a little playful. You know what I mean? Like, you just dial it back a little bit. You don't have to be a hilarious comedian. You could just be like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting and kind of looking at it in an interesting light. Weird or strange could be like you wearing a quirky outfit, you have an interesting background, you have a hat that says think on it. Like, that's interesting. Like, what's that about? And then inflammatory might be like, you're a little challenging. You're like, well, give me the better answer here. So, okay, like a little inflammatory. Or you might even say, like, when it comes back to danger, it's like, hey, the 3 things to avoid when you're building a business. Ooh. What are the things I need to avoid? Sounds a little dangerous. So it could be a little, it could be a lot. You know what I mean? We don't have to turn the spice all the way up to ghost pepper. It's like you just have a little sprinkle of a little bit of something in there. It has to be emotional. And these tend to be the emotions that get the most traction. If you were to engineer virality, I, for one, don't like trying to chase virality. I like to make content that I think is interesting and that can genuinely help people. But I understand that if I was to be like, hey, this is how you build a brand. Hey, you do this. B, you do this. C, you do this. Or if I say, hey, there's 3 mistakes you definitely don't want to make when you're starting your brand. You're like, ooh, okay, a little bit of danger. Tell me more. So you just need to add a bit of drama or a bit of sensationalism, just a little bit, to your content to make it a little bit more fascinating, a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And this could be the very missing piece. You're listening to this right now of why you're struggling to get views or why you're struggling to break through. Dane, you just said a quote, it has to be emotional. And I think 99% of creators actually are not sitting down and thinking about what emotions am I tapping into? How am I tapping into this? I mean, your thought leadership is clear. I've never heard anybody say that content is the social landscape of people sharing emotions. And it's an entirely different paradigm shift, which is going to be so helpful to us at the Think Media podcast, creating content in this year and beyond. All right, well, we've covered a lot, but I do want to unpack a few next steps for branding. And we're already halfway into this conversation, but I think branding is so weird for people because they're like, does it just mean I have a good logo? Does it mean, is it my slogan? And so there's like your brand, your branding, your brand strategy, your brand identity. So what is your definition of brand?
That's a great question. It often gets confused, and a lot of experts and talking heads can be like, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Whatever I say here, people are going to challenge it. But there's a definition I like to adhere to, and it's pretty close to academia, pretty close to what you would see as a discussion, between executives at Nike and Pepsi and so on. And I guess the zeitgeist in the upper stratosphere of branding and in the upper echelons tends to be this. Your brand is what your market says or thinks you are. So like your opinion of me and my opinion of you, like that's our version of each other's brands. What do you think of Liquid Death? I put a Liquid Death can in front of people and I like to just watch their reaction. Some people go, whoa, what is this? I've never seen this before. Is this a beer? I'm like, it's water. And they're like, what? Sometimes I put it in front of people like, God, what is that? I'm like, it's just water. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Like people have a visceral, immediate reaction just to a graphic design style. The design style can elicit brands. Tonality can elicit brands. My outfit can tell you about who I am. You walk into a room, you scan people's outfits, you judge who they are. That's their brand in your head. You decide what the world's brands are to you. Eye of the beholder. For me, for someone to sit in front of me and go, my brand's this, I'm like, cool, well, tell me what your market think it is. Well, the market think it's great. Show me proof, show me receipts, give me testimonials, give me quotes. So I sit down with companies all the time. They sit down in front of me to do our strategy sessions and they say to us, we have a great brand. I'm like, great, where's your case studies, where's your testimonials? Oh, we don't have any. Okay, cool. We'll have, what have people said about you? Well, what do you mean? Well, what's people's opinion of your brand? Well, we don't know. It's like, well, your brand isn't what you think it is. It's what your market think it is. And if you don't talk to the market and ask them, hey, what do you think our brand is? You're flying blind. So for me, branding is what the market think you are or think your entity or company or corporation is. Branding is essentially, I like to use a metaphor for what I think branding is. And it's like, well, what's your Mount Everest? Well, I want my agency to be the fastest growing agency in Australia. I want to work with big fashion labels and successful e-commerce brands. I want to have a team of 50 staff. I want to have a really cool, fun culture. And I want to work with like fired up, excitable entrepreneurs. That's my goal. Okay, cool. That's your anchor. You're casting to the top of the mountain. That's the outcome that you want. Branding is climbing to that summit. If we break it down a little further, strategy to me is like what's the route to get there? Like, where's the mile markers? How do I know I'm going to hit them? How do I implement it? How do I make sure it happens and have accountability for that system? And then the brand tactics is like, well, what are those actions? What tools do I need? What channels am I distributing them through? And how do I make that happen? And brand identity is the visual identity that elicits those outcomes. So if I produce a piece of content, or I put a product on a shelf, or I build a website, the proclivity that people have when they immediately see the visual design and then they read the copywriting, they're making a decision in their head. So very much you're left with design and verbal language to train your audience to think of your brand the way you want them to think of it. So you know how I said earlier, I had social media content, but every piece of content said how to build Instagram, how to grow Instagram, how to design Instagram content. People see that messaging, they see the design, they decide, oh, Dave's the Instagram guy. So how you kind of sprinkle your touch points into the marketplace elicits the brands, but most cases, people don't have a brand. And this is what I mean. If you sat down with your target audience, and I'm not talking about personal brand, I'm talking maybe from more a company perspective. If you have a service or you have a product,
What feels better, clean or a massage? Your masseuse might be insulted.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs.
Entivio, Entivio, Entivio.
Presenting Tyson lightly breaded boneless chicken bites. Always been Tyson.
Use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. No machine is better than me.
Kayak. Search one and done.
At US Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. Because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
And you survey 10 people that purchase said service or product and ask them how to describe it, and they describe the features and benefits of the product, you don't have a brand. If they talk about the experience and how it felt and what it meant to them, you have a brand. This is the zeitgeist that I tend to sit in, which is like, if you can figure out how to understand, well, what is your branding destination? What would you like people to say your brand is when you get there? What the tactics and the strategy is along the way, and how to figure out how to get this whole thing to work together. And it's not easy. That's what I tend to say is like, if you can get good at those things or have someone on your team who's good at those things, you're going to have a lot better success growing your company.
So I want to unpack, this is powerful. Your brand is what the market says about you. Then your branding, how do you want to be positioned? Then your brand strategy, what's the roadmap to get there, as well as tactics, the actual activities and things you do. Brand identity then breaks down into the visuals, things people see, and the writing, which may also just, in video especially, show up as language, the way you talk, what you say. So many people listening to this, though, are starting. They're maybe kind of on the sidelines making their plan. They're in an early stage. They're also just trying to figure things out. And so this question of like, what does the market say about you? It's like, well, nothing. I don't have a market yet. I don't even really have even maybe an initial audience, or it's not a big enough case study, or I have a viral short. And even by viral, we say VFM, viral for me. I had a YouTube short get 22,000 views. Well, vertical content, that's cool. And it's a really cool milestone, but like, that's not impact. That's not like a level of depth of people would recognize you. They're recognizing your logo. Some people listening to this, one of my biggest pet peeves, man, their YouTube avatar is still the letter of their name. Like, I'm offended personally for everybody, especially if you're on the YouTube channel today. You need to actually like at least get that figured out, and then get Dane's book to even take it to another level to figure out really what that should be. But apply this a little bit if you're not a corporation and you're a new personal brand. Maybe you're also a successful business owner. You got a product and service. You've scaled to 6 figures, multiple 7 figures, but your brand sucked the whole way. Like, you didn't really need a brand, like, because you had a good product and there's some word of mouth, but your messaging wasn't super clear, but the product solved a problem. So if you're at a place where like, man, I can't get much feedback here, how do you start dialing this in, and how do you think about this?
Yeah, you raised a good point there. So I'm going to hit this 3 different ways. 1 is with a metaphor, 2 is with logic, and then 3 is maybe a few things that people can do. So the first and foremost, like, I guess the metaphor here is like, if you're starting, essentially you have to kind of imagine yourself like a coming of age, right? So like, it's like moving out from your parents' house for the first time. It's terrifying. Like, I'm going to pay rent, I got to organize food, I got to do my dishes, going to do my washing. Like, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff you have to do to like have a social channel that starts to get traction. But what you have to do is get obsessed with like finding ways to enjoy it. That's the first step. But to get over the fear, it's almost like I liken it to stepping out to the wilderness with a survival pack and going, I'm just going to go trudge out into the wilderness that is social media and find a spot to set up, right? My initial spot, camp, I metaphorically set up. I was like, I'm going to set up a camp and a little campfire here, which was like, I'm going to teach people how to make Instagram content. I thought I was a genius. I'm going to teach Instagram content and how to do it on Instagram. I'm like, who on Instagram doesn't want to learn this stuff? I was like, I'm a genius. Let's do it. And it worked, but it didn't get the reaction that I wanted. We'll come back to this when I go into, I guess, breaking it into logic. So back to the metaphor. You're stepping out into the wilderness. You're setting up a campfire. We talk about this in the book. And it's like, well, every campfire that you create one day could become an empire. But for sure, every empire that exists once upon a time was a campfire. So if you look at the great city of Rome, once upon a time, people showed up, put a little campfire in the ground, and were like, this is a great place to hang out. And then that turned into Rome. So if you're trying to create your Rome, understand that it always starts with literally a campfire. Maybe in the modern age, maybe not, but like if we use the medieval concept, let's just stay there. So for the sake of this, imagine building a personal brand, like stepping out to the wilderness, picking a spot, just anywhere, just pick a camp to be like, this is good enough for now. Let's just set up. We might move later. Let's just try this. Set up a little campfire. The metaphor of the campfire is you producing heat to attract people to go, oh, this is kind of cool. This is entertaining. This is exciting. What's going on over here? A little bit of content. And every time you put a log on the fire, that's a piece of content. And the only way to stoke the brand fire is to put a log on the fire consistently. If you stop putting logs on the fire, you stop producing content, you're never going to produce enough heat to build an audience, to build a tribe, to build an empire. So if you could just get comfortable just going, hey man, I'm not alone. I'm just going to keep adding logs to the fire. No one sees it. So what? I'm learning how to chop wood. I'm learning what types of wood I want to use. I'm learning how it kind of creates a reaction. Different wood creates different heat. Different wood lasts longer than others. You're just getting comfortable with the process. Before long, people start to show up and go, hey, we're kind of lost out here in the wilderness. This is kind of cool. Can we hang out here? And you're like, sure. They grab a seat. What happens is the bigger the campfire gets, the more heat it produces, the more entertaining you are, the more, I guess, bells and whistles that your brand has, the more attractive your campsite becomes. And you can amplify your campsite by collaborating with others. We're collaborating right now. Like your campfire, your audience that are listening to this, who love you, who love hanging around your campfire, getting nourishment and insights and entertainment from you. Like, who the hell is this Dane guy? Now there's a pathway between the listeners of this podcast back to potentially my podcast or my event or my book or whatever I'm doing. We're creating a pathway between us. And you have to look at building a personal brand like building a business. You have to find other people to collaborate with. You have to find events to go to and collect a new audience to say, I got a campfire if you want to come hang out at it. Before long, if you get good at building a campfire, you can turn it into a business. And the metaphor here is like, essentially build a campfire first, get good at making content, get good at creating a social contract and emotionally engaging with your audience. And then they'll tell you, we're hungry. They're like, great, I can sell you something. What do you want? You want a burger? You know what I mean? So like, do you want to sell a book? Do you want to sell a course? Do you want to like, don't start with the sale. Don't get out there in the wilderness and be like, what am I going to sell? There's no one out there. Like, start a campfire first, build an audience first, and allow the audience to tell you, dude, we would really like it if you wrote us a book. Dane, we'd really like it if you created a podcast. All right, here you go. We would really like it, Dane, if you created us a course about how to build a personal brand. Okay, well, here you go. Hey, Dane, we'd really like it if like you could come out to the US and like do some speaking and some events. All right, here you go. So like, I've never decided, I've just allowed my audience to demand what they wanted and I just give it to them. Christo does the exact same thing. He's like, I just make content. I wait till the audience react. I give what they want. So that's the metaphor. The logic to this is that when you start making content, you're just trying to get data. Like, don't worry about going viral or getting a fan base. Just like produce a piece of content, look at the data. The data is they like this piece, they didn't like that piece. They commented on this, they shared that, but they didn't like this. You're just collecting data. Then you try to build enough data. 1 week of content isn't a lot of data. 2 weeks of content is a lot of data. 2 months content isn't really a lot of data. I think the reason I chose 90 days for the book was it's enough time to create enough data and create enough momentum. The data is, well, how many people followed? How many people engage? What do they engage with? You just start to look at the numbers and the statistics. Then the information above that is like, well, okay, they like this. What are the actionable insights? Well, the actionable insights of, the data to the information to the insights is if I make more of that, I get a better outcome. Okay, cool. Let's do more of that. Then you learn, okay, well, out of doing more of that, this one did even better. So the only way to go from data to wisdom is to look at the data, come up with the information, get insights from that information, do something about it, and go through this cycle of like action, learn, action, learn, action, learn. If you do that for 90 days, at the end of it, you'll have a little bit of wisdom. You're like, okay, like I think my audience kind of like this. I got some wisdom about how to solve their problem. I got some wisdom about what products I could create next. But you can't go from nothing to wisdom. You have to go through these layers of collecting data, making sense of the information, choosing the insights that matter, taking action of those insights, learning what does and doesn't work. That's the only way to get to wisdom.
Man, this is rich, and you're making complex things simple with this campfire analogy. I think Media podcast listeners, this podcast is really a blueprint, and I want to challenge us to really commit to the next 90 days. Whenever you're listening to this, especially those that are on the sidelines, 1 week's not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. A lot of people make New Year's resolutions, but they only get 3 weeks in. They don't even get enough momentum or enough data. So if you're listening to this right now, I just want to encourage you. We're going to get to a little bit more from the book in a bit, but pick up the book, make a plan, and really commit to 90 days of putting logs on the fire so that you also can get some data, so you can get some wisdom. And so you don't have to overthink about why didn't this work in month 1 or even month 2, but give yourself enough time to either commit or recommit to starting your channel, because there's so much wisdom here. And I do want to get to a little bit of the 90-day framework as we land the plane in a moment. But I want to ask you, personal brands versus corporate brands. And business owners that listen to this podcast sometimes even wonder, should they even be a personal brand? Should they hire somebody else in the company or appoint someone else to be on camera? There's a lot of different approaches. But you say that personal brands build trust faster than corporate brands because they're about character, while corporate brands are about capability. Can you explain what this is and why this matters?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, like whatever it is that we do, we tend to fall in love with people and human beings. And then if we look at the human beings have a few things. One is they have a story. They have an origin story. They had a defining moment. They have the trajectory that their life is on. They have enemies. They have friends. They have catchphrases. They have outfits. They have tonality. They have color. It's difficult for a company to have those things. And this is why you see a Nike partner with a Michael Jordan. Or this is why you see famous celebrities like Tom Segura partnering with Liquid Death. Like, you can use a person as an emotional extension to your brand to add a sense of personality, right? Harley Davidson's the rebel, Google's the sage, right? Companies tend to have personality. And I think the reason that we're more attracted to people and their character than we are to a company's capability, well, I don't need a company's capability every day, but I like connecting with people every day. You know what I mean? So I would say that if you were to say, which one do you need? In today's day and age, the landscape is changing. And what I've been witness to in the landscape is I've been working with entrepreneurs for about 10 years. And when I started the company 5 years ago, working with business owners, the conversation was, hey, what's the deal with personal branding? 3 years ago, it was, should I start a personal brand? 2 years ago, it was, hey, I'm thinking about starting a personal brand. And today, most entrepreneurs are like, I got to build a personal brand. So like the landscape's changed because people are starting to realize that these kids on social media, millennials or whatever, are making more money than them, and they've been in an industry for a decade or more. Like, how the hell is this guy on YouTube making more money than me? I've been doing this for 10 years. The point is, business owners are realizing that people that make media and produce content as a personal brand are stealing their clients. They're taking the market by storm, because 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time on social media, but today we spend our lives on social media. And I think the social transaction between people is predominantly online. And those that win online are going to win a business. You can't just win business by word of mouth anymore. So to really break these apart, is personal branding is a lot more about character. It's a lot more about style and presence and story, whereas companies are typically about capability, outcomes, and producing some kind of product or service in the market. It's not always interesting to look at products and services. No one goes on Instagram to follow companies. People go on Instagram, they go on TikTok, they go on YouTube to engage with content from people that they align with. And there's really only two reasons that we're really attracted to personal brand. Is human beings like to be around people that they like and that.
Before I understood what nuclear truly meant, before I could use my mind to move a submarine, I had to be born for it.
Loads of new Sargento 100% natural American cheese.
Sargento, a promise you can taste.
teeth sensitivity is so common, it immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Amateur is one of the most exciting spy thrillers in years. Now playing in IMAX. The Amateur.
Seresto knows that some situations just suck. Fleas and ticks suck too. Seresto can help with this one. One collar provides the longest lasting protection for 8 continuous months. Stop sucking with Seresto.
In politics is people like, I align this way or I align that way or I'm a centralist or whatever it is. Like, we tend to hang out with those we see the world the same way with. The second thing is we follow personal brands because we want to be like them. You follow Alex Hormozy or Gary Vee or Chris Do because you're like, man, I want to be like that guy or that girl. Like, we have a part of ourselves that aspires to be more, so that we're attracted to that. Companies just can't really do the same thing. So if you're looking for an edge or an advantage on social media, you need to think about, how do I create founder-led content about the company that I'm building? And an example of this is a guy named Poor Boy Coffee. So there's a guy who started a channel. He had a cafe. It wasn't making money. So he started making content about how much money he was losing. Then he started making content about how much it cost for the beans and how he was just like a warm, interesting, like wholesome guy. And he's kind of humorous, kind of self-deprecating, back to the emotion piece. And he's just like aspirational. Like, it's just like, I want the guy to win. So what happened is, if you go to his social channel now, when he opens the door in the morning, he has a line out the door. And he's making content about all these rad people that are supporting him. And I was like, oh, I'm making a little bit of profit now. I can buy a better machine now. And people are like rooting for this character. We love stories. There's something in us that is, whether it's our ancestors sitting around a campfire, we love stories. We love human beings. And I think if you want an unfair advantage over your competition, and if you want to steal your competitor's lunch and eat it in front of them, you need to learn how to maybe use a personal brand.
Poor Boy Coffee looks like he's got 59,000 followers on Instagram now. I think I found him, poorboy.coffee.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and what a cool story. There's so many nuggets in there and things we can apply to our personal brands. And if you have a more business brand, when you were talking about Nike, it just made me think that like influencer marketing is not new.
It's not. It's been around since like ancient times, man. Like, the word influence is just a new buzzword that we use to describe like what is it that makes it so that person can influence an outcome. And the word influencer isn't even cool anymore. It's now about founder-led content. That's the new thing. It's like, oh, they're a founder. So I think it's not new. Like, we've been following what others do since ancient times. Like, Cleopatra wears that type of makeup. I'm going to wear that type of makeup, right? Like, it's the Caesars dress a certain way. I'm going to dress a certain way. We tend to be influenced by the zeitgeist of our cultures, the populace that we live in. And it's like a hedonic treadmill. We tend to be like that which is around us. You hang around people that complain and bemoan all the time, you start to complain and bemoan. You hang around with a Grant Cardone long enough, you start to get a little bit of energy, you start to sell stuff. Like, we need to put ourselves in positions of success. And if you're not getting the success you want on your social channels, on your Instagram and your business, put yourself in an environment around people that are doing it and crushing it. Like, we need to be close to people, and those, I think, that have the most success in business are the most obsessed with building relationships with valuable people.
Let's talk about the 90-day framework. So as we kind of land the plane, give us some next steps now. First 30 days, 30 to 60, final sprint. People can pick up your book, highly recommended, and definitely save this podcast and, work through all of these, because my hope and intent here was that we all level up our brands. If you are established, I know I got what to do. If you are just starting, now you have a roadmap. But what could happen for your brand, for your reach of your content, for your income, if you dialed in some of these details over the next 90 days? I love books personally, buy so many of them, because it's actually pretty wild for, $20, $30, how much wisdom you can get from somebody and how impactful it can be. That's a 10x return, 100x return, 1,000x return of the wisdom you can have in a book when it's applied. But if you kind of just walk us through 90 days, what are we actually going to be doing over the next 90 days, and some milestones we could aim for, at least at a high level? And then again, in the show notes is a copy of the book if you want to order that on Amazon. And we'll come back to some final resources that Dane has as well. Talk about the 90 days.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm going to steal your plane analogy and kind of play with that a little bit. And also, like, I noticed you got a hammer on your wall there, so I'm going to use that. So I think you know, there's this cliche or this phrase. It's like, you know, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like if all you're focused on is like, I need leads, then social media just looks like a platform to get leads on. Like, you need to stop looking at social media like a platform to generate leads on. You need to go, okay, this is a public library, and people either want to get entertainment, they want to get Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, or they want to educate themselves on like mathematics or science, or people either want to learn or they want to entertain themselves, or a mix of the two. No one's going to the public library to get sold to or to become your lead. So if you start respecting social media, it's social and it's media. So if you go, okay, how do I make something that's sociable, and how do I make something that's media centric? Just sit in that pocket. The second thing is, if you look at the 90-day brand plan, like taking off in a plane. So imagine you're sitting in the cockpit on the runway of a Boeing 747, you're the pilot. This is what it feels like to start your 90-day brand plan. Now, it's the first time you're in that plane. You've never flown a plane before. And to make it even worse, the windshield's painted black. And it's your job to take off. This is what it feels like. You're like, oh my God, is it going to work? Am I going to crash and burn? Am I going to die? Like, people literally think they're going to die if they just start posting content. So what I suggest to them is, like, what happens is, if you're in that cockpit and your family are on board and they're depending on you to succeed. I kind of play these games with myself because it makes life a bit more interesting and colorful. But if you're taking off down the runway, taxiing down the runway, this is what I want you to expect for the first 30 days. The first 30 days of you producing content is you just taxiing to get to the start of the runway. You know, when you get on the flight and you're like driving, it feels like you're driving around a car park and you're like, oh, are we going to take off anytime soon? Like, you need to taxi to the runway. The first 30 days is like, you're like, when are we going to take off? Like, what's happening? Like, nothing seems to be getting any traction. Where are the clouds? You can't expect clouds in 30 days. So just imagine the first 30 days is we're just taxiing to the start of the runway. I'm just going to produce content. Hey, we're moving. We're boarded the flight. We're moving. We'll get there eventually. We'll take off at some point. I'll get a hot towel and an orange juice at some point. But let's just focus on producing content. Now, the point is, you just want to get in the operating rhythm of producing a piece of content, posting it, looking at the data. Forget about the results. Producing another piece of content, putting it up, look at the data. Who cares about the results? Just get in the rhythm of being comfortable being on camera, or becoming comfortable creating a piece of content. Become comfortable writing a caption and choosing the hashtag. Just get comfortable. And if you're terrified of what people think, just create a private channel, invite a couple of people you love and trust, make it private, and don't make it public. And if you can't even do that, just film yourself every day for 30 days. Whatever your taxiing down the runway is, just start. Like, that's the point. It's just to get out of procrastination and get into the action. Get out of the data and information and into taking action, because the only way you can learn is through action. Okay, so just don't expect much in 30 days other than, like, I'm getting comfortable. Oh shit, we're at the start of the runway. The plane engine's roaring. It's getting loud. Your windshield's painted black. You're like, I don't know where the tree line is. I don't know if we're going to make it. But at some point, you can't gingerly hit that runway. At some point, once you get comfortable, you have to start taking it serious. You go, okay, we can't gingerly hit this runway. It's pedal to the metal, baby. And you want to hit that thing as hard as you can, as consistently as you can. And if you're going hard in the paint, and what I mean by going hard is, like, don't just give him a random piece of content that you just thought of that morning. Like, try to give him something really good. The internet's full of great.
You know, Cheez-It made extra toasty.
Of course. Want it? Need it? Cheez-It.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs.
Entivio, Entivio, Entivio.
I use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once. I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right. Kayak.
Kayak. Search one and done.
What did you do?
I saved her.
Good. The internet's full of great education, great entertainment. Like, try to make something that's worthy of being on Netflix or worthy of being paid for. Like, make it that good and make it that interesting. If you're pushing that hard, you're going to start getting wind under your wings, and it might take another 30 days to get off the runway. 90 days tends to be the amount of time that most algorithms need to get acquainted with your content formats. It tends to be enough time for your community to get comfortable with what your deal is, what your shtick is all about. It's you need to expect it to take 3 months to even start to get altitude. Because here's the thing, the 747 depletes about 40% of its fuel to 60% of its fuel just to get off the runway and up to altitude. So think about this. Next time you're on a flight, dude, like by the time you're at altitude,
70%? 70%.
Yeah, up to 70%. Yeah. So up to 70% of the fuel in the flight could be gone when you're at altitude. So remember, the next time you hit altitude, 70% of the fuel, gone, right? But you can go halfway around the planet on that other 30%. The point is, when you're at scale like you or I am, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, oh, this is almost autopilot. I can hire people to come in and help me do this. I can run my company. This is fucking fun as, like, no, nothing to stress about. It's the beginning that's terrifying. Most of the work for the pilot is in the takeoff and in the landing. So most of your work that you'll ever do in creating social media content is in the first probably 12 months. Like, you got to give it everything. You got to give it enough momentum. And if you're not posting every day or 5 days a week, you're just not going to have enough momentum to ever get off the runway.
So that's such a great vision. And I think, man, when we compare ourselves to others, which is not a good idea, but we do it. And, you know, my friend John Acuff says, don't compare your beginning to somebody else's middle. Because what we see is the person that's getting the views and the shares, and like they're 1 year in, 5 years in, 10 years in, and then we're 2 weeks in and we're like, man, this isn't working. And I really felt the emotions when you're talking about taxiing, because not only do I feel like, man, when are we going to take off? But anyone who's flown has probably been in a situation where something happens. They're like, sorry, guys, we're out here. There's a few other things. Sorry. And like sometimes, it's an extra 30, 45 minutes, an extra hour. And you're like, what's going on? In fact, I've spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. And sometimes you're sitting on the runway and it's 107 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, sorry, guys. And they're like, gee, like, no matter how hard the AC is blowing, you're just getting destroyed. They're like, please keep the windows down. And that's sometimes kind of how it feels at the start of posting content. You're just like, man, when is this thing going to take off? And even the fact that we got to burn so much fuel to even get a little bit of altitude. Well, of course, you get much more tactical in the book. And so we'll encourage listeners to pick that up. And I am actually curious as well. Clearly, you're a student, you're a learner, you're a reader. I'm just curious if there's other business marketing or strategy books that, especially for content creators, if you had a friend that you were like, oh man, you want to start a YouTube channel and you want to get into this creator economy thing and you want to have a personal brand, and these are some of the books that I think would really be helpful from any angle, really. Is there anything that are some of your favorites?
Yeah, some personal favorites that I like. I like the 10X rule. That book means a lot to me, and I think it's a very simple book. But I guess Grant Cardone, who wrote that book, just talks about, like, you have to think 10 times bigger than you're currently thinking, and you have to think it's going to be 10 times harder than you think it is to get there. It's just coming to the terms with the reality that you're probably not thinking big enough, and you're probably not thinking it's as hard as it actually is going to be. Like, taxiing down that runway is hard. Posting content every day, and your mom's the only person that comments, sucks. And then you go to work, and your friends are making fun of you for making content. It's brutal. But you just have to realize that, like, the only way to get off the runway is just keep doing it. And like, if you look at a Gary Vee or a Mosey, they're in their private jet at like 80,000 feet, going into the stratosphere, sipping on champagne. And you're not seeing the 16 years it took them to get to that point. So like, again, you can't compare your start to someone else's middle. Like that's crazy. But I think, in any case, when you're trying to build something, you got to realize like it's got to be tough. Another book I like is Zag from a guy named Marty Neumeier. Zag was Steve Jobs' favorite book, and some say it inspired him to create the iPod. But basically, that book just says whatever everyone else is doing, do the opposite. If everyone's doing talking head content, go do something different. If you look at anyone who gets crazy viral traction, it's usually like the market's going this way, and they just go, I'm doing the opposite. Everyone's serious about business. I'm going to be nuts about business. Everyone's formal. I'm going to wear a beanie and sneakers. Like whatever the zeitgeist is, try to hit a different direction. Another book, I think, what I'm enjoying at the moment is Buy Back Your Time from Dan Martell. Recently I had the privilege of meeting him. Just a great way to get unstuck and just figure out like, we need to take action. We need to start thinking about like, how do I use time as an investment? Am I using my time wisely? Am I putting it in the right place? The last book I would say that's kind of a hidden gem is The Richest Man in Babylon. A great book about how money works. No matter how many times I read that book, it just hits me different. And it's a really old book. A lot of people don't realize how actually old that book is. But it just teaches you that money has the way of working. And if you can get familiar with how money kind of operates and how to handle it, if you can think bigger like Grant Cardone, and if you can win your time back like Dan Martell, and if you can do it a little bit differently like Marty Neumeier, I think that's a great stack of books to get started.
Oh man, that's the level up list for 2025, plus your 90-day brand plan. Dane, I'm super grateful for you. I have one more question, but I want you to shout out anything you're doing, the stuff that people could get, more from you. If they want to go deeper, we'll make sure to list all the resources, the books recommended, Dane's stuff in the show notes. But break it down. How can people connect with you?
Yeah, good question, man. You can just go to danewalker.com or just follow me on Instagram. My company is Rival, RIVYL.com. But what I'll do, man, for anyone who's listening to this right now, I'll send you a code and you guys can have my online personal branding program for free. I'll give you a code so that your listeners can just get immediate access to that. It's different to the book. I think, if you wanted to 10 in the book with the online course, go ahead. If you just want to do one or the other, whatever. But yeah, it's about a 4-hour program on actually how to build what I'm talking about.
Dane, that's sick. People are going to be pumped. So you're going to be giving away your personal branding course for free. So if you're on the audio or video podcast, we'll make sure that code is in the show notes, as well as the website link to get to that, as well as all the other resources. Dane, super grateful for you. The final question is send us off 2025. You're listening to this. What's the mindset you need in this current landscape? You've given us a lot of juicy tips, but if maybe there's a final tip, a perspective shift to crush it this year, especially for those that want to start or grow a profitable YouTube channel, what do you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I think something I've been really sitting with recently, and it's helped me a lot, is thinking wildly creative, but being ruthlessly commercial. And try to find a way to make the two meet in the middle. Because I think to build a business and to succeed as a personal brand, as a content creator, you have to be wildly creative. And this is what I'm talking about, like engineering emotion, understanding the zeitgeist of what's popular in pop culture right now and leveraging that, trying to stay away from what everyone else is doing and doing something different. Like, try to be wildly creative, but also be ruthlessly commercial. Like, where is the attention? I want to build a business for startups. Well, why? Because I was a startup and it was hard and it sucked. Well, cool. There's a hole in the market, but is there a market in the hole, right? Like, sell to the rich. They got money for you. You know what I mean? And take that money and then give something else to those that are getting started, right? Like, I chase big branding projects that pay me $250,000 to $500,000. And we do other projects that are smaller than that, but that's the ones I'm chasing. And then I'll take that capital and I'll go write books, or I'll give your program or your community a free online program. Like, you know what I mean? So like, if you can go chase where the money really is, you can go do the other things you're passionate about doing. But I just think, yeah, if you want to win, you have to start thinking like an athlete. You have to start thinking like an entrepreneur. It's like, yep, we can be creative and passionate, but we have to become really commercial, know our numbers, and we have to know how to invest our time and make money with it.
That quote is going to go down in history for the Think Media podcast, because we always live here at this tension of the artist, the creative, but oftentimes the starving artist. And even why our tagline is helping you build a profitable YouTube channel, as I'm always talking about, you need money for the mission. And there's always this tension where sometimes the money and the business acumen and the practicality feels like it, chokes out the creative soul of some. But unfortunately, if all you're trying to do is be an artist and be creative and you run out of cash, then you can't feed yourself, your family, and you can't really scale. And so the tension in the middle, you summed it up for 2025. Think wildly creative, but be ruthlessly commercial. Dane, super grateful for you. Appreciate you taking the time and adding so much value to our community. Want to acknowledge all the value you've put out there in the world and for all these resources and all your wisdom. Truly grateful and thankful for you to take the time today. And then Think Media Podcast, thank you. Podcast wherever you watch or listen. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. We will connect with you in a future episode.
Presenting Tyson lightly breaded boneless chicken bites. Always been Tyson.
Before I understood what nuclear truly meant, before I could use my mind to move a submarine, I had to be born for it.
2023, it grew by 300,000, and then so far this year, it's grown by about another 330,000.
So how are full-time YouTubers making over $100,000 per year?
I made a video the day ChatGPT came out explaining what it was. That video went and did 1 million views, finding what worked, and then continuing to double down and seeing if I can make it work again and again and again. I was making these videos about these things I was excited about without ever making a penny and without any expectation of this becoming a career for me. It accidentally became a career for me.
In this episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be talking about some of the changes that have been happening on YouTube and even the strategy and the pacing and different things that are happening with video editing and some of the advice that just doesn't work anymore. We're also going to be talking about why smart creators are building websites and strategic email newsletters. Plus, we'll get into some tactical advice around SEO, the new thumbnail split testing tool, how to find your niche. And I'm super excited because our guest is really an AI expert, AI guru, and is going to be sharing some of the content creation tools that will save you time and give you an unfair advantage, as well as even just practical questions like, should you change titles and thumbnails on old videos? Is that worth doing? So this is really going to be a masterclass for anyone that wants to do YouTube part-time or full-time and really turn it into a profitable business that's also high impact, adding value to people's lives and changing lives. Now, my guest today is Matt Wolf. He is crushing it across multiple different platforms. His main YouTube channel's got 635,000 subscribers, running like 1.3 million views a month. But he also has a website that curates AI tools, futuretools.io. He's the co-host of the Next Wave podcast, and also just has a long history in content creation, in media, in podcasting. So this one's going to be rich, my friends. Lots of nutrients in the soil of this conversation. Matt, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for the intro. I'm excited to talk about this stuff.
Well, let's kick off the conversation. First, from your perspective, how is YouTube changing?
That's a good question. So I've been on YouTube since 2009, but I've only really started to gain some real traction over the past 3-ish years. So from what I've seen on YouTube, I've noticed just from my own experience that the more like raw videos seem to be doing better, right? Like for a while you had the real like polished, real, Mr. Beast and the Casey Neistats and the like high production quality videos were really doing well. And now I feel like it's sort of shifted where you're seeing the like, Penguin Z Zeros and the Ludwigs and the Samsuliks and, stuff like that are really what's taking off. I feel like what's happened is there's been this sort of like pivot towards people wanting to relate to the creators, right? They want to see real people. They want to feel like they're somebody they can have a beer with, right? Somebody that they can sit down and hang out with in real life. And that's what I feel I've noticed over the last like several years playing around with YouTube is that the higher production value stuff doesn't seem to be as valuable to people as the like, this is just a real dude who I feel like I know because I watch his videos. That seems to be the biggest change in my opinion.
And so then how has that practically shown up in your content? How are you applying that?
Well, I don't know if I would say I've methodically applied that. I would say that's kind of the style of content I've always done for the last like 15 years. But since that sort of change started to take effect and we started to see that transition on YouTube, my channel sort of algorithmically fell into that loop where it started to get more attention, right? I can't give all the credit to that, right? AI had a big part of it, right? Like my channel's mostly around AI. I was talking about a lot of this kind of stuff before anybody else was talking about it. Back at the end of 2022, AI got really, really popular. So good timing, good luck. There's a lot of that involved with my channel. But I think because I've sort of always taken that approach of like, I just turn on the camera and talk, do a little bit of minimal editing and throw it out there. That style, when it started to pick up steam, that was how my videos already were.
Okay, so right now, when you are planning your next video, what type of strategies go into your process?
Lately, I've been really focused on like just AI news. That's the sort of bread and butter of what my channel does. And so I'm pretty much working on the video that I release every Friday throughout the entire week. So my process starts on Monday. I get up every single day. I review all the news going on in the tech world. I literally spend about 50% of my day every day just researching the latest AI news, reading the latest AI research papers that came out, just sort of acclimating myself on a daily basis with what's going on in the world of AI and what I'm going to talk about. And I'm sort of stacking that stuff throughout the week. So come Friday, when it comes time to release here's the breakdown of AI news for the week, I've literally got the video all, laid out and ready for Friday. All I do is I open up all the tabs of everything I'm going to talk about, and just one at a time, I start going through each piece. And usually I record way more news than I actually end up sharing. I sort of record like a 2-hour video on Friday of like, here's everything across the AI world. And then when I go back and review my video, I kind of go, nah, that was boring. That's not going to be interesting to people. And I start chopping stuff out. So my 2 hours ends up being, 25 minutes.
That's interesting. And then what do you do with the other 50% of your day in your current role of operating your channel and everything else you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm basically doing a lot of research. I'm on a lot of phone calls, right? I'm talking to a lot of the developers of the AI tools that are out there. I'm going on a lot of podcasts. I'm doing interviews. I have the Next Wave podcast where we're interviewing a lot of other people in the AI world. So I've got that going on a daily basis. I've got the Future Tools website where I share all the AI tools that I find interesting. So I'm actually looking at and experimenting with tools throughout the day to see if they make a good fit to go on the website. I'm on Twitter a lot, probably a little bit too much. I spend a lot of time on Twitter. A lot of the AI tech news seems to kind of drop first on Twitter. So I'm kind of addicted to checking in to see if there's anything that I might be missing out on. So I spend a lot of time browsing Twitter and having conversations there. Lately, I've started to experiment with a little bit more YouTube shorts and then also repurposing them over to Instagram Reels. So I'm shooting like little 50, 55 second shorts and that sort of thing throughout the week as well. So there's a lot that I'm doing on a daily basis. I pretty much work fairly like 9 to 5. I'm putting in about 8 hours a day, but about half of that day is research and the other half is just doing the work, right? Working on the website, working on the newsletter, making little short videos, getting on Twitter, interacting with the community, that sort of stuff.
And so this next question is, when did you start? And I know we were just talking about, I mean, the first YouTube channel I did was for my local church, 2007. You started YouTube in 2009.
Yeah.
We feel like this is an OG meetup, you know, been on YouTube for a while, but maybe you could touch on your history and your background, but when did you start in regards to, if you will, this media business you're running right now?
Yeah, so I actually started creating online content in 2007 while I was still working in my day job, right? So 2007, I started a blog. In fact, I think you recently chatted with Joe Fear, one of my buddies. I used to co-host a podcast with him. Him and I actually started a business together in 2007 where we started blogging on personal finance and health, right? We had two different blogs. I ran the personal finance blog, he ran the health blog, and we grew those blogs. So that was like my entry into content marketing was 2007. I launched my YouTube channel in 2009. Initially, when I started the YouTube channel, it was mostly focused around digital marketing. I was learning SEO, I was learning copywriting, how to build landing pages. I got into Facebook ads and Google ads, and I studied all of the stuff in the digital marketing world. So the YouTube channel actually started out talking about that stuff. I've always kind of been like this tools guy. I like finding the latest tools to sort of systematize, automate things. And so that's what the channel was about in the beginning, was here's a cool tool to automate this thing in your marketing or in your business. And then over time, you know, the latest and greatest automation tools were AI tools. So around 2022, when a lot of the AI stuff started to bubble up, I already had content out there around AI related marketing tools, right? So it's always been focused around the tool stuff, but it wasn't until I started talking about AI that the channel just sort of went exponential.
What advice would you give to people on this question of, should I pivot my channel? How big would you say the channel grew pre-2022? You're 635,000 subscribers plus. What was it at in 2022 when you kind of went all in on AI?
So I had, at the beginning of 2022, I had 1,200 subscribers. At the end of 2023, I think I passed 300,000. So in 2023, 1,200. So in 2023, it grew by 300,000. And then so far this year, it's grown by about another 330,000.
Yikes. Man, this is a cool story because, so, you know, what, 10 years or almost a decade to get to 1,200 subscribers. But then all of a sudden, boom, right time, right place, right history, right intersection of your study and your passion and the timing in the world. And that's a good lesson for listeners too. It's like, man, you don't want to give up before the breakthrough. And there's something about, and it might be a lot longer than you think, but if you're positioned, if you're ready. But what I'm also interested, I guess in a way, 1,200 subscribers isn't like a lot to pivot from someone who's like, why are you no longer digital marketing SEO? But I'm curious your advice, because people ask that a lot. Like, I want to change niches. I can see the connection of the evolution from tools to tools and then going to AI. But what advice would you have to somebody else who's like, man, I'm thinking about pivoting my YouTube channel. It's going in one direction. Should I make a drastic change and go in a different direction?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not interested in the topic you were talking about, I don't think there's any point in continuing to try to create content that you're not passionate about anymore. For me, I've always been excited about tools. And when AI came along, that was just like another level excitement. And so the advice that I would give is when the AI stuff really worked, I just decided to double down, right? Like my goal when I started making AI content wasn't to sort of pivot to be an AI channel. My goal was to keep on making videos about cool tools and cool workflows and cool systems that I'd come across online. But the thing is, I made one AI video about, I think, Midjourney, right? That video was my first video to pass like 50,000 views. And I went, oh, people like this AI stuff. So I made another video about Midjourney. That one did well. ChatGPT came out. I made a video the day ChatGPT came out explaining what it was. That video went and did 1 million views, right? That was the first video that I ever made where I published the video at like 10 o'clock at night before going to bed one night, woke up the next morning, opened my phone to look at my YouTube stats, and it had broken 100,000 views just literally overnight in the time that I was asleep. That was the first video I ever had that broke 100,000 views. First video I have that ever broke 7 figures in views. And so I went, okay, people are really, really liking these AI related videos. I'm just going to keep doubling down on AI. So when that happened, where I made like 3 videos in 3 days that just kept on compounding, getting bigger and bigger, I went, all right, I'm going to do this every single day until I run out of ideas. So for about, I think 38 or 40 days straight, I published a new video to YouTube every single day about some other AI tool or some other AI process that I'd come across, just to see what was going to work, what people were going to gravitate towards. And the stuff that worked, I just kept on doubling down on and making more of that content. And the stuff that didn't work, I just went, okay, that concept isn't working. I'm not going to do those videos anymore. So for me, it was all about just finding what worked and then continuing to double down and seeing if I can make it work again and again and again.
Now, I'm curious, when did you go full time? And that's maybe kind of a weird question because you've had different businesses in evolution of being in content marketing for a while. So you mentioned full-time job back in 2007 and kind of the side hustle of a blog, personal finance and health, and getting into digital marketing. When were you able to leave your 9-to-5 job? And then what would you consider, you could define it yourself, full-time as Matt Wolf right now, what you're doing?
Right. So I actually quit my day job back in 2009. So 2007 was when I started getting into content marketing. 2009 was when I went, all right, I just need to sort of burn the ships and go all in on this. So I wasn't making enough money to go full time in 2009. What I did, I would not recommend to anybody. I was making, I don't know, $500 a month off my content marketing business with Joe. And I went, well, if I quit my job and go full time, maybe I can really ramp this up and make a lot more money. So that's what I did. It took another good 6 months or so, right? I was married at the time. My wife had a decent job. So for about 6 months, I was living off my wife's paycheck a little bit. But yeah, it didn't overnight skyrocket my income, that's for sure. But what I did early on was so Joe and I, we had these blogs that were making a few $100 a month and it was working out well. And so
is that like
I had
affiliate marketing, affiliate offers or what?
Yeah, so we had affiliate offers. We were, at the time, they had what was called text link ads, where companies would come and pay you to put a link on their site. Eventually, Google stopped allowing it. It was like a little SEO hack that people would do. They would go buy backlinks on other people's sites. So people would buy backlinks on our sites. And then we also did, Google AdSense banners and things like that on our site. So it was making a few $100 a month. And when I quit my job, I went, I'm going to go and teach how I was making a couple $100 a month. People would probably love to just have a little side hustle where they can make $200 or $300 extra bucks a month, pay their car payment or whatever through having a little side blog that they spend, a couple hours a week on. So I went and created a course called the WordPress Classroom, which took me a good 6 months or so to build. And when I launched that course, that's when I actually started making money that replaced my day job money. That took me about 6 months or so before I got to a point where that course was selling to a point where I can actually replace the day job money. And then, over between 2019 and 2022, Joe and I were just trying everything, right? We had an agency where we built funnels for people. We had an agency where we did video marketing for people. We did a lot of affiliate marketing. We bought Google ads to landing pages that promoted affiliate offers. You name it, we tried it. We tried e-commerce stores. We were playing around with every, we bought every course that was out there about different marketing strategies. We hung out on the Warrior Forum to see what people were talking about on that site. And we were just going, all right, let's see what business model we can make stick. And it wasn't until 2022 that I really found the thing that I was like, all right, this is sort of what I was put here to do.
And so 2019 to 2022, was it just kind of tight? You're full-time still, but kind of a little money here, a little money there, trying to kind of get your solid ground of what's the brand, what's the future?
Yeah, it was definitely up and down, right? We had months with our agency where we were just really, really crushing it and doing really well. And then we had months where we had no clients and we were begging some of our old clients to come back and work with us again. We built these affiliate sites that we got really good at running Google ads. We had a friend who's just an expert at Google ads, and he showed us how to run Google ads. And so we started building these affiliate sites that promoted affiliate products and then running Google ads to these affiliate sites. And we had a 2-year stretch where those just really, really, really crushed it. and then they fell off and stopped working. I don't know if it was algorithm changes or, people's taste changing or what, but we had years and months where stuff was working well, and then years and months where it wasn't working well. Luckily, it sort of all averaged out. Me and Joe were never really super dumb with our money. So when stuff wasn't working out, we luckily had some savings. When stuff was working out, we were banking money. We've always been pretty good about that sort of thing. But yeah, there was definitely some rough stretches in there.
Do you remember your first 6-figure year? And I guess, if you're comfortable sharing, you could share generically, there's a difference between top line and bottom line. So if we're saying, how content creators and people in the creator economy are earning $100,000 a year, making over $100,000 a year. Well, in some cases, then it might be like, and at the end of the year, they're negative 22 because, you can do ad spend, you can do a lot of stuff. An agency, there's a totally difference between gross income, of course, and net. So I guess however you'd want to define it, like when you really felt like, whoa, I hit six figures. When was that?
Yeah, so the first year that I ever did over 6 figures was, I believe, 2013, 2014, something like that. I don't remember the exact year, but the course that I was selling, the WordPress Classroom, I actually rebranded it to Learn to Blog because, WordPress is a trademark. I got some advice that maybe you shouldn't have a trademark as part of your own brand name. So I rebranded it to learntoblog.com.
That's a good tip, by the way, for listeners.
So I rebranded it to learntoblog.com. Had a business partner working on that with me, and my business partner went and hired somebody to run Facebook ads for us. He found just like a genius agency that was really good at Facebook ads, and they started running Facebook ads for learntoblog.com. And when he started running Facebook ads, the business jumped to where it was doing about $60,000 a month in sales. But that was on the back of about $30,000 a month in ad spend. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, the first time I ever did that was with Learn to Blog. I actually ended up selling that business in 2015, which sort of also gave me some of that runway I had to do some more experimenting.
Oh, man, I love that story. And so then that kind of brings us to 2022. And once that fast growth started, it became clear. Is that what you're saying? That then it was like, okay, I just hit that flywheel or that takeoff moment. And now the kind of views you're pulling, the size of your channel, you grew with 300,000 subscribers approximately in 2023, another 300,000 this year plus. And so what is the pie chart percentagely of your income streams for today's business?
I would say right now, 50 to 60% is from sponsorship revenue. Sponsorship is definitely the biggest chunk. I like to go after long-term sponsors. So most of the time it's either 6 to 12 months contracts with the sponsors. So I can really learn the product, really understand it, and really do right by the sponsor. But also, I want to be very consistent with the audience. If I like a product and I talk to a sponsor about having that product, I want to make sure that it's a product that I feel like is a good fit for the audience, and also I know I can work with long term. So sponsorships are one of the biggest chunks of it. YouTube ad revenue has gotten pretty significant as well. YouTube ad revenue generates in the 5 figures a month for me every month now. Affiliate marketing would probably be the third. I'm having a hard time with the percentages, probably 55-60% sponsorships. Another 25% would be AdSense revenue, and then affiliate marketing from Future Tools mostly. I don't do any affiliate marketing on the YouTube channel really, but Future Tools is an affiliate play. And then I've got some equity in some companies as well, but that's more like long-term exit strategy for down the road. So I have a few companies that I advise for in the AI space that basically brought me on board because they know I keep my finger on the pulse of like the latest AI news and tools and what's out there. So I get on a once-a-month call with them, and they're like, all right, just give us the lay of the land. Once a month, I give them the lay of the land, and I earn equity as a result of that. Those are really the big things. I do some speaking here and there. But the speaking is, fairly rare. I'll do 2 or 3 speaking gigs a year that some of them are paid. Most of them aren't. And yeah, I think that pretty much covers it all.
Yeah.
I don't do any courses anymore. I sort of lost interest in making the courses. Not that don't think it's a great business model. It was just more work on my plate than I was willing to take on with all of the other stuff I had going.
When you're powerfully positioned because of your AI brand and knowledge and immersion for this equity advisor opportunity, because if you were to kind of paint a big picture, some people are calling, this AI revolution as significant as the Industrial Revolution. Do you believe that?
I do. Yeah, I absolutely do. I think a lot of people's timelines might be a little optimistic on how soon we're going to get to some of the predictions they're making. But yeah, I definitely think 10 years from now is going to look completely different than what the world looks like today.
You found your niche. I'm actually want to kind of take it back to your story and just maybe putting some context around the lessons of your journey. Because again, Goldman Sachs said that the creator economy is going to double in the next 3 years, from about a $250 billion industry to a $500 billion industry. However, they're measuring that. That includes creator startups. I'm sure AI startups are included in there. Adobe, Tools, Opus Clip, these kinds of companies, and of YouTube itself, and creator economy being much bigger than YouTube. But there's this massive growth in the space, and there's real opportunity. It's real practical. But when we also really look at your story, this is not get rich quick, nor is it overnight success. So in the pursuit for that person that's like, man, I want to build a 6-figure income. I want to go full time, whatever. 6 figures, you might be broke if you're living in Manhattan, downtown, versus that also, it's $56K a year. It could be life-changing depending on where you're at, and could create freedom. So what do you think is just kind of the mindset that is necessary when pursuing earning money full-time from media, from a YouTube channel and things like that?
For me, I'm probably going to sound fairly cliche here, right? But for me, I was always just sort of chasing the thing that was exciting to me, right? Like, I never wanted to be that guy that went, oh, the golf niche is making a lot of money. Maybe I should make videos about golf. I don't even play golf, but there's money there, right? So like, I never wanted to be that. So for me, it was always chasing that thing that excited me. In the early days when I left my job in 2009, it was the digital marketing stuff. I was obsessed with SEO and Google ads and Facebook ads and copywriting and all of that sort of stuff. Like, I was obsessed with learning it and trying to understand the human psychology to make my product sell better. I was just obsessed with that stuff. Fast forward to 2022 and AI started to bubble up on the scene, and I started coming across more of these tools, and some of these founders started showing me some of these tools behind the scenes that weren't released to the public yet. And that was just like another level of excitement for me of like, this is amazing. I am nerding out over this stuff. This is like my new favorite thing in the world. And so for me, it's always been about creating the content that I get excited about. And a lot of the feedback I get in, comments when they're not the trolly negative comments, the good comments are usually like, we love your excitement. We love how passionate you get about this stuff. We can feel that you genuinely love what you're talking about. And for me, that's what it's all been about, is just like, I am super excited about this. And to be honest, like, if I wasn't super excited about it, like, I wouldn't be doing it anymore. So hold on, I gotta like think through how I want to say this. Like, I was making videos on YouTube for 10-ish years with 100 views per video and not even being monetized on YouTube, right? So I was making these videos about these things I was excited about without ever making a penny and without any expectation of making a penny from it, right? And when I was doing that without any expectation of this becoming a career for me, it accidentally.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
here for me.
This episode is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is our go-to platform here at Think Media for live streaming to Facebook and YouTube and for recording our video podcast. It has an incredibly easy-to-use interface for built-in branding, transitions, text lower thirds, and seamlessly bringing on guests. And they just added an awesome new feature called local recording. This allows you to take the quality to another level by separating out your audio and video from your guests, giving you more control over your content for later use. This feature is perfect for video and podcast creators, and so to get a special deal on StreamYard right now and to see all the features that are included, just go to streamwiththink.com. That is streamwiththink.com.
Because people sort of discovered the videos, saw how passionate I was about them, started sharing them with friends. Next thing I know, this is what I do full time, is fully make these YouTube videos. So it's, for me, it's just been that passion that's really kept on driving me. And if I didn't have that passion, I would have never gotten to the point where it actually was monetizable.
I love that obsession and passion and finding something that you are genuinely curious about, fueled you for 10 years, getting about 100 views a video, but also your persistence and consistency paid off because then it became right time, right place. And now in the last couple of years, your growth has been incredible. You have, though, studied digital marketing and business, and it would seem that you've been very intentional of building a media brand and a media strategy around the growth of your YouTube channel. Can you break down how you think about your website, your newsletter, and how those all integrate together? And this is a model. People are doing it differently, but there's success leaves clues. And in the creator economy, we see different creators doing similar models. What is that media strategy? Explain how you're doing that.
Yeah, so I mean, that was actually one of the more methodical things that I sort of went into was I knew I needed to have a mailing list, right? If you study anything about digital marketing at all, literally the number one piece of advice any digital marketer is going to give you, grow a mailing list. You need to have that owned audience. YouTube could shut you down anytime. Facebook could shut you down anytime. I knew from the very beginning, I need to focus on growing a mailing list no matter what. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure I had some sort of useful tool, some sort of useful resource that people can go and use that wasn't necessarily just my content. And the reason for that is I needed something that in the future is potentially sellable. The Matt Wolf YouTube channel is never going to sell. That's never a business that I can exit from someday and let somebody take over and run for me. It's too tied to me personally, right? So I had this sort of three-pronged approach. When I started was I want my content to be the sort of main marketing channel that people discover me from. I want the newsletter to be the way that I can send people back to my content. And then I wanted a useful resource for people to be able to go and use and share with other people and they would find valuable. So I created the Future Tools website, the Future Tools newsletter, and then the Matt Wolf YouTube channel. And all three of them feed each other, right? Like the YouTube channel tells people to subscribe to the newsletter and it tells people to check out Future Tools. Future Tools drives people to the YouTube channel, drives people to the newsletter. Newsletter drives people back to both of those platforms. So all three of them are like super symbiotic where they're all sort of driving traffic between each other. And what ended up happening was the Future Tools website became insanely well SEO optimized. It was one of the first sites that was sort of organizing and filtering these AI tools to where it got to this point where if you were to search for any AI tool, maybe the tool itself would be the number one ranked thing in Google. The number two ranked site would be the Future Tools listing for that product. So the Future Tools website, I launched that in December of 2022. And within 3 months, it was getting 1 million visitors per month, right? And most of that was from SEO. I kickstarted it with the YouTube channel, but once the YouTube channel started driving traffic to it, the Google search algorithm picked it up, and now Google is driving most of the traffic to it. So now Google's driving the traffic to the Future Tools website. The Future Tools website is capturing leads, putting them on my newsletter, and now my newsletter is driving people back to my YouTube channel. So no matter which way you sort of find me, you're finding the other things that I'm doing.
How did you build that website? Yourself? Did you hire a developer?
Yeah, so that is an interesting story. It was literally a Saturday, and my son, my 9-year-old son, was sitting next to me, like right here in my office, and I just started putting together a website. I found this tool called Webflow, which is like a no-code website builder, and I had this like Google spreadsheet of all of these AI tools that I've been coming across. Right, I started making more YouTube videos about tools. So I started keeping a spreadsheet of like, oh, that's a cool tool. Maybe I'll make a video about that someday. That's a cool tool. Maybe I'll make a video about that. So I started keeping a Google spreadsheet of all of these tools that I would come across. And it got to a point where this spreadsheet had 80, 90 tools in it. And I was like, what was that one tool I was looking at the other day? I don't remember the name of it. I can't find it again. I know it's in the spreadsheet somewhere, but I don't want to click through 90 links to try to remember what that link was. So that's where the sort of idea came from for future tools, was literally a tool where I can organize the tools I came across for myself so that I can like come across them again. So the idea was, I need to make a YouTube video today. What am I going to make it about? I'll look at my website real quick and sort of remember the tools that I had come across recently and sort of resurface them. That's how Future Tools started. But after it was built and I listed, I don't know, the first 100 tools on there, what I did was I went to Reddit, and there was a subreddit called like I Made This or something like that. And it was a site where, you know, indie coders would sort of build in public and share the tools that they made. I went and shared it on that, and it sort of went viral on Reddit, rose to the top of that subreddit, became the #1 like most read post in that subreddit for like that month. Might have even touched like the Google or the Reddit homepage for a little bit and went really, really well on Reddit. And I went, oh, that's cool. People on Reddit like it. I went over to Twitter. At the time I had 300 followers on Twitter. Like nobody was following me on Twitter yet. I went, hey, I made this tool on Twitter, or I made this tool on Webflow to help me organize AI tools. I figured it's helpful to me. Maybe other people will find it helpful, right? So I shared it on Twitter. Well, it got retweeted by a handful of large AI and tech influencers, right? Like Robert Scoble shared it, and this guy, Rowan Chung, who has a large AI following, shared it. And all of these people that had large tech followings started sharing that and retweeting it. And so it went viral on Twitter. And I think to this day, it's one of my most popular posts on Twitter. So it got really popular on Twitter. And then I went to Product Hunt and I posted it on Product Hunt. And it went to the #2 product of the week on Product Hunt when I shared it there. And so it just started to explode. And I went, all right, I should probably figure out how to turn this into a business. And that's when I started doing like featured listings and letting companies come and sort of buy the ability to pin their tool to the top of the website for a week. I started going and swapping out the original links with affiliate links if they had affiliate links available to them. And then I started, you know, it actually started to become a business from there. But it was never intended to be a business. It was literally meant to organize the tools for me. And my son and I, we literally just played with Webflow on a Saturday and built that site in about 4 hours.
That is unreal. And is it still on Webflow?
It is still on Webflow right now. Although I am working with a developer who's shifting it off of Webflow because Webflow has bandwidth limits that I keep exceeding every month.
That makes sense.
So the costs have gotten a little out of control there.
So Webflow is a paid tool, but for those that might think, man, I could never have the skills to develop a website, it makes making your own website easy.
Yeah, it's a no-code drag and drop builder. If you know what you want it to look like, you just drag and drop it until the site looks the way you want it. Really, really cool platform. But if your site gets really popular,
sure,
their enterprise plans are pretty insanely expensive.
Well, what's cool is that also you're giving us a model, though. I mean, you can start with something like that, and as things scale, they might break, but now you're at a place to like take it to the next level for future scalability, and to probably, you know, with the revenue being generated, hire the developer. And so that's a very inspiring story. It is interesting about how SEO and ranking helped this website get discovered. I'm curious, do you think that this Google AI summaries are ruining Google and ruining SEO?
That's a good question. I think Google's kind of shooting themselves in the foot with it a little bit, but Google's in a tough spot, honestly, right? Because Google's in a spot now where you've got tools out there like Perplexity and Claude and ChatGPT and all these other AI platforms, and people are going to get their questions answered on those platforms more than they're going to Google now. I mean, people that are more like tech early adopters are going to those places instead of Google, but it's only a matter of time before more mass market starts to shift to that sort of behavioral pattern as well. So Google right now is trying to figure out what to do. They're sort of scrambling, figuring out, all right, how do we stay relevant when everybody wants to go use AI now to get their questions answered? So I think they're doing it out of necessity, but I also think there's going to be some negative implications on SEO. But at the end of the day, I think SEO people are just going to shift. They're going to figure out, how do I make my website be the site that they're referencing in the AI response? How do I get it to be my answer? Because when it does give an answer, it usually gives a reference of where they got that answer from. So in the future, that'll probably be the most clicked on link, as opposed to the #1 ranking article on Google. It'll be the one that Google summarized for you that you can click on to get to the site. So I think SEOs are going to just figure out how to optimize for that instead over time.
I've heard it said that SEO, standing for search engine optimization, is now search everywhere optimization. And that for any brand, this idea of SEO is still alive and well and so strong on YouTube. Of course, the power of ranking videos. It's still alive and well on Google, but things are rapidly changing. But also TikTok is one of the largest, if not the largest, search engine for Gen Z. And these other platforms seem to struggle. Meta seems to struggle a little bit in regards to search. But nevertheless, people are searching and looking for local businesses, and they are looking for content in the different explore pages and search tabs. And so for any modern media-minded creator business owner, I think the search everywhere optimization is a interesting mindset. Speak into that a little bit. What would be sort of maybe the way you're thinking about the landscape of search and getting discovered, and maybe isolate that down for content creators, that want to, be building a media brand like yours?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really put a ton of thought into like the search discoverability on Google. It was sort of an accident that my site started to rank well. Again, it was never really designed that way from the beginning. But I think at the end of the day, just creating stuff that people find valuable, that they want to share with others, is still going to always win out no matter what. I know it sounds kind of cliche, but SEO, a very, very oversimplified explanation of how SEO works is if somebody searches something on Google and they get a response and they click into that response and they stay on that website, Google goes, okay, good. Pat ourselves on the back. We did a good job. We'll rank that article better. If somebody does a search, they click on the thing, they go to the site, bounce back to Google really quickly. Google goes, okay, that's not what they were looking for. Next time somebody searches for that exact topic, let's show them something else. So what works there is making really, really good content that if somebody searches for your topic, they click the link, they stay on your website because it's exactly what they were looking for. I still think that is the way to get noticed. Maybe it'll be more social signals in the future as opposed to like algorithmic ranking signals about the search. I think in the future, we're going to see a lot more, well, if this article is being shared on Reddit a lot, if it's being shared on Twitter a lot, if it's being shared on Facebook a lot, that might become more and more of a signal for these search engines to like use you as the automated AI response. But at the end of the day, if you create good quality content that people actually want to read, that they find valuable, that they find helpful, that's always going to be the winning strategy.
Genius advice. I'm excited because coming up, we're going to talk about AI tools. Want to talk a little bit about video podcasting as you are co-hosting the Next Wave podcast, and even maybe some advice for creators scaling. But getting kind of tactical here, YouTube has a new thumbnail split testing tool. How does that work, and have you been using it, and what have you discovered?
Yeah, I use it every single video I put up. So basically what it does is it allows you to upload 3 thumbnails, and then it will optimize based on watch time, right? I think most people think you would optimize based on the click-through rate, but it's actually looking at the amount of watch time, which I guess theoretically also factors in click-through rate because they wouldn't have watched if they didn't click in the first place, right? But I use it for every video, and I think the one thing that I learned about that is to never assume that I know what's going to work for a thumbnail, right? It's almost I make 3 thumbnails for every single video, which has gotten a lot easier because AI makes it a lot easier for me to create thumbnails. Most of my thumbnails, I leverage AI to create them. And I will use 3 thumbnails. And in my mind, I always sort of like make a theory of like, I bet this is the one that's going to win. I'm pretty much wrong 90% of the time. Like the thumbnail I expect to win is almost never the one that wins, which is why I think everybody should be split testing, because what you think people are going to click on is often not going to be the case.
One of the things I noticed about your thumbnails, and it seems aligned because you're this AI expert, and a lot of times you're an AI version of your face versus like a photo or real version of your face. However, I'm seeing this across channels. I'm seeing a lot of creators who in their thumbnail, they kind of have their AI avatar. What have you learned about that? And then what are the tools and workflow that goes into, you said AI makes it easier to make thumbnails faster. What are some of the tools that go into your thumbnail process?
Yeah, so I mean, I've done a lot of split tests, and if I don't put my face on the image, I get less views, right? The ones without my face the ones with my face always outperform the ones without my face. And I just think that's because, I've got a subscriber base now. I think people have been looking for that. The very early days where I was using AI to make the early days when I was making YouTube videos about AI, I was doing that strategy where I was using AI to make my thumbnails. And at the time, I hadn't really seen anybody else doing that. I mean, I'm sure there were people, but they weren't on my radar yet. So I think I was one of the early people to use AI, train my face in the AI, and then make thumbnails with my own face in the AI. And now I think people are actually looking for that. Like when they see that with my AI face in it, they're clicking on it because if they're fans or followers or whatever, they recognize them. I've gotten a lot of comments if I don't put my face in the image of like, oh, I saw that video. It was recommended to me. I didn't click on it because I didn't realize it was you, right? So I've gotten that kind of feedback. So now I try to always work my face in. Every once in a while, I'll go in and test one of the thumbnails without my face to see if, maybe my assumptions are wrong again, or the algorithm's changing, or, something that used to work. Things change, right? It's a moving target on YouTube, in my opinion. But yeah, I found that the faces just tend to work for my channel. I like to do very, very bright, vibrant colors. The very early thumbnails I would go on like Midjourney, and I would tell it to create like a vibrant, brilliant, RGB, colorful paint splash on the wall, right? So that the background would just be rainbows of colors that are like high contrast and popping off the screen. And then I would overlay an AI image of my face over it so that the colors just popped off the screen and stood out. And to this day, that's still kind of what works for me, is just really, really colorful and include my face, right? Like those are the 2 things that I sort of shoot for.
And what are the exact tools? Do you still use Midjourney?
Yeah, so I use a lot of different AI image tools. Like right now, today, I'm split testing 3 thumbnails. One I made in Midjourney, one I made in a tool called Leonardo, and one I made in a tool called Ideogram, right? So there's so many AI image generation tools out there now, and they're all kind of good at different things, but bad at other things. So now you might see 3 thumbnails, and I made them with 3 totally different processes because I'm playing with all these tools all the time. I would say like my main go-to process is I use a tool called Leonardo AI to generate my images. I think that the colors and the sort of aesthetics of the images that Leonardo generates are really good. Full disclosure, Leonardo is one of the companies I'm an advisor for, but I'm an advisor for them because I actually think they're one of the best out there. But that's the one that I use the most to generate the sort of background colorful images that pop. And then to train my face in the AI, I used to use Stable Diffusion, and there was this long process called Dream Booth where you can train your face into an AI model and then prompt anything you want, and it would generate your face on whatever the character was doing that you asked for. Now there's an easier model to do it. It's called Flux, Flux. I actually made a pretty quick tutorial on it on my YouTube channel that shows you how to train your face into Flux now. And ever since I made that video, I've been seeing a lot more thumbnails of people putting their face in there because it's a free process to do, and you can do the whole process in 20 minutes. The old process that I used took like a half a day to do to train your face into the model. But yeah, that's pretty much the process. You train your face into Flux, you generate it going, Matt Wolf with a shocked look on his face pointing to the right or whatever. It'll generate that image, and then I'll overlay it with like a really colorful background image that I made in either Leonardo, Midjourney, Ideogram, Flux, like Dolly. There's all these tools that I mess with, and I'm constantly testing different tools to try to get the thumbnail that I'm looking for.
And if somebody's listening and has a video podcast or something and they wanted to perhaps use Flux to make two faces, themselves and then the guest, if they could pull some images of the guest, they could do the same there and then maybe spit out that look of both being kind of an AI avatar version of an interview or something, a collab video?
You could, but you'd have to do it as like two images and then sort of work them together in like Photoshop, right? One issue that AI image generators have right now is when you ask it to generate two characters in the same scene, it wants to merge those two characters, right? So if I tell it to generate an image of Elon Musk doing boxing against Mark Zuckerberg, it'll make both of the people look like a sort of a blend between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, right? It'll look like the love child of the two on both faces.
Yeah, got you. Okay, those are some powerful tools right there. As we go a little bit deeper here, have you had any experience changing old titles and thumbnails and boosting video performance? A huge question creators ask is like, should I go back in my library and update any titles and thumbnails? What has been your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for me, that's been a pretty big game changer for me, was going back and updating some thumbnails. I actually had one video. It was the early video that I made about changing or injecting your face into the AI. I put that video up before my channel got popular. It had like 1,000 views or something like that. The thumbnail wasn't very good. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I just made the video. When the channel started to do well, I started going back through and analyzing some of my old titles and thumbnails. I made a new thumbnail for that video, and then I changed the title. I don't remember what the original title was, but the new title was How to Inject Your Face into AI or something like that. And you can go and look at the chart, and it was just like a straight line the day that I changed the title, up and to the right. And so that's become like a habit of mine. Now, a lot of my videos are like timely. Like I make a lot of AI news videos of like, this is what just happened this week. So a lot of those videos, I don't really bother going back and changing them because they have a very short lifespan. But anything that I think has evergreen value, like tutorials, or I make a lot of videos of like listicle type videos. They're like, here's the 10 best free AI tools, things like that. I'll go back and try new thumbnails and try new titles and, try to beat the current winner on those all the time. And usually I'm really happy that I did.
And do you usually just go with your gut, or do you use any tools for split testing when you do that?
For the most part, I go with my gut. I've started to kind of get a handle on what sort of titles work well and which ones don't. I'm constantly trying to toe that line of, I know this is going to grab attention, but it feels a little clickbaity. So like, how do I find that balance? That's something that I struggle with. I know almost everybody I talk to who has YouTube channels struggles with that as well, of like, I know this is going to get the clicks, but I also know I'm going to get some comments about that title. So I'm constantly trying to balance that, but I will go back and look at old titles and go, okay, I can see why that didn't do well. That's just not an intriguing title. And I feel like it's a more of an intuition thing that builds up over time once you've been doing it for a while. But there are a few tools that I do really like to use. I do use vidIQ and TubeBuddy, and I just got onboarded onto Spotter. Spotter's pretty cool for helping with titles and thumbnails. So I'm constantly using some of those kinds of tools to try to come up with new ideas. But to be honest, AI is still pretty bad at coming up with YouTube titles. Like us who make a lot of YouTube videos probably have a better intuition at what's going to work than the AIs do, honestly.
Let's go a little bit deeper on tools. One of the things, question number one, is I went to your website, Future Tools, and I clicked, or I typed in YouTube, like what would be related, I think, to YouTube or video. And the amount of results that came up was like 2,345 or something like that. So I am curious about this idea of like, one, AI overwhelm, like tools overwhelm for your average creator or your busy creator that's trying to figure out, okay, if I spend time, I don't have time to like weed through all of those. I want to like focus on the best of the best.
90% of AI tools you can probably ignore. If you go to like the Future Tools website, for instance, I did put a little checkbox on there for Matt's picks, right? And I put that there because of that, right? Like people go to the site, they might filter it down to like what's going to help me with YouTube, see 2,000 results on there or whatever, and go, all right, that's not helpful to me. Well, if you check that box, okay, now there's only 3 that Matt says he actually uses himself, right? So there's a lot of tools out there that honestly probably shouldn't be products. And I think part of the problem is that, you know, AI makes creating these tools so much easier. AI can help you write code. So now like anybody in their basement can go and create a tool that leverages AI that they claim is helpful and try to charge you $20 a month for. Most of them are junk. A lot of them I still will list on future tools, but I list literally 10% of the tools that people submit. I get about between 50 and 100 submissions a day on future tools, depending on the day. Weekends are a little bit less. And out of the 100, I might pick 5 to 10 of those tools to actually list on the site, because most of them now just look like clones of other tools, things like that. So it's definitely an issue. But as far as
and people can also upvote, it looks like. So if I check the box, Matt's picks on your website, and I search YouTube, it actually narrows out of 2,907 total tools. It shows 11.
Yeah.
And then there's also upvotes, so the community is also able to kind of give you feedback on this stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so 90% AI tools you can ignore. I kind of cut you off there, so we can go in then to what are some of the tools that are maybe truly helpful to that individual that wants to save time creating content and make better content.
Yeah, so for me, Claude is the number one, right? You know, Claude is, if you're not familiar with Claude, it's basically a competitor to ChatGPT. If you're on the pro plan, it costs the same amount. It's $20 a month, just like ChatGPT. I find it to be a little bit better at, you know, being creative than ChatGPT is. But one thing you can do inside of Claude, and this is like a fairly recent feature they rolled out, is they've got this feature called Projects. And in Projects, it's like a folder or like chats that you're going to have, but inside of that folder, you can give it custom instructions and you can give it additional information. You can upload PDFs, text files, things like that, so that it's got this additional context in it. So what I did in Claude is I created a project for a news summarizer, for instance, right? And what I can do with my news summarizer that I built inside of Claude is I can take a news article that's, you know, 5,000 words long, a giant news article, select all the text, copy that text into my Claude project, and it will give me like 5 bullet points of like, here's the summary of what this news is. And if you're explaining it on a news video, here's how I would explain it. And then it gives me a single paragraph of like the high level executive notes of like, here's what this tool is, here's what it does. And then I have it give me an analogy as well. So if I need to figure out a way to better explain it, it always gives me an analogy. And the way I did that was inside of that project, I just gave it custom instructions. And the custom instructions say something to the effect of, I'm going to copy and paste a news article into the site. When you get that news article, give me a list of 5 bullets about what that news article is about. Give me a 1-paragraph summary explaining it in simple terms so anybody can understand, and give me a 1-paragraph analogy so that I could better lock in what this is talking about. So now when I go and make like a news video on Fridays, almost every single piece of news that I come across, I'll just copy that news article, put it into Claude, and then Claude will give me a good way to explain it so that people can understand it. So when it comes to like news type content, that's been super, super helpful, because sometimes I understand it logically because I've been playing around with AI for a while, but I'm thinking to myself, how do I explain this so a viewer is going to understand it? And some of the feedback I get is people watch the channel because they like the way I explain things. They think I do a good job at simplifying. I mean, I think I am a little bit naturally good at simplifying complex topics, but I also use AI to help me with that too. So Claude is the number one for me. I've also got it generating short scripts for me now too. So some of my favorite shorts creators are Cleo Abram. I love her shorts that she puts out. There's a guy, Kane Calloway. He makes really, really good shorts. Roberto Nixon makes really, really good shorts on AI. So what I've done is I've taken a handful of the transcripts from their shorts. You can go on YouTube and look at the transcripts from their shorts. I've taken transcripts from, you know, let's say 6 different videos that I really, really like the flow of those shorts. And I'd put them into Claude and I'd say, I like these 6 scripts. Can you find a consistent formula that I can follow that will model some of these scripts. And so what it would do is it would break down a step-by-step, like, sort of script formula that I can follow to make similar videos. And then what I did was I took that script formula, moved it into a custom Claude project, and said, anytime I post news in here, make me a 1 minute or less short script based on this formula. And so now all of my shorts, I'm literally grabbing a news article, pulling it into this shorts formula generator, and it's writing a script for me. It's not always exactly in the wording I would use, but it does a good job at writing that sort of first rough draft, right? Giving me like a nice flow for the script. And then I'll go and reword it in my own words a little bit, but it's doing 90% of the work of writing the scripts for me for the shorts now.
Matt, you're dropping bombs. That whole breakdown is definitely something worth rewinding and listening to again, and thinking about how you could set up Claude with systems to make content creation more streamlined and be like a powerful starter for you in regards to short scripts, news summaries. Some of your other favorite tools, like that come up when I did your website, Runway Gen-3. Why do you like that?
So that one is a video generator. That one you could either type in a text prompt and it will generate a 10-second video based on that text prompt that you use. Or what I actually like to use it for even more is you can upload an image and then it will actually animate that image. So, for example, I made a video about some drama that was happening over at OpenAI, and I made a comment about how, like, it kind of feels like there's a dumpster fire going on over there. So I had Midjourney generate an image of a dumpster fire. I took that Midjourney image, pulled it into Runway Gen 3, and it animated the fire that was happening in the dumpster on the image. So as I make that comment, I can throw that B-roll up on the screen that Gen 3 generated for me. Another good one is Luma Dream Machine. They both kind of do the same thing. Luma Dream Machine, it lets you set a start frame and an end frame. So, for example, if I wanted to make a little video animation of me morphing into a wolf or something like that, right? I can take a start image of just me on camera, take an image that I generated with like Midjourney or Leonardo of a wolf, and put both those images in, and it will actually make a little video that figures out how to transition between the two images, right? So you can do stuff like that. And it's really great for making like little 5-10 second B-roll. I mean, when I make videos, I never have B-roll on the screen for more than 3 seconds, right? So like when you get 10 seconds, you just pick the best like 3 seconds of it, and it makes perfect B-roll to overlay on your videos.
How long does something like that take if you wanted to use those tools to come up with a few clips for a section of one of your videos, just the time of rendering and processing? And in most cases, are you going to have to step into the paid version of these tools to really get the benefit?
A lot of them have free trials. Most of the free trials either give you a certain amount of credits per day. Some of them are a certain amount of credits per month. You could get away with the free trials. I use the paid plans because I use it a lot. I'm often demoing the tools. In some cases, some of these companies have just given me access because they know if they give me access, I'll talk about them on videos. I always disclose that, by the way. If somebody gave me access, I'm going to say they gave me access. But I think the paid plan is probably your best bet if you're going to use them often. But if you're going to just test it here and there, the free trials are usually going to be just good enough.
And how long to spit out a clip if you animate a photo? When's it done?
Less than a minute. You upload the image, and I would say 45 seconds later or so, you've got a video animated. So you can re-roll it. If you don't like it, you press the button again. 45 seconds later, it's going to give you an alternate version. And if you've got the paid plan, you can do that 5 or 6 times until you have the perfect little animation that you're looking for.
Explore AI is another one. AI-powered search for YouTube videos. Why is that powerful compared to other tools?
So I'm trying to remember what Explore AI was, honestly. That was one I probably came across, went, this is really cool, and then haven't used it a whole lot since. But I believe that's one where you can do a search and it will help you find YouTube videos on the topic, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that might be one that I haven't actually played with super recently, so I don't really remember what I was using that one for when I added it.
It's a free and easy to use tool that enables users to quickly search for answers inside thousands of YouTube videos, filter results, timestamp buttons. Okay, so that's a research tool, and
research.
Got as one of your Matt's picks. Of course, we will be linking to everything in the show notes and whatnot, so people can check out future tools and everything else. Is there any other top of mind? You mentioned Claude, that you're a content creator, you want to save time. Maybe speak to this one. You have Listener, which is text to speech. I know 11 Labs is very probably the most leading brand as far as what I could create an AI clone of my own voice.
Right.
We've worked with NVIDIA and talked about that. They're pulling in different tools, allowing you to do your own clone voiceover of yourself or somebody else's great sounding voice. What would high quality speech? How's Listener different from some of those things? And what are your thoughts on 11 Labs or alternative